Chapter 51, Breaking Through the Limit. Translator, Limost and editor, Tenish. Currently, at the vicinity of the frigid pool, just as the huge turtle bellowed, both Chen Feng and Wang Ye felt the scene before their eyes flickered and started changing. When it ended, they had both appeared in a brand new world. Where is this? Chen Feng looked around him. Wang Yue had also disappeared. Even the frigid pool had disappeared. Currently, everything had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Howl! A bellow that shook the heavens and earth resounded. This was an area immersed in a vast yet ancient aura. Suddenly, a mutated beast that Chen Feng had never seen before appeared. Its 4 limbs stepped on the ground as a bizarre flame swirled around its limbs. This mutated beast was not powerful. However, for unknown reasons, its aura had raised a sense of reverence from the depths of Chen Feng's heart. What is this? Chen Feng's heart leaped. An unfamiliar place, an unfamiliar mutated beast. Is this an illusion? Chen Feng suddenly realized. Bang! The flame on the mutated beast's limbs blazed as it charged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng fought back and found that this mutated beast's strength was roughly at the peak of F-class. Although it was somewhat stronger than him, he was still able to put up some sort of resistance against it. Whoosh! Unleashing his wind blades, Chen Feng started battling the beast. This beast is somewhat stupid. After unleashing several wind blades, Chen Feng noticed that although this mutated beast was quite powerful, from its slow reaction time, it was quite apparent that the beast's intelligence was somewhat low. Good chance. Chen Feng controlled his wind blades as the blades circled around. Whoosh! Several wind blades arched in a perfect curve mid-air before ambushing the beast from the back and killing it. Without using any luck value, Chen Feng had managed to kill the beast using his own strength. The mutated beast turned into a clump of light before it disappeared. Subsequently, Chen Feng could feel that the fading light had turned into some sort of power before rushing into Chen Feng's body and increasing his spirit attribute by 1 point. Spirit increased? Chen Feng was shocked. Killing a mutated beast in this illusion could actually increase his spiritual energy? How was it possible that the huge turtle was so kind? Unless, Wang Yao, why? Chen Feng felt doubtful. If Wang Yao had done this previously when she was not aware of his grudges with Wang Ye, it would be understandable. However, he had intentionally mentioned the examinations incident in front of Wang Yao, pointing out his grudge with Wang Ye. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be more logical if Wang Yao were to exclude him when she was helping Wang Ye improve his strength? Instead, she, Wang Yao, Wang Yue, Wang family, Chen Feng started thinking about Wang Yao, who currently possessed the appearance of 11 or 12 years old girl. Suddenly, he felt that there might be a shocking secret he was unaware of in this Wang family. They might not be the same type of people after all, Chen Feng contemplated. He should temporarily see Wang Yao and Wang family as different entities. With this line of thought, a lot of confusing things were suddenly explainable. As for now, howl. Another mutated beast appeared. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Since there was a benefit to be gained in front of him, he had to grab hold of it. Go, whoosh, wind blades were unleashed. At the same time, also in an illusionary world, Wang Yue, who had been amply prepared, was also giving his utmost battling mutated beasts. However, as he was currently at the initial stage of his chosen path where he had nearly 0 combat power, he could only go all out when he was battling the mutated beasts. A bizarre huge sword appeared in his hands. It was actually the exact same sword that Wang Yao used. Sister's sword. Wang Yue inhaled deeply. Come, bang! He slashed downward and started his battle with the mutated beast. Both their illusions were synchronous. Wang Yue had his sister's assistance while Chen Feng had his own methods as well. Both of them had eerily maintained the same killing speed. Both their spiritual energies increased constantly. After each kill, their spiritual energy would be increased by 1 point. Although the mutated beasts that appeared were getting stronger, which in turn had caused their battles to be even more desperate, they continued pushing forth to reach their limit mode. Currently, in front of the frigid pond, red light was swirling around Wang Yao. She controlled the glowing globe as she firmly fixed it in midair, while allowing the power of the life and death domain to continue taking effect on Chen Feng and Wang Yue. The main show begins. A smile appeared on Wang Yao's delicate, tiny face. She didn't work so hard just to help increase Wang Yue's attributes. The actual usage of life and death domain was to help one break through their limit mode. Currently, Wang Yue and Chen Feng's spiritual energy was increasing rapidly. 95, 96, 97, 100 points. After killing the final mutated beast, Wang Yue and Chen Feng's spirit attribute had finally reached the limit mode of F-class, reaching the pinnacle of the class. The purple light globe flickered rapidly. Be obedient. A cold glint flickered in Wang Yao's eyes. Bang! Red light blossomed. Make one final contribution before you disappear. Wang Yao pointed. The purple light globe started to rotate rapidly. Rays of purified light enveloped both Chen Feng and Wang Yao. At this time, within the life and death domain, a change was silently occurring. Whoosh! An ice-cold light blade brushed past Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng looked at his cloth that was cut open as he was drenched in cold sweat. This strength, The ground trembled. A huge mutated beast walked out of the shadows. The faint pressure it emitted caused Chen Feng to be somewhat astonished. This aura, it seemed to be a E-class mutated beast. E-class? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. This was an illusion, hence there was no Thundersnake gene. Here, he could only depend on his own strength to deal with everything thrown at him. Did this thing appear due to me reaching the limit mode? Chen Feng thought knowingly. Both him and Wang Yu had reached the limit mode. It was too dangerous for one to attempt to surpass the limit through the pressure brought forth by life-threatening dangers and desperate battles. Hence, Wang Yao had chosen this way to help Wang Yue break through his limit. He is indeed her younger brother. Chen Feng shook his head. This seemed to be something Wang Yao had prepared for Wang Yue. He was just lucky to be here as well by chance. Battling an E-class mutated beast and breaking through under pressure? Chen Feng sighed as he looked at the mutated beast in front of him. Was it possible? He had seen a lot of E-class mutated beasts. He had even killed a few of them at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Even without the Thundersnake gene reagent, with Luck Aura, it was not possible for these beasts to pose any threat to him. From his previous life until now, he had experienced too many near-death situations. Maybe I should forget that Luck Aura actually exists and try breaking through this way. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Go. Chen Feng planned to give it a try using his pure combat power alone. Whoosh! Wind blades were unleashed. Chen Feng started battling the mutated beast. Outside the illusionary world, Wang Yao frowned. Something seems to be wrong. She was aware of what kind of person her brother was. It was due to his weak willpower that she had decided to use this method to increase Wang Yue's level and willpower. Instead, this variable known as Chen Feng was the one possessing talent and willpower far surpassing her brother Wang Yue. However, in the life and death domain, the signs of breakthrough had actually appeared on Wang Yue first. It appeared on that idiotic brother of her. Bang, bang. The battle was progressing. Wang Yue was involved in an extremely bitter battle. He was aware that this was something that his sister had fought for him. However, possibly due to Chen Feng's existence, he had started to be harsh on himself. Not wanting to lose out to Chen Feng, he started putting everything he had on the line to battle the mutated beasts, constantly pushing himself forward. Wang Yue's bottleneck was tottering. A breakthrough might happen any time. On the other hand, there were no signs of a breakthrough on Chen Feng. Weird? Wang Yao muttered. Have I looked too highly upon you? A tinge of doubt flickered in Wang Yao's eyes. However, she failed to guess that the reason for Chen Feng not breaking through was not due to his willpower being not firm enough. Instead, it was due to his willpower being too firm, in the illusion. The desperate battle that was supposed to happen did not appear. Slowly, Chen Feng started to gain the upper hand. In midair, several tens of wind blades hovered. Unexpectedly, none of them had dispersed. Along with Chen Feng's continuous release, the amount of wind blades increased constantly. Under the control of his spiritual energy, they hovered around him. It was akin to a dance of wind blades. Even if the E-class mutated beast was stronger than Chen Feng, it couldn't get near him at all. The strength of this mutated beast was not bad at all. With the strength attribute nearing 300 points, it was extremely terrifying. However, so what? Due to it being dull, its movements were somewhat clumsy. Chen Feng could easily evade the beast. Under his control, the amount of wind blades hovering around him increased. He was sure that when the amount of wind blades exceeded 100, he only need to launch all of them onto this mutated beast and it would probably be enough to heavily injure it. Crisis? Where was the crisis? Chen Feng's head ached as he felt troubled. In this situation, he felt quite helpless. He was aware that this illusion was a good opportunity for him to break through. However, it really failed to give him even the slightest bit of pressure. Furthermore, he was too rational, to the point where he was aware that everything in front of him was an illusion, regardless of how real it seemed. He was so rational that he was aware that he could defeat this E-class mutated beast with his power alone without even using his luck value. Seems like I won't be able to break through. Chen Feng sighed. Too weak. This life and death domain was in essence something specially prepared to serve Wang Yu. If the mutated beasts in the illusion were too powerful, it could lead to Wang Yu's death. Hence, after being purified by Wang Yao, it was weakened to a certain extent, which led to this domain being incapable of satisfying Chen Feng's requirements. Surpassing his limit in the midst of crisis and danger, he did not even feel any sense of crisis. How the heck was he supposed to break through? Howl. The mutated beast tried to advance. Chen Feng casually chose several tens of wind blades among those hovering around him and tossed them out. With this alone, he had successfully forced the mutated beast to retreat. The wind blades curved perfectly before returning to him and continued hovering around him. I will just pretend this is a wind blade practice. Chen Feng could only comfort himself this way. In actuality, he was already very satisfied. He originally came to return Wang Yao's favor of saving his life. He did not expect to have the opportunity to ride along Wang Yu's benefit and have his spirit attribute increased to 100 points. This could be classified as an unexpected gain. Now, he only needed to wait for the illusion to end, and he could return home and start producing the strongest gene. At this thought, he became even more half-hearted when battling the beast. At the same time, the aura of Wang Yu was slowly transforming. 52, Chapter 52, You All Must Have Gone Insane. Chapter 52, You All Must Have Gone Insane. Translator, Lemast and Editor, Tenish, You Are Almost There? A faint smile curled on the corner of Wang Yao's lips. Seems like this brother of mine is not some hopeless trash after all. There is a reason, after all, for the Wang family to prioritize on nurturing him. As for Chen Feng, you can't even grasp this opportunity? Wang Yao shook her head, feeling somewhat regretful. Due to the incident at Dragon's Passing Mountain, she had looked highly upon Chen Feng. Hence, she dragged Chen Feng into the life and death domain as well. Unexpectedly, a crisp sound. A bizarre sound spread from the distance. There's someone else here? Wang Yao looked at the Chen Feng and Wang Yao that were still in the illusion and frowned. This was a somewhat bad turn of events. In order to maintain the illusion, she could not act on anyone else. Otherwise, thump thump. Sounds of chaotic footsteps could be heard. A group of people appeared without trying to conceal themselves. When they saw Wang Yao, both sides blinked. It's you? Wang Yao remembered. Wu Fan, a classmate of her brother's. She had seen him before at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Wang Yao? Wu Fan's expression changed slightly. How would he come across Wang Yao at this time? As he turned around and looked at the Chen Feng and Wang Yue that were in an illusion, he understood. You are helping them to break through? Leave. Wang Yao glanced at them coldly and did not say anything else. You know her? Cheng Hu looked at Wu Fan, who was in fear. Someone from the Wang family. Wu Fan said in a low voice, let's go. Subconsciously, he wanted to leave with his group immediately. He originally came because he thought that there were some treasures here due to the mysterious appearance of this place. He did not expect to meet these people here. How unlucky. However, somewhat exceeding his expectations, Cheng Hu did not listen to him. Instead, he was staring at Wang Yao greedily. She is someone from the Wang family? Cheng Hu suddenly asked. You must have gone insane. Wu Fan was trembling with fear. This woman's strength is extremely terrifying. Why should we be afraid of a brat? Cheng Hu sneered. Terrifying? Does a mere F-class warrior like you know what true terror is? She must have quite a lot of treasures on her, right? Cheng Hu licked his dry lips and said greedily, no matter how strong she is, what's the point? In her current state, she can't budge at all. Otherwise, those two fellows will definitely be crippled. As long as we don't act too excessively, she will definitely not make her move. How can we let go of such a good opportunity? Wu Fan retreated in fear. You are insane. Robbing Wang Yao? How ignorant was this guy? However, Cheng Hu's words reminded him of something. According to what his family had told him, the Wang family put a lot of hope on Wang Yue. They had even prepared a certain formidable E-class gene reagent for him. Since he was currently trying to break through, that gene reagent might be on his body? If he were to obtain that thing for himself, the one who rose in power abruptly would not be Wang Yue but him instead. As for Wang Yao, she wouldn't dare to kill in the town, right? There was a saying that a benefit of 300% would tempt a person to ignore the law. Now, if this information he'd gotten was true, after robbing Wang Ye, the benefit would be 10,000%. Wang Yao could not move. Was there any better opportunity than this? No. As for the Wu family, they can go fuck themselves. Who cares? If the Wu family was willing to nurture him, would he still need to hire someone to help him increase his attributes? At worst, he only needed to rob the thing he wanted before fleeing. When he became stronger, he could return again. That's right. That gene reagent, Wu Fan was thoroughly tempted. Under the temptation of a huge benefit, he was under the impression that he had everything planned out. However, the current him that was still a student was too naive. He was not aware of the significance of the power demonstrated by Wang Yao at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Hand over everything on you. Wu Fan opened his mouth as he looked at Wang Yao. We won't hurt anyone, hence you don't have to give up on the both of them to fight against us. We only want your things and won't hurt anyone. A cold expression appeared on Wang Yao's tiny face. You are courting death. We only want your things. Wu Fan clenched his teeth. If you continue hesitating, don't blame us for being rough. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Cheng Hu sneered. Just rob them directly. Don't act recklessly. Zhang Ling pulled him back. She could see that something seemed wrong with that little girl. Wu Fan might be right. If someone got hurt and the little girl makes her move without caring about everything else, we might really die here. Is that true? Cheng Hu stared at Wang Yao for a while before nodding his head in fear of the consequences. Hand over your stuff. Otherwise, I will kill this kid first. Cheng Hu pointed at Wang Yue, a malevolent expression on his face. He'd had enough of these young masters. Today, he shall rob this wealthy family. Don't drag this on, Cheng Hu sneered. Otherwise, I will remove one of his arms first. Wang Yao looked at them coldly before finally agreeing. I'll give you what you want. Zhang Ling, you go. Cheng Hu told Zhang Ling to go over. Zhang Ling took small, quick steps and walked over before she started taking out the things from the little bag on Wang Yao's waist. As she looked at Wang Yao's indifferent gaze, her whole body started sweating, not daring to stay an extra second there. Within the small bag, everyone was stunned as they looked at the reagents inside. This little girl was actually carrying so many things on her. Furthermore, most of them were invaluable reagents. Now we're rich. Cheng Hu and the rest were speechless. The few of them started dividing the loot, not noticing the cold glint hidden within Wang Yao's eyes. Was she a person one could rob so easily? She had decided that as soon as Wang Yue and Chen Feng woke, she would let them suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time, Wu Fan walked forward as well and pulled the things off Wang Yue directly. Currently, the aura of Wang Yue was changing constantly. Evidently, he was near a breakthrough. Leave quickly, he is almost done breaking through. Wu Fan was excited as he looked at the reagent in his hands. Let's search that person as well. Changhu pointed at Chen Feng and said, leave immediately after getting his stuff. Faster. Wu Fan was somewhat impatient. What good things could Chen Feng have? He was a mere poor peasant. However, beyond everyone's expectations, the instant that person touched Chen Feng's closed eyes opened abruptly and sent the person flying away with a kick. Who is it? Chen Feng shouted coldly. He had awoken. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. He had actually woken himself before the illusion ended? How was that possible? The so-called final limit breakthrough in the life and death domain was basically one getting ravaged and pressured by a powerful final boss, forcing one to break through. Even if one were killed in the illusion, one would be resurrected. Now, he had actually awoken? Wang Yao was astonished. Presently, Chen Feng was coldly staring at the group that appeared before him. The moment someone touched him, he instantly unleashed all his collected wind blades and killed that mutated beast before directly returning to reality. This was due to him constantly maintaining a high vigilance. He was not only on guard against his enemies, he was also on guard against Wang Yao and Wang Ye. Even if he now somewhat understood the type of person Wang Yao was, he would not entrust his life to others, especially under the circumstances where Wang Ye was also there. Hence, he was prepared. He did not expect that the ones messing around were actually these people before him. As he looked at the things in Wu Fan and Chenghu's hands, he understood what had happened. You all actually dare to rob us? Chen Feng was stupefied. This was truly his first reaction. Unexpectedly, there was someone. Who dared to rob Wang Yao? They must have gone insane. His thoughts were reinforced when he looked at Wu Fan. Now, he was sure that this child was hopeless. Even if the incident where Wang Yao saved him before was not taken into consideration, just based on Wang Yao's strength that was capable of fighting against their headmaster, was she someone a student like Wu Fan could act against? This child was totally courting disaster. You actually woke up? Wu Fan felt something amiss and called out to Chenghu, let's leave quickly. Why should we leave? Chenghu said in disdain, if we don't kill this kid and instead give him the chance to notify the Wang family, can we still leave? But Wu Fan hesitated. Chen Feng had saved his life after all. However, soon his expression became vicious. Even if he saved him, so what? For this gene reagent to become an expert in the future, Chen Feng had to die. 53, Chapter 53, Gene Virus, Chapter 53, Gene Virus Translator, Lemostin Editor, 10ish End. This quickly. Chenghu ordered. 3 E-class genetic warriors charged against Chen Feng. 3 E-class against 1 F-class? This was an unfair battle. Whoosh, the 3 of them charged against Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely sneered. He recalled that when he was with Xu Fei's group previously, he assumed the identity of a beginner gene producer. This pitiful child had probably never seen the methods he had at his disposal, right? This time, let me educate you a little, Chen Feng muttered. Come accept your death. Zhongling's main attribute was agility. With her fast speed, she was the first to reach Chen Feng. Her speed was the fastest, while her attack was also the most violent. When fighting against low-level producers like Chen Feng, she would normally insta-kill them. Whoosh! A cold glint flickered. Against everyone's expectations, at this instant, Chen Feng started unleashing his power. Go! Chen Feng pointed. Whoosh! A succession of wind blades was released from his hand. 10 combo release. Be careful. Chenghu cried out in alarm. Zhongling, who was already in front of Chen Feng, did not even have enough time to mount her defense. She could only watch with her eyes wide open as one wind blade after another landed on her body, carving one deep scar after another on her body. One of those scars was carved on her neck as blood splattered out of it. Dead. Zhongling was killed just like that. The fragrance diminished and the jade perished. 1. Everyone else was shocked. An E-class warrior was killed just like that? It was outside of everyone's expectations. Wu Fan was dumbstruck. He did not dare to believe that the Chen Feng that had only relied on his gene reagents could actually be so terrifying now. Next. A cold smile curled on Chen Feng's mouth. 100 points of spiritual energy. This feels awesome. With his spiritual energy rising rapidly from 32 points to 100 points, his combat power had also increased exponentially. The might of his unlimited wind blades had also reached a shocking level. If it was an intermediate-level E-class warrior, he might be scared to provoke them. However, a few E-class warriors that were obviously on the weaker end of the class, what the heck were they to Chen Feng? Ling Er 2. With an indignant roar, another person from Chenghu's team charged toward Chen Feng. Go. Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. His chain attacks were instantly unleashed. Do you think that I, your father, am scared of you? That person bellowed. Bang. Lumps of azure-colored ice crystals condensed on his right hand as he viciously smashed against the wind blades in midair. At this moment, a terrifying power was released from the momentum of his attack. 2-star secret art, Ice Fist. Bang, bang. 10 wind blades were instantly destroyed as that person's malevolent expression appeared. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, do you think you would have been capable of killing Linger? A mere F-class, let I, your father, help you repay this debt with your blood. Be careful, Xuanhuan cried out in alarm. What? That person abruptly turned around before he horrifyingly found that, at an unknown time, the few wind blades that killed Zhongling earlier had not dispersed. Instead, they curved and were turning back. Every single one of those wind blades was moving at a horrifying speed, rushing toward him from behind. Damn it, he hastily turned around to block the attacks. Bang! Another punch was launched. Ice crystals splattered around. He had finally shattered the wind blades. However, the same moment when he turned around to face the wind blades behind him, another 10 wind blades were released from Chen Feng's hand, piercing through him alive. You! He stared at Chen Feng with an inconceivable expression on his face. 10 wind blades, followed by another 10 of them, and followed by another 10 of them? What cursed ability was this? Hee hee. Chen Feng merely smiled faintly before looking toward Xuanhuan. So it seems that you're the only one left? Xuanhu's expression was unsightly. Producer? What fucking producer was this? Did your family's producer possess such powerful combat power, killing 1 person per second? In a short 2 seconds, his 2 companions, one with agility reaching 300 points and the other with strength reaching 260 points, both E-class warriors, were gone just like that. Dying at the hands of an F-class? How was that possible? Who the heck are you? Xuanhuan bellowed in fear. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Chen Feng, a beginner producer, Xuanhuan bellowed. I refuse to believe that I can't kill you today. As long as I kill you, everything here belongs to me. Even if there's Wang family and Wu family, I, your father, only needs to leave Gold City. I do not fear you lot. Ka. Xuanhu's body started swelling while his skin started turning into gold color, resembling a Vajrapani 3, wanting to kill me. Come, Xuanhuan bellowed. Bang. Chen Feng's wind blades descended upon him. However, no injuries whatsoever were inflicted. Instead, only shallow white-colored scars were left on him. Haha. Only this much power? Xuanhuan laughed wildly. My physique is at 450 points. With my genetic ability, I am unkillable. Even if you are peak F-class, your spirit is only at 100 points. No matter how powerful your genetic ability is, you won't be able to break through my defense. Is that so? Chen Feng merely sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A succession of wind blades were condensed without stop in Chen Feng's hands as the wind blades floated around him, forming a dance of wind blades, akin to leaves falling from a tree, spinning unceasingly. Dang, dang! Several wind blades descended, yet no injuries were left on Xuanhu's body. It was not only due to Xuanhu's valiant physique, it was also largely due to Xuanhu's genetic ability. What can you do to me? Xuanhuan said in disdain. Is that so? Chen Feng smiled faintly. That's quite a powerful ability you have there. How long can you maintain its activation? Xuanhu's expression changed slightly. Trying to provoke me into anger so that I will put my life on the line against you now? Hehe, there's no rush. I'm not in a rush to leave anyway. Let me think. Imagine the scene when the duration of your genetic ability ends, or when Wang Yu finally wakes up. Chen Feng smiled. What a beautiful scene. Damn it, Xuanhu's expression was unsightly. His provocations failed to work. How were the students nowadays so sly? It was as Chen Feng said. Chen Feng could afford to drag it out. He, on the other hand, could not afford it. You are the one who forced me to do this. Xuanhuan inhaled deeply. Originally, I wasn't willing to use this move. Xuanhuan suddenly consumed some kind of liquid, raised his head upward, and started hissing. At this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The sky turned dark. The sunny and cloudless sky turned a blood-red color. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky as a terrifying aura was emitted from Xuanhu's body. This was definitely not an aura a normal E-class warrior possessed. Blood moon? Wang Yao's expression became solemn. Blood moon? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It's a type of genetic virus. Wang Yao's tiny face was grave. In a human's body, there is boundless potential. This virus works by crushing one's genes forcefully and increases one's power by a wide margin for a short period of time. Ultimately, it might bring forth side effects such as one's attributes decreasing permanently, losing one's genetic ability, etc. Of course, there's also a possibility that one would only lose some unimportant genes. Chen Feng was shocked. Such a reagent actually exists? Yes. However, gene viruses like these are all prohibited items. Wang Yao reminded Chen Feng, this thing is very powerful and extremely terrifying. It is something that the use of is banned. I don't know how this guy got his hands on one. You have to be careful. Virus? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. During the virus's activation, he had tried attacking Xuanhuan. However, there was no effect on him. Every wind blades could only leave behind shallow white scars on his body. If he wanted to put an end to him, he needed to wait until the duration of Xuanhu's genetic ability ended. At this time, Xuanhu had recovered from the bizarre state he was in a moment ago. Are you surprised? Xuanhu laughed nastily with sunken eyes. Bang! A gush of power rumbled in his body. What a perfect power, Xuanhu mumbled. After using this item, even if you win the fight, you will be crippled, Chen Feng said indifferently. So what? Xuanhu grinned. After killing you, I will escape with all the things here. Who can control me? With these things, in the future, even if I stop cultivating, I will still be able to rule a small area. You think I can't do anything to you? Hee, naive. From this moment, this is my domain, Xuanhu laughed wildly. Is that so? Chen Feng sneered. Let's give it a try then. The gold light on Xuanhu's body faded. As he completed his transformation, his Vajraprani genetic ability had quietly disappeared. Now, a cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. All the wind blades congregated beside Chen Feng. A dance of gales. Bang! All the wind blades swarmed Xuanhu. The near 100 wind blades that Chen Feng was controlling were unleashed at this instant. Azure-colored blades filled the skies as they swarmed Xuanhu, appearing extremely terrifying. He believed that regardless of how powerful Xuanhu's defense was, after receiving the concentrated attacks of so many wind blades on the same spot, he would be injured. However, Xuanhu merely smiled malevolently. Break for me. Bang! Xuanhu made his move. An astonishing power blossomed from Xuanhu's hands. Bang! He punched out slowly, yet the effect was earth-shattering. Bang! Loud sound. All the wind blades were instantly crushed. The near 100 azure-colored blades that appeared so imposing with its quantity so high they engulfed the heavens and earth were gone just like that. Xuanhu sneered. Too weak. In the sky, the blood moon shone brightly. Chen Feng could distinctly feel that the space around Xuanhu was warping. Was it due to the power of the blood moon being too powerful, hence the power overflowed from his body? Chen Feng stared at the sky. He was looking for a weak point. Regardless of how powerful the power of the blood moon was, it was impossible for it to affect this world. It could only affect the few of them here and this small area. This blood-red world might even be a false appearance brought forth by the formidable power of the blood moon. That blood moon in the sky was certainly fake as well. How should he solve this? Chen Feng gazed at the blood moon. However, Xuanhu did not give Chen Feng an opportunity to think. After smashing Chen Feng's wind blades with his punch, he looked at Chen Feng with a malevolent expression on his face as his killing intent leaked. I told you, this is my domain. Now, go and die for me. Whoosh! Xuanhu showed his savageness immediately. Footnotes. 1. The fragrance diminished and the jade perished, an expression commonly used to describe the death of a beauty. 2. Is a term of endearment commonly used by the Chinese. In this case, for Zhang Ling, she was also known as Ling by those close to her. 3. Vajraprani. Please refer for clearer picture. https://1mani/1mon1mon search.google.com search.q Vajrapani and source lean M on ch54. Chapter 54, Virus Killer. Chapter 54, Virus Killer. Translator, Limostan editor Tenish Bang. A dreadful power condensed in Xuanhu's hands. A power far exceeding E-class emerged. It wasn't any weaker than the power of Dragon 1 or Dragon 2 that Chen Feng had met previously. At this moment, the condensed power was being aimed toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Wang Yao's expression changed slightly. Wang Yue's breakthrough was still in progress, hence she was unable to interrupt the battle. Bang! A dazzling white radiance erupted. It's over. Wang Yao sighed. For an unknown reason, an indescribable sense of loss had surfaced in her heart. This variable is going to disappear. She muttered inwardly and subconsciously looked toward the spot Chen Feng was at. However, she found with surprise that Chen Feng was still standing there, firm and upright. Chen Feng was still alive? Wang Yao's tiny mouth was left hanging as she was somewhat shocked. Chen Feng was really alive. He stood there calmly without a trace of emotion on his face. In front of him, the Xuanhu that was supposed to decimate Chen Feng with a punch was instead kneeling in front of him. A deep crater had appeared on the ground due to Xuanhu's punch. What happened? No one knew. Even Wang Yao, who was always able to see through everything, was somewhat muddle-headed. How is this possible? Xuanhu growled, unable to accept this. Hee. A smile curled on the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He bent over and whispered in Xuanhu's ear. Is it unexpected? Is it surprising? I will kill you, Xuanhu bellowed. A terrifying power emerged once again, yet he couldn't move anymore. His legs had been broken. His hands had been crippled. It was completely out of his expectations that the genes that were first destroyed by the gene virus would actually be the genes in his hands and legs, crippling him as a result. As a physique-type warrior, when the genes in his hands and legs ruptured, he would be no different than a cripple. How could it? Xuanhu collapsed emotionally. Wasn't it said that the probability of this happening was very low? Wasn't it said that although the genetic degeneration was in accordance to the situation, however, due to the existence of high gene attributes and gene abilities that make up of 99% of the genes within one's body, even if the genes were to degenerate, it would start from those genes. Even if it was not those genes, why would it start from his hands and legs instead of others? Why? Xuanhu could not understand. You won't understand. A smile curled on the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. When he was made aware that the gene virus was a gene reagent whose usage was akin to gambling, he knew that Xuanhuan would no longer stand up. Let's end this. Chen Feng raised his hand. Whoosh! A wind blade flickered. Xuanhuan was killed. Chen Feng patted the dust off his clothes and looked at the only remaining person, Wu Fan. Then, it's your turn? Chen Feng smiled. Don't kill me. Wu Fan was in a panic. The current Chen Feng in his eyes was akin to a demon, killing 2 genetic warriors instantly. Even Xuanhuan, whose combat power had increased widely due to the consumption of the genetic virus, wasn't his opponent. How could he be Chen Feng's opponent? He was only a student. It was my mistake. Wu Fan spoke incoherently. I only planned to rob the items before escaping. I never planned to kill anyone. You can't kill me as well. If you want my stuff, I will give it all to you. However much money you want, I will be able to give it to you. Chen Feng, was the IQ of Gold City High School students so low? Chen Feng shook his head. If his brain was really working properly, how would he dare to rob Wang Yao? Chen Feng slowly raised his hand. I'm someone from the Wu family. My cousin, he is very strong. My other cousin, she is very powerful too. It will be very troublesome for you if you kill me. I'm telling you the truth. You dislike trouble, right? Wu Fan was emotionally collapsing as he looked at Chen Feng, who was gradually nearing him. Don't kill me. Really, don't kill me. I know I am in the wrong. You can't kill me. Our Wu family is very powerful. Chen Feng, you are only an ordinary person. There is no need for you to be our Wu family's enemy, right? I will pay you, all right? Hee. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. Just end this. He waved his hand calmly. Whoosh. A wind blade flickered. Blood splattered. Chen Feng's expression was terrifyingly calm. What could he expect from one who could even act against the one who had saved his life? He was sure that if he let Wu Fan off, what followed would be the real trouble. Chen Feng clapped as he looked at the sky. The blood-red skies had disappeared. Everything had ended. For you to kill Wu Fan like this, aren't you afraid of the Wu family? Curiosity flashed in Wang Yao's eyes. Wu Fan? A confused expression appeared on Chen Feng's face. Who's that, Feng? Wang Yao laughed to the point where her quick-witted eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, looking extremely alluring. I have a question for you as well. Chen Feng suddenly asked, if they were reckless enough to try to make a move on you. Wang Yao skewed her head as she thought before regretfully saying, I suppose the Wang family will have to support Wang Yao's living for the rest of his life then. Haha. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Wang Yao indeed. She'd rather Wang Yao become a cripple so that she could kill those people. It was now sure that this Wang Yao was definitely not an ordinary person. Although she treated Wang Yue kindly, Chen Feng could not see a trace of warmth in her eyes. That feeling was very bizarre. Wang Yao, who was she actually? They were obviously siblings, obviously. Chen Feng concluded that with her there was definitely a huge secret. However, who didn't have a secret? Chen Feng grinned. After a long time, the aura around Wang Yue started trembling. A formidable power abruptly emerged as the illusion shattered at this moment. Wang Yue returned. Bang! The purple globe shattered. Haha, I really broke through. Wang Yue was in ecstasy. When he turned around and saw how Chen Feng had already awoken, he instantly understood what happened. You didn't manage to break through your limit, right? He sensed the aura on Chen Feng's body. He was still in F-class indeed. Hee. Wang Yue was feeling proud of himself. Even if you caught up to me in spirit attribute, so what? The one who broke through and stepped into E-class first is still me, as long as I successfully fuse with that gene. Bang! Wang Yao sent him flying with a kick. Sister, Wang Yue felt wronged. His performance this time was obviously better than Chen Feng's. Why did she hit him? Wang Yao looked at the scene in front of them and said indifferently, Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Only now did Wang Ye notice the mess in front of them and the few corpses there and knew that something might have happened earlier. Let's go. Wang Yao did not explain. Wang Yao was stupefied. He had exhausted a huge amount of spiritual energy earlier. Taking this opportunity, he recovered his spiritual energy. Beside of the frigid pond, he picked up a weird item. It's the metal. Chen Feng casually grabbed it as he walked past. This was something on the huge turtle's body. Duma, Chen Feng pondered. Was that the name of the huge turtle, or was it? He shook his head. He wasn't bothered and kept that item for himself. He rested there for a short while and waited for his mental state to recover before Wang Yao brought them back to Green Hill Forest Camp. Goodbye. Since he had returned the favor from yesterday, Chen Feng did not want to have anything else to do with them. Wait, Wang Yao said suddenly. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. What is it? Wang Yao wrinkled her delicate nose and pondered for a bit before saying, Follow me. As she said that, she brought Chen Feng out. Sister? Wang Yu had a stupid expression on his face. He was the one who had broken through to reach E-class. Why was his sister's attitude toward Chen Feng so weird? Had something happened when he was breaking through earlier? Wang Yu was immensely confused. Currently, outside the camp, Wang Yao scanned their surroundings with her spiritual energy. After confirming that there were no others around, she looked at Chen Feng and a smiling expression appeared in her eyes. I was originally uncertain. However, from your performance today, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What is it? The sea dragon blood essence. You have it, right? Wang Yao said suddenly. Chen Feng's heart leaped fiercely. 55, Chapter 55, Who are you? Chapter 55, Who are you? Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. What did you say? Chen Feng's heart leaped. However, no trace of nervousness was exposed on his face. Instead, he looked at Wang Yao with a surprised expression and said, How is that possible? Back then, I didn't even enter the sea. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Wang Yao was not surprised. If that thing is really on you, then you need to be careful. That thing's worth is far surpassing your imagination. Those people will not let anyone off during their investigations. My guess is that everyone that was on Dragon's Passing Mountain back then has been investigated in the dark. Furthermore, even if you have it, can you really use it? Wang Yao raised her head and looked at Chen Feng as she said solemnly, How many years do you need before you can actually use a blood essence at that level? 5 years? 10 years? 20 years? With your current strength, if you were to sell it, no matter who you sell it to, there will be a possibility of you getting killed to keep this a secret. Hence, if you hand the blood essence to me, I can promise to do you 3 unconditional favors. 3 favors. Chen Feng was tempted. He had only started his training for a short period of time. However, how many dangers had he met? Regardless of the Long family at Dragon's Passing Mountain or the mutant at the Green Hill Forest, these dangers were all unexpected incidents. Even if he wanted to avoid those dangers, he wouldn't be able to. He was able to deal with most incidents he encountered. However, for certain unforeseen dangers, a strong backer was required to face them. Wang Yao would be a good candidate as his backer. 3 favors from her was equivalent to 3 lives. This was a viable exchange. Furthermore, what Wang Yao said was true. Would he be able to put the sea dragon blood essence to use? It was simply something that might drag him into danger if he were to keep it. Trouble could come knocking at any time. However, Chen Feng sank into deep contemplation. Currently, what worried him the most was not Wang Yao. Instead, it was Wang Ye. His relationship with Wang Ye was bad. He did not expect it to improve in the future either. In the end, Wang Yue was still Wang Yao's brother. This was his main worry. However, he was not worried that Wang Yao was one of those that would act recklessly. Otherwise, in order to get revenge for her brother, she could have destroyed Chen Feng anytime she wanted. And now, Wang Yao suspected that he had the sea dragon blood essence in his hands. If she was a person who would reach her goal by any means, she would have already captured Chen Feng and started force-reading his memory. Such occurrences were very common in this era. With Chen Feng's strength, would he be able to resist? No. However, Wang Yao did not do so. Her suggestion of exchanging the blood essence with 3 favors from her was a gesture out of respect. Chen Feng did not know why was he getting this favorable treatment from her. He also wasn't sure if she was actually plotting something or not. You are worried about Wang Yue and the Wang family? Wang Yao suddenly said. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and kept silent. If that's the case, you don't have to worry, Wang Yao said indifferently. The Wang family and I are 2 different entities. If it wasn't for my relationship with Wang Yue, those people from the Wang family would not even be qualified to carry my shoes. Chen Feng's heart leaped. You and Wang Yue can settle your grudges among yourselves. Wang Yao glanced at Chen Feng with an indifferent expression. As for the Wang family, since I say that I will do you 3 favors, regardless of saving or taking lives, this naturally, Wang Yao paused, smiling sweetly as she emitted an astonishing killing intent, includes those from Wang family. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Wang family included, he was aware that this little girl would not lie to him. There was also no need for her to do so. When talking about the Wang family, the killing intent flickering in the little girl's eyes was truly astonishing. This proved that, if he really wanted Wang Yao to kill someone from the Wang family, she would really do it. If so, this was scary indeed. Was this little girl really someone from the Wang family? Wait, if she was really someone from the Wang family, she should be the one they put their main efforts into nurturing, right? Why was Wang Yu the one chosen instead? Furthermore, she was clearly Wang Yu's elder sister. This made things even weirder. Wang Yao, who are you exactly? Originally, I wouldn't have done all this. Suddenly, Wang Yao said softly, These things I do for Wang Ye will be the last help I give him as his sister. If he remains stubborn and refuses to change and insists on staying in the Wang family, his future, Wang Yao stopped here. However, what Chen Feng heard was enough to shake him to his core. Wang family, Wang Yao, the relationship between the 2 of them was indeed not simple. Why are you telling me this? Chen Feng suddenly asked. After keeping this a secret for all this time, I feel tired. A trace of bewilderment flickered in her pair of quick-witted eyes before they quickly became pure again. She said indifferently, Besides that, would you give me the sea dragon blood essence without my assurance? Chen Feng looked at her calmly. Wang Yao raised her head and looked into Chen Feng's eyes as well. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt that this cold and arrogant little girl with terrifying strength had a different side to her. From her eyes, myriad worlds could be seen. After a long time, Chen Feng sighed. You are sure that it is in my hands? Intuition. Wang Yao winked naughtily. Chen Feng surrendered. You win. May we cooperate happily? Wang Yao extended her hand indifferently. Chen Feng shook her hands, feeling the jade-like warmth in his hands. At the camp, Wang Yao was bored as he had been waiting for quite a while. Sister. As Wang Yao and Chen Feng returned, Wang Yao hastily stepped forth. You return first. Wang Yao waved her hands. I still have something to do with Chen Feng. Wang Yue was stupefied. What was this? Was he dumped again? Looking at his sister and Chen Feng who were leaving, he started to have a bad feeling. Damn it, looking at how things were developing, Chen Feng wouldn't become his brother-in-law, right? Shit. Just imagining the scene shocked him to no end. No, it won't be. Wang Yue mumbled. His sister was his idol. How would she fall for trash like Chen Feng? They must have some proper business. Yes, they must. In fact, Chen Feng and Wang Yao really had proper business to do. At the vicinity of the destroyed dragon's passing mountain on the shore, when Chen Feng walked out of a shrub after getting the sea dragon blood essence he had buried under the sand, Wang Yao was speechless. So, you took this sea dragon's blood essence right under our eyes? Wang Yao rubbed her tiny face. Cough, cough. Chen Feng coughed. What could Wang Yao say? How brave of him. But he succeeded. To be honest, if not for her getting him to help with removing restrictions this time, she most probably wouldn't have discovered the problem. Even toward the end, she merely suspected him. This Chen Feng was not simple indeed. Both of them did not stop there for long. After a short while, Wang Yao brought Chen Feng and left the place. Not long after they left, a powerful spiritual energy swept through this area. It stopped here for a long time and disappeared quietly after not finding anything. Weird, I seem to have felt something there. Have I sensed wrongly? Late at night, Chen Feng returned to the rented house at Gold City. Wang Yao left after dropping him off at the urban district. Chen Feng returned alone, yet he was unprecedentedly relieved. With the sea dragon blood essence gone, the pressure on his heart was also lifted. After getting his hands on this item, he had constantly been worried. He did not have any concealing methods. Hence, he was scared of getting found out by some bizarre ability and was constantly worried that something would happen. Luckily, those people did not seem to possess these bizarre methods. Furthermore, regardless of the incident where he was picked up by Wang Yao or the frigid pond's trip, during both incidents, Chen Feng kept feeling like he owed her something, and he was feeling very uncomfortable due to this. Now, since he had exchanged a blood essence he was not able to use in the first place for Wang Yao's favor, getting 3 extra lives, he felt like this choice of his was extremely profitable. At the very least, with this, he earned the right to talk to her on equal grounds. Am I too much of a male chauvinist? Chen Feng smiled mockingly. For unknown reasons, even if his strength was still too weak, he did not want his status to appear too lowly in front of this young lady. I can't think too much. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Currently, the most important thing for him was to increase his level. This encounter with the mutant and the frigid pond trip brought Chen Feng's attributes to a whole new level. His overall strength had even reached a new pinnacle. Gene attributes: strength, 50 agility, 50 physique, 50 spirit, 100 current condition, endurance, 50-50. Every 1 point of physique increases the maximum endurance by 1 point spiritual energy. 100d100. Every 1 point of spirit increases the maximum spiritual energy by 1 point. D finally, 100 points. Chen Feng was shaking from excitement. His attribute was finally sufficient for his usage. Based on his previous calculations, in order to modify the gold ant gene into the strongest gene, he required around 90 points of spiritual energy and a large amount of luck value. I can probably start trying to surpass the limit. However, I need time in order to break through the limit. Even if I reach E-class, there won't be that much of an improvement. I don't need to be in a rush. What's important is for me to produce this strongest gene first. Chen Feng analyzed in silence. His current target was to produce the strongest gene. Opening the experiment kit, he took out the remaining gold ant blood essence from the sealed preservative safe box. He immediately felt somewhat helpless. Some green fur had started growing on the blood essence. It degenerated. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Gold ant blood essence only had a shelf life of 3 days. Out of the 3 sets of blood essence and materials he had prepared for gold ant gene production, he produced 1 successfully, failed to produce the second, and kept the last set of materials away since he did not have the time to produce it. He wanted to try out the effects on the blood essence when it was sealed away. Out of his expectations, only after 2 days, this set of blood essence had been spoiled. However, a formula with a high star rating was different from those low-level formulas. For these high star rating formulas, the blood essence was only a small part of the materials. The largest portion of the materials was the incubator liquid used during the gene incubation step. Seems like I can only put this on hold, Chen Feng pondered. Not only had his gold ant blood essence spoiled, even his luck values had a low amount of 3 points remaining. During his previous attempt, the first 2 steps had used up 15 points of luck values. The amount of luck value required for the final step where he prepared the incubator liquid for gene fusion was still unknown. I need to prepare at least 40 points of luck value. Chen Feng made up his mind. Even though he might not need so much luck, it was still for the best if he prepared amply. Since that was the case, he could make use of the 2 days' time he had during his luck value recovery to prepare the materials required for his production. Since he didn't have many funds remaining, he could only prepare the materials. Seems like I have to stake it all on this one last chance. Chen Feng was full of fighting spirit. 56 Chapter 56 Strongest F-Class Gene. Chapter 56 Strongest F-Class Gene. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. 2 days later, within his rented house at Gold City, Chen Feng was still busy preparing the materials. Although he was cooped up in his home these 2 days, he still managed to collect some news, such as the students involved in the Dragon's Passing Mountain incident having organized an investigation group in order to get their recommendation letter from the school. Each of them started to get involved in the investigations. Luckily, halfway through their investigations, the school told them to stop it. Chen Feng guessed that the headmaster had probably found out that the item was in Wang Yao's hands. Hence, he could only grudgingly stop the investigation. It seemed that his choice to hand over the item to Wang Yao was a wise choice, Chen Feng was sure. In the end, it's still my strength that is too weak, Chen Feng mumbled. If he was as powerful as Wang Yao, would he still need to worry that bad things would befall him simply because he possessed valuable items? Become stronger. I must become stronger. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. Since he had now prepared all the required materials and recovered 40 points of luck value, he could finally get started with the gene production that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The strongest gene, he had been really looking forward to it. This would be the first step he took on his path to become stronger. Bang! Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. As he had previous experience in this time, he was very well practiced when going through the steps. First step, gene search. With his eyes closed, Chen Feng completed it easily. 5 points of luck values used. Second step, allowing all the collected genes to react with each other. With luck aura fully activated, Chen Feng rapidly grabbed with his hands and completed the gene reaction in an orderly fashion. 10 points of luck values used. Third step, gene fusion. At this point, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. The previous steps were something he had performed before. This third step, on the other hand, was something he was attempting for the first time. Rise. All the materials hovered. Chen Feng did not dare to open his eyes in fear of getting disturbed. Both the gene and incubator liquid he was working with were something unfamiliar to him. He had to mix a liquid capable of reproducing the gene using the materials he had on hand. Water, materials, common incubator liquid, all the materials started fermenting under the control of Chen Feng's spiritual energy. Due to him sealing his 5 senses, Chen Feng was completely unaware of the dosage of the materials he used for this process. The amount of materials, concentration, ratio, everything was handed over to luck aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His luck value started dropping rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Chen Feng's expression was solemn. D. In the room, on a certain device, a red light was flickering. That was a video recording device. Chen Feng was unable to record what happened in the digitized mode. However, in this last step, it was imperative that he recorded the materials used and steps taken during the preparation of the incubator liquid. While Chen Feng was constantly progressing, the recorder was faithfully recording everything down. All the materials used, the sequence taken, situations that might arise from the reaction, and the ratio he used during mixture of the solutions were clearly recorded. Third step, complete. Luck value used, 10 points. The next time he produced this gene, he would be able to complete this step in advance. Then, what was left was to reproduce the gene in the incubator liquid. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled deeply. This strongest gene was finally near completion. The gene blended quietly into the incubator liquid and started rapidly reproducing and multiplying. Chen Feng fully activated his luck aura and controlled the tempo of the fusion. He would not allow any mistake to happen in this final step. 1 point, 2 points, he calculated inwardly. When the luck value finally stopped dropping, Chen Feng knew that the production of this improved F-Class 5-star formula had completed its final step. The strongest gene, completed. I succeeded, Chen Feng was excited. Before his eyes, a gold-colored liquid appeared, radiating with rays of light swirling around it. Carefully, Chen Feng sealed it into a reagent bottle. Activating the gene scanner, brand new data appeared on his screen. Gene name, mutated gold ant, gene type, special gene function, 1 point spiritual energy increase, limitation, only usable for F-class genetic warriors, gene introduction, with savage desert ant's blood essence as the core, forming a special gene reagent by refining the blood essence with all sorts of valuable materials. It mutated. Chen Feng almost jumped from excitement when he saw the word mutated. It really mutated. Formula improvement successful. This mutated gene that was impossible to appear had finally appeared. Haha. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. After exhausting 30 points of luck value, he had finally succeeded. His delight was not only due to the success of this formula. Instead, it was the significance of this success. This success signified that Chen Feng would be able to start digging out all those undiscovered mystical formulas. There were endless possibilities for any formula. Too powerful. Chen Feng was excited. However, before his excitement even faded, the expression on his face froze as he saw the function of this formula. 1 point? A 1-point spiritual energy increase? He thought he had seen it wrongly and proceeded to take a clear look at it a few times. It was indeed 1 point. How is that possible? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. A 1-point attribute increase for a mutated 5-star formula? Even a normal 5-star formula was able to increase at least 20 points of spiritual energy. As a formula that was a rare existence among the 5-star formulas, how could it increase a mere 1 point? An F-class genetic warrior could only use it once. Furthermore, this reagent only increased the spiritual energy by 1 point. Chen Feng started losing confidence. A term suddenly floated through his head: reversed mutation. A mutation did not signify something good all the time. Most of the times, a mutation represented improvement. However, at times, situations where the mutation was a weaker version of the original would arise. These mutations were called reversed mutations. However, the probability for a reversed mutation to appear was very small, to the point that it was negligible. Now, it had appeared. It reversed from 20 points to 1 point. Chen Feng felt like killing himself. He calculated the costs for this production in detail. He had used 30 points of luck value and around 200,000 yuan for the materials. This was simply a net loss. This was the so-called strongest gene produced by the luck aura. Chen Feng's heart ached. Shaking his head, Chen Feng was preparing to put this reagent away before he froze. This was because, after comparing its description with the description of the original gene reagent, he noticed that there were slight differences in the two descriptions. Mutated gold ant gene, 1 point spiritual energy increase. Gold ant gene, triggering the potential in one's body, permanently increased one's spiritual energy by 20 points, 1 point, Chen Feng pondered. Apart from this, with astonishment, Chen Feng found that on the gold ant gene, it was written that a F-class genetic warrior could only use it once. However, for the mutated gene, it became only usable for F-class genetic warriors. Only able to use once disappeared. Chen Feng frowned. Could this mutated gene have unlimited usage? However, it's still useless, right? Who would be willing to spend 150,000 to increase 1 point of an attribute? Do they have brain damage? Did this mean that a trash formula had arisen from his improvement? Chen Feng did not know whether he should laugh or cry. However, Chen Feng kept feeling like he had missed out on something important. 1 point attribute, increase. Staring at the information on the mutated gold ant formula, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. After a long time, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that previously, the body's original owner had read an ancient book that seemed to have an introduction on something similar. That was an ancient book restoration event organized by the Gene Production Association. As the most outstanding student recommended by the school, Chen Feng went to help with this event. He remembered that in one of the books, there seemed to be an introduction on something similar. According to the Gene Production Association's introduction, that was something extinct. What was written on it, Chen Feng was sure that the body's original owner had read it. However, it was too far in the past. Let me think about it. Chen Feng concentrated and started to look back at this piece of memory. The memories of the body's original owner were like a movie for him. Along with his constant contemplation and his non-stop search, this vague memory finally became distinct. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw it. Increase, a different splendor was emitted from Chen Feng's eyes. So it's like this. This is the true worth of this formula. The term increase existed in a lot of places. However, if that term appeared on a reagent giving a permanent increase coupled with the situation where the term exhausting one's gene potential was not there, then you had struck jackpot. What did this mean? One would be able to increase one's attribute without exhausting one's gene potential. In actuality, the process of increasing one's attribute was a process of using other genes within one's body to trigger the gene potential within one's body and give a small increase to one's attribute. Hence, regardless of the reagents, they could only be used once. Regardless of the reagents, they would not be able to break through the limit. But now, triggering the potential? No, there was no need at all to trigger the potential. It would be able to grant a 1 point increase in attribute regardless of whether one had any potential or not. Fusing with a certain hidden yet mystical gene in the gold ant gene, it would be able to help one take one's final step and surpass one's limit. This was the true worth of this formula. Forceful breakthrough, something incomparable. 57. Chapter 57, Sales Event. Chapter 57, Sales Event. Translator, Lemoston Editor. Tenish mutated 5-star formula. Chen Feng was excited. He was convinced that he had hit the jackpot this time. This mutated gold ant gene would definitely sell for an extremely high price. He would be able to make a profit off the 30 points of luck value and the near 200,000 yuan he had spent. Naturally, this cost was not fixed. For example, he had spent 10 points of luck values in order to prepare the incubator liquid. However, the next time he produced it, he could simply follow the steps he recorded using his recorder earlier. He would be able to save around 10 points of luck value in his subsequent productions. In other words, the basic cost for mutated gold ant gene production was 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck value. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Feng decided to sell it after deciding on a suitable price for it. He had never thought of using it himself. Since he was able to produce it, he did not need to be afraid of anything. Furthermore, without a F-class formula, what was the point in him breaking through now? If he were to consume it right now in order to break through, he would be truly broke. He wouldn't even have the funds for subsequent productions. By selling it, he would be able to purchase the materials and continue his production. This would be the healthy cycle for him to continue his production and advance himself. How much should I sell it for? Chen Feng pondered. This was a reagent that had never appeared in history. Despite the difficulty level of breaking through F-class not being high, F-class being the bottom tier among genetic warriors, and there being various methods to surpass one's limit, Chen Feng's mutated gold ant gene was definitely the fastest method available. Chen Feng decided, let's start with 1 million yuan and see how it goes. Let's assign it for sale on the virtual community. Chen Feng entered the virtual community with excitement and reached the wind pavilion as usual. Just as he was about to put the reagent up for sale, he stopped. A bucket of cold water had been poured on the boiling hot blood of his. That was because he had finally remembered a crucial point, the service charge. The service charge for assigning an item for sale at a shop was 5%. In the past, for that 1 million yuan mutated lumber bear gene, he was forced to pay 50,000 yuan as a service charge. Just to expose Professor Dao, he paid such an amount. It didn't end there. Subsequently, in order to get the Wind Pavilion's owner to release the transaction records, he paid another service charge of 50,000 yuan. He did not blame Windchanter for that. It was, after all, a business transaction. However, what about his future sale of the mutated gold ant gene? At the price of a 50,000 yuan service charge for each gene, 10 of them would cost him 500,000 yuan, and 20 of them would cost him a staggering amount of 1 million yuan. Just the picture of that alone pained Chen Feng immensely. As he looked at the service charge worth 50,000 yuan on the information display window, he hesitated for a long time and was still not able to tap on the confirmation button. At this moment, a light silhouette flickered and Windchanter, the owner of the Wind Pavilion, appeared. Chen Feng? Windchanter smiled and said, "You are here to assign stuff for sale again?" Chen Feng nodded slightly. Thank you for your care. Windchanter was smiling widely. The level 1 shops at the virtual community are organizing a sales event. Due to the genes you assigned, the sales figure of my shop has far surpassed that moronic King Kong opposite me. With this, I will be able to get a satisfying reward. There is such a thing? Chen Feng was astonished. Seemed like there were competitions everywhere. Haha, not only that, both King Kong and I are from the same school. We are currently engaged in an internship competition. Although I'm not really bothered about this, for me to be able to surpass him, I still need to thank you for your help, Windchanter calmly said. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why not return that 50,000 yuan to me then? That won't do. Windchanter proudly said that 50,000 yuan was the payment for my release of the customer's name list. It is money I earned, haha. However, to thank you for your help, when the event ends in a few days, I can sell the rewarded formula to you at a discount. Chen Feng's paused his steps. Formula? Yeah. Windchanter had not realized what was happening currently and boasted proudly. In order to attract more consumers, the monthly sales activity organized by the virtual community will reward those who place in the top 100. The higher one's rank is, the better the reward is. This time, I will be able to get a 3-star combat formula. Formula. Chen Feng was tempted. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Are such events frequently held by the virtual community? Naturally. Windchanter nodded. It's the same concept as the sales promotions at those supermarkets. By organizing more events, the sales figures will increase. It's basically a monthly event. Furthermore, the virtual community will get 1% of every single sale. With the increase of sales figures, the money they earn will increase as well. So it's like this, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. Oh, right. What do you come to sell this time? Windchanter said with a beaming smile on his face. He was still hoping that Chen Feng would give him a push forward. Nothing. Chen Feng walked away after waving his hand. Windchanter was confused. As he saw that there was no assignment from Chen Feng at all in his shop, he had a baffled expression on his face. Why would he come if not here to sell? Currently, Chen Feng had returned to reality and started pondering on this problem. After all this time, he had found out that things like 4-star formulas and 5-star formulas were something that might only appear during events, competitions, or certain entrusted missions. Under normal circumstances, even if someone wanted to purchase one, they would not be able to. As for him, these high-star formulas were the exact things he required. Regardless of pushing his star rating or for formula improvement, it was something he needed. For the him that possessed luck aura, training using 1-star formulas and 5-star formulas would not have too much of a difference in time spent. Since that was the case, why not start with a high difficulty formula and increase his production level? Hence, he needed formulas with high star ratings. It was unreliable to wait for entrusted missions. Furthermore, a lot of those missions were too dangerous. It was not something he wished to get involved in. Then, he could only get the formulas through competitions and events. This monthly sales event organized by the gene shops was just nice for Chen Feng. Not only this. Regardless of during the Professor Dao incident or the high service charge, both had caused Chen Feng to make up his mind that opening his own shop was the most cost-effective method, reaping multiple gains with a single effort. He looked at the time and found that there was still 1 week left in this month. There was no hope for this month's event. However, there were still 2 more months before the rookie competition. Within this period of time, he might be able to earn some event rewards. Even if those were not rare formulas, they were still good as a source of extra income. His requirements were really not high. Feasible. Chen Feng made up his mind to open a shop. However, before that, there was still a big problem. He took a look at his bank account before sighing. Too poor. In order to produce the mutated gold ant gene, he had exhausted all his savings and had nothing left. Maybe I should sell some genes first? He still had some mutated lumberbear genes in his possession. However, apart from its research value, it wasn't worth much. At the most, he could sell it at 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. As for selling the mutated gold ant gene, just the 50,000 yuan service charge alone was enough to cause him immense pain. Chen Feng calculated. 1 million yuan was required to purchase a small shop at the virtual community. A tax rate of 1% was something acceptable for him. However, the premise for all this was that he needed to have 1 million yuan. It's the age-old question of whether the egg or the chicken comes first. Chen Feng sighed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, things like loans were very common. There should be something similar here, right? At this thought, Chen Feng started searching for it online. After he gained some understanding, he frowned slightly. After giving it a thought, he decided to ask Mu Yuan about it. Is there anything? Mu Yuan seemed to be busy at the moment. 58 Chapter 58, Taking Loans Due to Poverty Chapter 58, Taking Loans Due to Poverty Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh, you are busy over there? Chen Feng could see that Mu Yuan looked exhausted. Nothing much. Mu Yuan was helpless. Didn't I reach E-class earlier? Recently, I was planning to fuse an E-class gene. With the fusion, my gene production level would definitely increase greatly. Who knows, I might even have a chance to try my luck at the rookie competition. Mu Yuan was getting excited as he said this. Fusion gene reagent, Chen Feng pondered. After he was done with his plans, he would most probably need to start breaking through to E-class. With the mutated gold ant gene, he was not worried about surpassing his limit. However, his choice of E-class gene was extremely important. What ability do you plan to fuse with? Chen Feng asked. Quick eyes. Mu Yuan was excited. It enables one to greatly improve their eyesight. During the gene fusion stage of gene production, it also helps one obtain the balance required during fusion. According to the Gene Production Association statistics, gene producers with quick eyes have a success rate during the fusion stage that is higher than others by 30%. So powerful? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Was it a combination of gene production and gene ability? That's right. Mu Yuan was excited. At F-class, I fused with a special gene that helps one to increase one's production level. When I'm done with my E-class fusion, I will be even more powerful. If my luck is good and I am able to master the secret art of the combination of both genes, my production level will definitely not be any weaker than anyone else's. 2-star secret art. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Although other gene producers did not possess luck aura, they all possessed powerful supportive gene abilities. The opponents he would encounter during the rookie competition would not be simple. Oh yeah, why were you looking for me? Mu Yuan, the chatterbox, could never stop once he got going. Only now did he recall that there must have been a reason for Chen Feng looking for him. Chen Feng nodded his head. Recently, I require some funds. Hence, I wanted to ask if I can take out a loan with my identity as a producer. I'm looking for a legalized loan. I can even upload my certifications for it. However, I don't need those that require one to upload their naked picture or their videos. I checked. They do not accept pictures or videos of males. Picture? Video? Damn, was this a porno? Mu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did he recall that Chen Feng was a rookie at gene production. As he thought of this, he was speechless. This rookie had first stepped on Professor Dao before subsequently going on to produce the Thundersnake gene reagent. How should Mu Yuan as a senior feel? Too vexing. Yes, there are, Mu Yuan said helplessly. The Gene Production Association is very generous with this. Anyone can take a loan. The quota for the loan would be decided based on their contributions to the Gene Production Association, their production level, their reputation, etc. Wait, let me take a look. It's here. Mu Yuan demonstrated for Chen Feng. You only need to tap here. When you are done with your application, the system will verify your information and immediately send the funds over to you. Whoosh. On the screen, Mu Yuan's production qualifications allowed him to take out a loan amounting to 600,000 yuan. Let me tell you, here, Mu Yuan finally felt like he managed to regain a certain amount of dignity for himself. An ordinary gene producer only has a quota of 100,000 yuan. Every star rating increase will increase one's loan quota by 10,000 yuan. Only a senior like me, with a production level of 50 stars, can get a higher loan amount. Of course, you don't have to lose your heart over this. If you really have an emergency, I can help you to take out a loan. Let me take a look. Chen Feng started following the instructions Mu Yuan gave him. Whoosh! A loan application page appeared. Let me take a look at your... Mu Yuan helped Chen Feng, however. When he saw Chen Feng's loan quota, his expression froze. What's up? Chen Feng took a look and was stunned as well. 1 million yuan. His loan quota was 1 million yuan. How was this possible? Mu Yuan opened his eyes wide. A senior like him with a 50-star rating only had a quota of 600,000 yuan. How was it possible for a rookie like Chen Feng to have a quota of 1 million yuan? This, Mu Yuan was stupefied. At this moment, Chen Feng recalled something. This should be due to the mutated lumber bear gene incident. Earlier, someone from the genetic union looked for me for registration. Mu Yuan's cheeks were streaming with tears. Only now did he recall that Chen Feng had managed to find the third mutation. Hence, he had contributed greatly to the research of genes. It was only rightful that the Gene Production Association increased his loan quota. Why did I need to show off in front of this guy? Mu Yuan mumbled before he disappeared and ended the call. Chen Feng was somewhat helpless. Had he hurt the feelings of his old friend just now? However, as he looked at his 1 million yuan quota, he was excited. After filling out the application form, the loan arrived quickly. 1 million yuan in hand. Time to buy a shop. Chen Feng was burning with enthusiasm. With the purchase of a gene shop, the flow of his funds would soon be smooth. He only needed to sell a few mutated gold ant genes, and he would be able to regain his cost of 1 million yuan. After reaching the virtual community, Chen Feng submitted his personal information to apply for a shop. The virtual community did not take long to complete the verification. After all, most of the time, the staff in charge would only give the application a glance before approving it. Quickly, at a certain corner at the virtual community, a new shop appeared. Chen Feng reached the entrance of his shop. It was a small shop, sized at 9 square meters. Within, there were only 10 glass shelves for displaying good. Currently, the shop's signboard had changed into a pure white sheet, waiting for Chen Feng to design his own signboard. Chen Feng walked into the shop. A screen was hovering mid-air, clearly waiting for Chen Feng to operate it. Shop name. A bright idea flashed in Chen Feng's mind and he inserted the words, TheStrongestGene. Regardless of the genes and the type of genes, as long as it was something he produced, it would definitely be the strongest gene. Nowadays, it was hard for a shop to be well known. There were too many similar products in the market. Hence, Chen Feng's signboard would be The Strongest Gene. After deciding on the name, the shop officially opened. Ding, The Strongest Gene started operating. The system detected that your shop qualifies to join the monthly sales ranking event. Please confirm if you want to join? Yes, Chen Feng confirmed without hesitation. Ding, registration successful. Your current monthly sales figure is at 0 yuan and your ranking is number 32,012. There's actually over 30,000 participants, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. There were really way too many level 1 shops here in the virtual community. However, Chen Feng was sure that a vast majority of these level 1 shops were only here to fill the numbers. The true participants were only around 1,000 or 2,000 shops. Naturally, these were all unimportant to him. He was only aiming for top 100. Since even Winchanter could enter it, it shouldn't be too hard for him. As for the topmost rankings, Chen Feng glanced at them and noted that their sales had already reached a figure of over 10 million. He would not be able to compete at all. A 3-star formula. Let's treat it as extra income. Chen Feng was indifferent. Let's assign it for sale first. Chen Feng assigned his own gene in the shop. Mutated gold ant gene, 1 million yuan. As for lumber bear gene, battle, Chen Feng thought for a while before deciding to assign it for sale at 99,999 yuan. He only had 2 left. He set such a high price in order to attract the attention of others. After all, within the whole virtual community, only his shop had lumber bear gene, battle for sale. Only by attracting attention to his shop would there be traffic at his shop. After he was done, he went offline. As far as he was concerned, joining the monthly event was only for him to earn some extra income. He was not too bothered about it. His main focus was still improving himself. To be more accurate, it was to focus on increasing his spiritual energy. When he was producing the mutated gold ant gene yesterday, he noticed that the feeling when one possessed 100 points of spiritual energy was totally different compared to 32 points of spiritual energy. The feeling was extremely good, to the point where he felt himself floating. After the increase in his spiritual energy, Chen Feng's production speed had increased by 5-fold. Spiritual energy was the crux for his improvement. A high spiritual energy enabled him to have better production skills, master a formula faster, and have a higher success rate. My current spiritual energy is 100 points. If I were to break through, Chen Feng pondered. Breaking through was not an issue for him. With the mutated gold ant gene, as long as he had sufficient funds, he would be able to break through any time he wanted. However, after breaking through, what E-class gene should he fuse with? Since he did not intend to fuse with a supportive gene, was there any ability out there that would match his wind blade? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. He was really too lacking in his knowledge about this. This body's original owner had planned to walk the path of a pure producer. Since Chen Feng did not intend to fuse with a supportive gene, the knowledge regarding this was something he needed to learn himself. Only by gaining more understanding would he avoid making the wrong choice. Seems like, these next few days, I need to start stuffing myself with some knowledge regarding gene fusion reagents. Chen Feng rubbed his head. There were too many things that he wanted to learn. After leaving the virtual community, Chen Feng focused all his attention on studying. However, he did not realize that the 2 genes that he assigned for sale had given rise to huge waves in the whole virtual community. 59, Chapter 59, The Bloody Case Caused by a Mutated Gene. Chapter 59, The Bloody Case Caused by a Mutated Gene. Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish. At the business district of the virtual community, at any given time, there would be someone searching for Lumberbear Gene. However, surprisingly, when they now searched for Lumberbear Gene, a new gene appeared. Lumberbear Gene, Battle. What is this? A lot of them were confused before finally finding out that this was the 3rd mutation of the Lumberbear Gene, which had been a hot topic recently. The price and its attributes were still the same as when it had first appeared. It's still $99.99? Is this guy crazy? Yeah. A combat gene with these attributes and genetic ability would only be worth around 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. He has the guts to sell it at 99,999? I heard that he managed to sell it at 99.99 a few times previously. That might be the reason he thought that this is the market value. Some people started sneering. Laughable. That was due to the research value this item possessed when it first appeared. Countless people were sneering. Some of those who found the Lumberbear Gene were curious and entered Chen Feng's shop. When they reached his shop, they were all stunned by the boastful name on the signboard. The strongest gene? Among the same type of genes, only those in his shop were the strongest? Damn, this confidence. Even those Grandmaster producers don't dare to say these words, right? He became so conceited after producing a mutated Lumberbear Gene by fluke. Hee hee. Everyone sneered while they started looking at the other gene in the shop. The next instant, everyone was astonished to find that there was a 5-star gene in this shop. It's a 5-star gene, gold ant gene. It's a mutated gene. Those with good eyesight noticed the word mutated immediately. Mutated 5-star? Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. No wonder this guy was so conceited. He was able to produce a mutated 5-star gene even when he was a mere rookie. However, soon, the crowd started noticing that something was not right with this mutated gene. At a glance, it appeared incredible. However, when they started to study it in detail, this amount of attribute increase is somewhat low, right? Some of them asked instinctively. As everyone took another look at it, they agreed. As a magnificent 5-star gene, why was the increased spiritual energy a mere 1 point? As they checked online, they were instantly amused. It's actually a reversed mutation. A normal gene is able to give a 20-point increase, while this mutated gene is only able to give a 1-point increase. This gene reversed into its mother's womb instead? 666666661? This is almost akin to a gene returning to its roots, right? Everyone enjoyed gossiping. With such a level, he dares to call his shop the strongest gene? Soon, one after another, threads regarding the strongest gene started appearing at the learning forum. Threads discussing this terrifying reversed mutation appeared along with it as well. All this triggered a hot discussion on the forum. Due to the words reversed mutation being written on the thread titles, the producers on the forum took that as the truth. None of them doubted it. Chen Feng was once again a hot topic. Furthermore, some even created a slogan for him, the strongest reversed gene, reversing into its grandmother's womb. Countless people from the learning forum went to the virtual community to witness this legendary gold ant gene that managed to reverse into its grandmother's womb. Along with their visit, they also left their message on the message board in the shop to express their reverence. Chen Feng had now become a hot topic. The strongest gene had now become a hot topic as well. It's just that the direction Chen Feng and his shop took on their path to popularity was somewhat peculiar. Naturally, along with this, the previous incident was resurrected and Professor Tao once again became a hot topic and known to everyone. In the courtyard of a certain house, Professor Tao was looking at the crowd that was whispering while pointing at him from a distance with an ugly expression on his face. With great difficulty, the previous incident had finally calmed down. Finally, he dared to once again step out his house. For some reason, today, that topic was once again resurrected. He only went out to buy some food yet was met with endless contempt. The only thing lacking was someone openly pointing at him and scolding him. Only after he returned home did he found out that damnable guy was stirring trouble once again. Why? Professor Tao was seething with fury. Why would things be related to him whenever this Chen Feng stirred up trouble? What's with all those people referring to him as a person that became well known after exposing Professor Tao? Feck that shit. He suddenly felt alarmed. Could it be that in the future, whenever this Chen Feng started stirring up trouble, regardless of whether it's something good or bad, he would be dragged out to become a punching bag? After pondering it, Professor Tao decided that it was very probable. This won't do. This definitely won't do. Professor Tao muttered and contacted his son immediately. Little Jun, that guy's identity was exposed. He opened a shop at the virtual community. I know. Tao Li Jun sighed. Before he opened his shop, my man had tailed him for several days. However, they never found an opportunity to act. This guy maintained high alert all the time. I'm afraid assassination will not be a reliable method to deal with him. Then just employ other methods, Professor Dao said viciously. I want him to disappear. I don't want to hear any news regarding him, regardless of whether it is bad news or good news. Don't worry, father. A cold glint flickered in Dao Lijun's eyes. I know what to do. Deal with it as soon as possible. Only now did Professor Tao start trying to conceal the fact that he was currently quite agitated. For his whole life he had enjoyed the public's respect. However, after he was exposed, it felt worse than dying. If he had known about this earlier, he would not have dared to make his move against Chen Feng no matter what. Hopefully this will end soon, Professor Tao muttered. It will, Tao Lijun said coldly. Late at night, a huge online army appeared in the learning forum and started using all sorts of ways to discredit Chen Feng. From talking about his nature to talking about his behaviors, all sorts of methods were employed. This is only the beginning, Tao Lijun said with a grudging look in his eyes. Chen Feng, this time, I need you to disappear for real. Since assassinating him was unreliable, he did not plan to continue the assassination plan. If Chen Feng were to obediently become a normal producer and stop stirring any trouble, he really had no way to deal with Chen Feng. However, for Chen Feng to open a shop, that was akin to courting death. Even later that night. Within the Wang family's house at Gold City, a youth was training under the moonlight. Under the control of his spiritual energy, those tree leaves quietly spun around him before being neatly arranged on the stone. It has been a year? The youth sighed. His name was Wang Chun, 19 years old, a first-year university student. He was once the genius of the Wang family. He was able to reach 40 points of spiritual energy during high school before proceeding with gene strengthening and rapidly reached the peak of F class at 100 points. However, what happened next was him being permanently stuck there. He brandished his wrist and an illusory book hovered above his hand. The blue radiance was flickering, appearing incomparably exquisite. Was what I did for you the correct choice? Wang Chun mumbled. When he was at the F class, he fused with a mystical yet powerful legendary gene. If this ability's power was fully unleashed, it would have the potential to become a 7-star secret art. However, the main disadvantage of this genetic ability was that it would cause one's breakthrough difficulty to increase by multiple times. He was too confident, to the point that he did not care about it at all, and thus he was stuck at this point for a whole year. Those that previously followed him, those that previously looked highly upon him, they had all disappeared. The resources of the whole Wang family were concentrated on his cousin instead. Suddenly, he felt that a gaze had landed upon him. Wang Chun instinctively glanced at the direction he felt the gaze from. Distantly, in the aisle, a silhouette flashed past. After glancing at him, the silhouette pretended to not see him and left calmly. It was him. Wang Chun clenched his fists. That was his cousin, Wang Yue. He had recently finished his high school examinations as a top scorer. He was also the current young genius of the Wang family. He had just returned from a ruins exploration yesterday. Along with the resources provided by the family, he had solidified his rank at E-class. Wang Chun had been thoroughly surpassed. Wang Chun smiled mockingly. Do I want to stay here forever? Returning to his room, Wang Chun looked at his savings silently. Entering the virtual community, he started to search for genes at the business district. He started looking through the genes one by one. However, all that followed was him shaking his head after each gene he looked at. He seemed to remember that a legendary gene reagent capable of breaking through one's limit existed. However, those genes were something so rare that one could discover by luck. They were not something one would be able to seek out. A legend was a legend after all. He had been looking for it for over a month. However, it was nowhere to be found. He was only here to casually look for it. As he walked along the street of the virtual community, he paused his steps. There, he saw the entrance of a small gene shop with a group of people scattered around. Even at this hour, this shop was still so crowded. Wang Chun was somewhat astonished. It was currently 1 a.m. in the morning. Instinctively, he glanced at the shop name, TheStrongestGene, and with it he saw the boastful description that came with the shop name. Immediately, his heart was shaken. Only the genes produced by him were the strongest? Wang Chun was agitated. As he entered the shop, he spotted a gold-colored liquid right away. It was a mutated 5-star gene reagent with a simple use of a 1-point attribute increase. 1 point? Wang Chun was stupefied. Reversed mutation? Was this really a reversed mutation? Wang Chun was somewhat disappointed. However, he had been crazily looking up information regarding limit-surpassing reagents and had come upon some legends. Due to that, currently, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Would this 1 point help with his limit breakthrough? Increase, 1 point. Wang Chun's heart trembled. The more he thought of it, the more likely it seemed. These genes never appeared before. What if it was bogus reagent? 1 million was at stake here, however. What if it was genuine? Wang Chun bit his tongue to clear his muddled head. Buy! It had to be bought. He knew that his chance had appeared. Even if the probability was only 1 in 100,000, he had to give it a try. He looked at the balance in his bank account before taking a look at the price stated below, that gene reagent, and deciding to borrow some money. Even if there was only a tiny chance of it succeeding, he had to try, for his future. As Wang Chun left within the shop, the crowd was still amidst their chattering and discussions. The crowd was laughing as they discussed, as if the act of condemning Chen Feng would make them look better. One night passed quietly. Footnotes 16666666666, a Chinese online slang, an expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay, something similar to GG. 60 Chapter 60, Gaining Publicity. From Hype Chapter 60, Gaining Publicity from Hype Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish. In the early morning of the next day, the incident involving Chen Feng had somewhat calmed down. The mutated lumberbear gene and Professor Dao's name were the reason for the strongest gene becoming a hot topic. Since Chen Feng had now been badly discredited, the public naturally lost their interest in him. However, out of everyone's expectations, at this very moment, explosive news appeared. The mutated gold ant gene was sold, the staggering price of 1 million yuan. Everyone that heard this news was stupefied. How is that possible? The public was speechless. Someone would actually buy that trash gene? Was that a rumor? A lot of people believed that it was a rumor and went to the strongest gene. There, they saw the word sold out below the gold ant gene's display. It was really sold. This stunned everyone. A big crowd was around the entrance of the strongest gene. They were all there in order to take a look at this mutated gold ant gene. As a result from this, the sub-district the shop was located at enjoyed an unprecedented amount of traffic. Are there truly people out there that would buy this kind of trash gene? A lot of people couldn't believe this. At the learning forum, the people that were busy discrediting Chen Feng had suddenly paused. Just now, they had been busy saying how it was impossible for this gene to be sold. But now, suddenly, someone said, maybe Chen Feng bought it himself? Everyone shivered and instantly felt enlightened. It was probable. That was totally the truth. Apart from himself, who would buy this trash gene? The public condemned him. True, even a gene reagent capable of increasing one's spiritual energy by 20 points is only priced at several $100,000. He dares to sell this gene that only increased one's spiritual energy by 1 point at 1 million? As long one's brain works, one would not buy this gene. If that's the case, it really was Chen Feng that bought his own gene. Of course, what is his goal for doing so then? Apart from wasting money, it seems to be pointless? Goal? Heh. What else could his goal be? It's marketing. Since his shop is newly opened, he has to do some marketing for it. But the only difference is others will use sales event as marketing while Chen Feng chose this peculiar method as his marketing tool. Oh yeah, I heard he joined the monthly sales event? Everyone suddenly felt enlightened. Monthly sales event? Could it be? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Damn, he was totally creating fake sales volume to increase his rankings in the monthly event. Was this guy crazy? Granted, there were people who tried doing something similar as him in the past to obtain better rankings in the event. However, they all did it quietly in fear of getting found out, affecting their reputation and trust as a result. This Chen Feng, on the other hand, was absolutely unrestrained. The virtual community only charged them 1% of their sales. In other words, one only needed to waste 10,000 yuan for the service charges to create a sales volume of 1 million yuan. For the event reward, doing this sort of thing, why not? Where's his dignity? Damn it, this works, this, everyone was stupefied. They never expect there would exist someone whose face was thick to such an extent. Creating a false sales volume was something frowned upon. Someone without a sense of shame would be unrivaled under the heavens. Some people started sneering. Since he doesn't even care about his reputation, what can you do? At this moment, Chen Feng was lazily getting out of his bed. As he saw that the mutated gold ant gene was sold, he cheerfully bought another large amount of materials and produced another mutated gold ant gene reagent. Seems like the public are capable of judging what a good product is after all. Chen Feng was immensely pleased. 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck values for a single mutated gold ant gene reagent. Totally worth it. After putting it up for sale, Chen Feng went and proceeded with his studies. In the shop, the crowd was stupefied as they looked at Chen Feng, who openly assigned a new mutated gold ant gene reagent for sale in front of them. He simply assigned it and left like this, in front of us? Everyone had a stupid expression on their face. Shouldn't he explain himself in such circumstances? Getting questioned by so many people, as long as you still care about your reputation, you should put forth an explanation, right? However, he did not. From the start, Chen Feng ignored them. Is this due to him not wanting to explain himself, or is this due to him not caring about our existence at all? The crowd was angry. They had never seen someone so unbridled before. Naturally, there were some who managed to notice something different from the rest. This gene seems like something used for... A person suddenly opened his mouth. However, as he was halfway through his sentence, he was grabbed by someone beside him who whispered, "What are you doing? Didn't you notice? This gene, I noticed." The person beside him was feeling hateful for his incompetence. Hence, quickly prepare money to buy it. You think you are the only one who noticed it? Why has nobody mentioned it? You really think everyone else is an idiot? Don't you know the concept of getting rich silently? Would you not believe me if I said that this gene would be sold very soon? So that was the case. That person gained a sudden realization. Amateurs were only there to enjoy the show, while experts were there to see the truth. A majority of those criticizing Chen Feng were those herds who were only there to take part in the fun. Would any of those who knew of the actual truth bother explaining to them? Due to these people, Chen Feng was once again a hot topic. Yesterday, Chen Feng became a hot topic due to the strongest reverse gene of his. Today, he became a hot topic due to his charm and personality. Having no sense of shame could be considered as a personality trait as well, right? The learning forum was filled with people lashing out against Chen Feng. All the producers declared that they felt ashamed on Chen Feng's behalf. There were even some who requested Chen Feng's name be removed from the Gene Production Association, etc. In a short few hours, Chen Feng's name was once again known throughout the virtual community. In the afternoon, as Chen Feng was immersed in his studies on producers' common knowledge, he suddenly received Mu Yuan's call. Chen Feng, what's with the mutated gold ant gene? What? Chen Feng was somewhat lost. Mu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained to him what had happened. Only now did Chen Feng know what happened. Those bunch of idiots actually believed that this was his trick? Truly, is this really what you did? Mu Yuan find it hard to believe that Chen Feng would do such thing. Chen Feng shook his head. Of course not. Mu Yuan was unable to understand. But that one-point attribute, Chen Feng shrugged, used for limit breakthrough. Limit breakthrough? Mu Yuan shivered. He was really shocked by Chen Feng. You were saying this item can be used for limit breakthrough during the final step when one is at 100 points? Naturally. Otherwise, why would I sell it at such an expensive price? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Damn. Mu Yuan swore continuously, yet he was still unable to regain his senses. He knew that Chen Feng was somewhat talented. However, he never expected Chen Feng to be talented to such an extent. This was limit breakthrough, a limit countless people were stuck at. A small gene reagent like this would be able to fix the problem? Mu Yuan swallowed his saliva as he suddenly felt that it was totally not expensive for this item to be priced at 1 million yuan. Wait, since it was limit breakthrough, why did nobody notice it? Even he did not manage to notice it. Honestly, if it wasn't for Chen Feng telling him, Mu Yuan suddenly understood. Inertial thinking. It's not that nobody guessed it. Rather, it was because nobody would think in this direction. That was because after all these years, no one had produced a limit-breaking reagent before. None. Even all those grandmasters and companies had failed. A mere rookie had succeeded. No one would believe that. Because of that, naturally, nobody thought about it. However, Chen Feng had really produced it. All right, you are impressive, Mu Yuan exclaimed. Do you need me to explain on your behalf? No. Chen Feng shook his head. It's quite good this way. Mu Yuan blanked. Ah, only when there's discussion would this remain a hot topic. Chen Feng smiled. Although I'm too lazy to create hype, since there's a ready-made hype surrounding my stuff, why waste it? Let them continue discrediting me. I'm not afraid anyway. Mu Yuan, this brother here seemed to know a lot about this aspect, no? I still think it's better to be more careful. Mu Yuan reminded him, you have, after all, joined the monthly sales event. My guess is that the event inspectors are starting to investigate you. Let them investigate then. Chen Feng was not bothered at all. I did not do anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of their investigation? At the same time, in the virtual community, as Mu Yuan had said, the event inspectors were investigating this incident. These days, due to the existence of bizarre and peculiar genetic abilities, it was almost impossible to cheat in front of the inspectors. Granted, since the inspectors possessed bizarre genetic abilities to detect fraud, there were also bizarre genetic abilities capable of committing fraud. However, how could a normal gene producer contend against the large virtual community? The inspectors of the virtual community possessed the strongest detection abilities. Nothing could hide from them. However, today, this group of inspectors reputed as a group capable of finding the truth out of everything suffered total defeat when investigating Chen Feng's incident. 61 Chapter 61, Ambitious Chapter 61, Ambitious Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. Is there any result from the investigations? The leader of the inspectors group, Li Dekong, inhaled deeply. No, all the inspectors were ashamed. No matter what genetic ability they utilized, the result would only point out that the purchase of this mutated gold ant gene reagent by that genetic warrior was a normal purchase. No issues were found with the purchase. How can this be? Li Dekong was starting to feel somewhat jittery. Unlike other incidents, this Chen Feng incident was something serious. Furthermore, the truth was quite apparent. As such, their superiors requested them to find the proofs and wrap this up as soon as possible. However, without proof, how could they wrap this up? All their investigations pointed to there being nothing wrong with this Chen Feng. Their team was comprised of 10 inspectors, each of them possessing some special detection abilities. However, all these abilities appeared quite useless in this incident. Could it be, there really are no problems? One of the inspectors whispered. Whoosh! Li Dekong glared at him. Between 20 points of spiritual energy and 1 point of spiritual energy, which would you buy? Furthermore, the difference in price is almost 5-fold. That inspector opened his mouth yet was not able to say anything. True. This was obviously something illogical, and this was also the reason they couldn't accept the fact that they couldn't find any proof. Today we received another 100 reports on this, another inspector said. I know. Li Dekong inhaled deeply and looked at the information regarding the strongest gene in front of him before viciously saying, "Investigate. Investigate was all your effort. I refuse to believe that there are absolutely no problems with him. Today, we shall work overtime. Without finding out anything about this guy, none of you are allowed to sleep. All right." Hence, the group of inspectors started their busy life of working overtime. Currently, the incident was still hotly discussed online. The discussions were centered around Chen Feng, his act of selling and buying his own item to create a false sales volume, and the monthly sales event. There were also no signs of these discussions stopping. Instead, the discussions were constantly gaining momentum. At the same time, some of the shop owners decided to get their friends and families to help create a fake sales volume, since nothing seemed to be happening to Chen Feng. However, they were all shut down by the inspectors that were seething in anger. Hence, the shop owners that were shut down started complaining online, saying that the event was unfair. How were the masses supposed to trust them this way, etc.? However, regardless of how much the public talked about this, the virtual community had not taken any action against Chen Feng. As such, this incident continued progressing, triggering more curiosity from the public to the point where some people started to suspect that Chen Feng was actually the illegitimate child of the virtual community's owner. Once again, Chen Feng became the trending topic. This time, it was due to his seemingly mysterious identity and background. The illegitimate child of the virtual community's owner? Chen Feng looked at these threads with a toying expression on his face. He suspected that these people did not use their brain when making up stories. If that was really his identity, was there a need for him to open a shop and create a fake sales volume? Naive. However, due to the publicity this incident brought him, the traffic of Chen Feng's shop reached a new pinnacle with his sales volume increasing rapidly once again. The second mutated gold ant gene reagent was sold at the same price of 1 million yuan. Chen Feng did not find this surprising. This item was definitely worth 1 million yuan. With so many people paying attention to it, all it required was for a single person to notice the true value of this item and the reagent would immediately sell. What surprised Chen Feng was that his mutated lumberbear gene had actually sold as well. Due to the publicity created by the public, he had managed to sell 2 of the mutated lumberbear genes despite their high price of 99,999 yen each. For the lumberbear gene that only cost several thousand yuan to produce, this was truly an extreme profit. No wonder those celebrities like publicity. Chen Feng could finally understand why the celebrities from his previous life would always create some controversy to gain some publicity for their upcoming movies or TV shows. At times, publicity was equivalent to profit. Up until now, Chen Feng's sales volume had reached 2 million yuan, entering the top 100 rankings of the monthly sales event. This speed of advancement was obviously extraordinary. Top 100? Chen Feng blanked. He originally joined the event for fun without expectations. After all, it was near the end of the event period anyway. However, as he looked at the numbers of the sales volume, the flame in Chen Feng's heart started blazing. This monthly sales event doesn't appear too difficult. As he thought about it, it seemed quite logical for the difficulty to be low. The participants were only some level 1 shops. A single level 1 shop had a maximum of 10 display shelves. Even if they were to sell combat genes here, how much could they earn? As for Chen Feng, a single sale of his could reach an amount of 1 million yuan. Who could compete with him? Chen Feng studied the information on the monthly event rankings. Number 100, 2 million sales volume. Number 30, 5 million sales volume. Number 3, 10 million sales volume. There was a big difference between them. However, Chen Feng calculated his earnings. Using 24 points of luck values every day, 20 of them for mutated gold ant gene production and the remaining 4 for mutated lumberbear gene production, his total sale would be 14 million. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to sell the mutated lumberbear gene. He could only depend on the recent publicity he gained to barely sell some of it. Otherwise, with the mutated lumberbear gene alone, he would be able to make a huge profit. 14 million per day. In 7 days, he would be making near 10 million. His distance from the guy at number 3 was so very near. Although his opponent had 7 days left as well, within these final 7 days, Chen Feng believed that the maximum his opponent could reach was 12 million. The difference wouldn't be too drastic. A difference of 2 million, Chen Feng's eyes were burning. Perhaps he could try reaching the top 3? Under normal circumstances, he naturally wouldn't bother. However, this sudden publicity he gained put him in an extremely beneficial position. Although everyone was discrediting him online, however, his shop had also been making crazy profits from this. This was a perfect opportunity for him, reaching the top 3 in 7 days. The reward for top 3 is actually rare 4-star formulas. Chen Feng was agitated. Since there was an opportunity for him to gain a rare formula, he would not waste the opportunity. If so, his next goal would be to reach top 3. However, based on his calculations, he might still lack around 2 million sales volume to reach top 3. How should he close this gap? Producing 2 extra mutated gold ant genes? Chen Feng pondered. He had saved up some luck value during the past few days. However, his luck value would be completely exhausted if he were to produce even 1 extra mutated gold ant gene. If he were to encounter some dangers at that time, things would get troublesome. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, he had to maintain at least 10 points of luck value at all times. Increasing the price, 1 million seemed to be the limit. It seemed like this incident had attracted too much attention. However, the virtual community had failed to find any means to punish Chen Feng. As such, they decided to set a limit for the price of F-class gene at a maximum price of 1 million yuan. This caused Chen Feng to feel immensely regretful as he was planning to increase the price. However, Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Since the gold ant gene could mutate, could the thundersnake gene mutate as well? Let's try. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. After preparing 10 sets of materials for the thundersnake gene, he entered his hyperdimensional mode. That's right, hyperdimensional mode. Chen Feng called this mode where he closed his eyes and fully activated his luck aura, the hyperdimensional mode. Bang! The lights before his eyes shattered before the familiar-looking genes appeared before him. Currently, due to Chen Feng sealing all his senses, he could not see nor feel the existences of these genes. He could only perform the gene search process under assistance of luck aura. Soon, gene search was completed, consuming 2 points of luck value in the process. 2 points, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. Continue. Second step, gene reaction. In his hyperdimensional mode, Chen Feng urged these genes to start reacting, and his luck value started declining rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, only when 6 points of luck were exhausted did the process stop. Third step, gene fusion. After his experience producing the mutated gold ant gene, Chen Feng was extremely well practiced with what he needed to do at this step. Once again, he used 10 points of luck value to prepare the incubator liquid. On the other hand, the gene duplication and fusion process did not exhaust too many of his luck value. Only 2 of them were exhausted before the final gene fusion was completed. Chen Feng sealed the liquid carefully. Whoosh, gene production complete. Successful? Chen Feng's emotions surged as he looked at the reagent filled with green and white-colored sparks. 62, Chapter 62, The True Thundersnake Gene. Chapter 62, The True Thundersnake Gene. Translator, Lemoston Editor, TheStrongestGene Scan. A ray of light started scanning the gene. Gene name, mutated thundersnake. Gene reagent, gene type, special gene function, triggering an explosion with spiritual energy, able to bring about a huge amount of destruction. Spiritual energy consumption, 20 points. Gene introduction, produced from Thundersnake's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within Thundersnake gene, turning it into a type of special gene reagent. It mutated. Chen Feng was excited. Indeed, Thundersnake gene had a concealed gene within as well. It was only that this concealed gene would only appear after modifying the materials and improving the formula. However, what was with this spiritual energy consumption of 20 points? Chen Feng was confused. He remembered that the spiritual energy consumption for normal mutated thundersnake genes were only 10 points. Why did it become 20 points after this new mutation? Reversed mutation? After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to go to the Green Hill Forest camp alone. This item was different from mutated gold ant gene, where only reading the descriptions would be sufficient for Chen Feng to figure out its value. As for the mutated thundersnake gene, why was the spiritual energy consumption increased by 1-fold? How much was the increase of its damage? He had to have an understanding about it himself. I will know after trying. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He did not dare to go too far away from the camp. In the distance, a peak F-class mutated beast appeared. Chen Feng's heart leaped as he quietly tossed the thundersnake gene reagent in his hands. Bang! Triggering the explosion with his spiritual energy, the reagent exploded midair. And then, it disappeared. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. Disappeared? Indeed, disappeared. The moment the thundersnake gene reagent was triggered, it changed into a ray of light and disappeared. Looking at his spiritual energy that had been reduced by 20 points, Chen Feng blanked. What happened? A normal thundersnake gene reagent would directly explode on the spot when triggered and envelope an area with a circumference of 3 to 5 meters around it with lightning. Why had it disappeared instead after mutation? However, right this moment, Chen Feng sensed something and abruptly raised his head. The sky started thundering. A huge snake-shaped lightning bolt descended and smashed on the spot where the reagent originally disappeared, killing the peak F-class mutated beast in a flash. The beast couldn't even scream before dying. This power, Chen Feng inhaled a cold breath of air. Thundersnake. This was the true Thundersnake. Compared to this, the normal Thundersnake gene reagents he used to use were like thunderworms instead of thundersnakes. Although the Thundersnake gene reagent had the power of an E-class attack, it was the power of a newly advanced E-class warrior. At times, it would be able to unleash an extremely formidable might. For example, when it was in the mysterious seawater previously. However, at times, it was also extremely weak. For example, when facing the mutant previously, the reagent failed to kill both the mutant and the Wind Fox leader. What if this new reagent was used? Chen Feng was sure that if the same thing were to happen again, the Wind Fox leader leaping on the mutant to take on the attack for him, the both of them would still die from the attack of the snake-shaped lightning. This thing, Chen Feng was bubbling with excitement. A one-fold increase in spiritual energy consumption, however, the increase in its might was extremely huge. Based on Chen Feng's initial estimations, the bring about a huge amount of destruction in the gene introduction was describing the E-class damage the reagent was capable of bringing. Previously, the normal reagent would bring about a damage equivalent to around 120 points of attributes, around the same level as a newly advanced E-class warriors. The current reagent, on the other hand, would be able to display a power equivalent to around 901,000 points of attributes. They were both described with the same words, bring about a huge amount of destruction. However, the actual difference was extremely huge. Reaching home, Chen Feng produced another mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. How much should I sell it for? Chen Feng was excited. 500,000 yuan cost and 10 points of luck values to produce. After calculating, he was speechless. No wonder this new reagent was so terrifying. Its materials alone were 5 times more than normal Thundersnake gene reagents. What was the suitable price? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Feng decided to set the price at 1 million yuan. Didn't you want to restrict the price? Have fun restricting then. Mutated gold ant gene reagent required 200,000 yuan and 20 points of luck value to produce, while mutated Thundersnake gene reagent required 500,000 yuan and 10 points of luck values to produce. Although mutated gold ant gene reagent brought him higher profit, after contemplation, Chen Feng found that it would be more worthwhile for him to produce mutated Thundersnake gene reagents. Chen Feng calculated in silence. With 20 points of luck value, I can produce 2 sets of mutated Thundersnake gene with a cost of 1 million yuan, selling at 2 million yuan, making a profit of 1 million yuan. The same 20 points of luck value could only produce 1 set of mutated gold ant gene with a cost of 200,000 yuan and selling at a price of 1 million yuan, making only 800,000 yuan of profit. Furthermore, with each mutated Thundersnake gene reagent he produced, he would be better practiced. For him, luck value was the most valuable resources. However, the premise for all his plans was that there would be someone capable of discovering the power of the mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. A one-time usage item with the price of 1 million yuan. Would someone really buy it? Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. Let's just give it a try. After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to put it up for sale. Mutated Thundersnake gene reagent selling at 1 million yuan. This was, after all, not the same as something like the gold ant gene, which was somewhat special. For this mutated Thundersnake gene, one needed to personally experience it in order to have a general idea of the might it possessed. How long will it take to sell? Chen Feng wasn't too worried about it. If it was sold, he would continue producing it. If it wasn't sold, he would keep it for himself as a trump card. In the virtual community, only 1 day had passed. As the public finally slowed down their discussion on the strongest gene, Chen Feng's mutated Thundersnake gene once again caused a sensation. 1 million yuan for a one-time use gene. It's another mutated gene. This Chen Feng must have accidentally obtained a research result or inherited some resources of some senior. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to keep producing all these mutated genes. I think so too. All this is not the main point. The main point is the price he set. The public was too tired to continue slighting Chen Feng. Was this guy crazy? Selling a reversed mutated gold ant gene at 1 million. Even a mutated Thundersnake gene was sold at 1 million? Was he sick? Has this thing really mutated? Although the Thundersnake gene rarely appears, I remember that its description is the same. Some of the people started raising their doubts. After checking online, they found out that Chen Feng's mutated gene was similar with a normal gene, with the only difference being the spiritual energy consumption. It changed from 10 points to 20 points. They were all speechless. Another reverse gene, 6666661, the strongest reversed mutated gene. This shop is correctly named after all. Too funny. I remembered that the normal version of this gene is only worth 200,000 yuan, right? The public went crazy with laughter. That was 1 million yuan he said as the price there. If it was a fusion reagent, fine. In order to get the genetic ability for one's own future, some people would put it all on the line to buy it even if it was expensive. However, what was this one-time use item? One toss and it's gone. Who would waste 1 million yuan for this? Too funny. At the same time, the mutated Thundersnake gene raised another huge wave in the learning forum. A huge online army started discrediting Chen Feng again. As for the Professor Dao incident, it had been totally forgotten. There were too many points one could discuss about Chen Feng, so nobody bothered talking about Professor Dao. However, nobody noticed that in Chen Feng's shop, amongst the crowd, one particular person was staring at the mutated Thundersnake gene reagent for a long time without speaking. His name was Yun Zhongtian, an E-class genetic warrior. He was preparing to go on an extremely dangerous exploration trip and was currently in the final stages of his preparations. As he heard that there was a mutated Thundersnake gene reagent for sale here, he decided to come and take a look. However, he did not expect the reagent to be sold at 1 million yuan. This guy must have gone crazy from thinking about money too much. He shook his head and prepared to leave the shop. However, at this moment, he noticed that within the bottle of the mutated Thundersnake gene reagent was a flickering lightning that seemed to appear much more powerful than the Thundersnake gene reagents he had purchased in the past. 20 points of spiritual energy consumption. The power it contained is much more powerful. Yun Zhongtian's eyes brightened. He had previously used a Thundersnake gene reagent once. However, the mutated version before him seemed to be somewhat different from the one he had used previously. For an unknown reason, he could feel an energy that caused one's heart to palpitate from this mutated gene reagent. This gene reagent was very powerful. However, this price, Yun Zhongtian was hesitating and struggling to make his decision. He was sure that this mutated gene reagent was much more powerful than a normal gene reagent. However, its price was really too expensive. Excessively expensive. However, the amount of people attracted to this shop from all the publicity was extremely high. He was only one of them. He was confident that among the crowd there were those who had previously used Thundersnake gene reagents or those who knew a good thing when they saw one. Hence, the time left for him to hesitate was short. Someone else might buy this thing soon. To buy or not to buy. Yun Zhongtian smiled bitterly and suddenly understood. Did he have any options? If he failed to return from his explorations this time, what good would all the money he saved do? Earlier, he had taken a stroll around the area. Among all the gene reagents usable for him, this was the most expensive one. However, it also appeared to be strongest. Even those E-class one-time use reagents were not as powerful as this one. He really had no choice. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and tapped the screen. Buy. Whoosh. In the strongest gene, the 1 million yuan mutated Thundersnake gene reagent was sold just like that. At the entrance of the shop, the crowd opened their eyes wide as they looked at the word sold out appearing on the display shelf for the mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. Damn, it's gone, it's sold, how is that possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was sold, again. This time, it took an even shorter amount of time. It was sold after only 1 hour it was put up for sale. Wasn't this somewhat excessive? Yeah, in my opinion, this thing isn't even worth 100,000 yuan. Let's complain. I refuse to believe that the inspectors would really ignore this. Everyone was raging with fury. This Chen Feng was absolutely unrestrained nowadays. Previously, he would still made an effort to pretend and only buy his own stuff after putting it up for one whole day. Now, he was too excessive. Right in front of everyone, the gene reagent was sold in an hour. Who was he trying to cheat? Hence, a huge amount of complaints were sent to the group of inspectors. Currently, the amount of complaints received regarding the strongest gene had exceeded the total amount of all other complaints they received by a large amount. The public refused to believe that the group of inspectors would dare to ignore this incident. However, what they did not know was that the group of inspectors really wanted to deal with this. However, after 2 whole days, they failed to find even the tiniest shred of evidence. Footnotes 1.66666666666, a Chinese online slang, an expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay. Something similar to GG. 63 Chapter 63 Banned. Chapter 63 Banned. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Quick. Keep a close watch on this guy. The guy who just bought a mutated Thundersnake gene reagent, Li Dekang shouted as he assigned all the inspectors in his group to the task of monitoring this person. He planned to use this guy as the breakthrough to find some genuine evidences. Watch him closely. This time, we must find some evidence. Li Dekang's gaze was blazing like a torch, and the rest of his team members were surging with fighting spirit. However, they ended up wasting 1 whole day, obtaining no results whatsoever. That guy seemed to have gone exploring at some ruins. By the time he returned, he had lost an arm and spent over 3 million yuan at the hospital to rejoin his arm. Nothing abnormal found on this guy. The group of inspectors smiled bitterly. There was absolutely nothing suspicious found on this guy who had bought a mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. Would a guy who made a living through creating fake sales volume go about losing their arm like this? Nothing unusual? Li Dekang mumbled. 3 million yuan for an arm? The group members sighed. Would someone like this go and participate in the creation of fake sales volume? They kept silent. At this moment, they found that this guy went to Chen Feng's shop once again and bought 2 mutated Thundersnake gene reagents at once. He bought another 2. The group of inspectors widened their eyes. How were they supposed to investigate this? Could this be a diversion tactic employed by one of those companies that specialize in creating fake sales volume? Some of them guessed. One of them shook his head. Doesn't look like it. How are our other investigations? One of them shook his head while smiling bitterly. We are watching every single person who has bought items from the strongest gene. So far, nothing suspicious has been found. For this Chen Feng and his shop, they had poured in a huge amount of resources. However, they had nothing to show for all their effort. What on earth is happening? Li Dekang was unable to find a way to solve this. A normal producer like this was so meticulous to the point where he could trick the whole group of inspectors. Or maybe there was no problem in the first place with this shop? As they looked at the obviously illogical price, they smiled bitterly. How was that possible? Li Dekang clenched his teeth. Chen Feng, what methods have you employed? Recently, they were under extreme pressure. Every single day, their superiors would pressure them. However, they couldn't find any evidence. What could they do? No matter how they investigated, Chen Feng appeared innocent. They couldn't shut down his shop with some groundless accusation, right? Boss, what should we do? Watch him closely. I refuse to believe that he won't reveal any weaknesses. As the number of people who buy his genes increases, he will definitely reveal a weakness somewhere. Roger. Currently, there were still 3 days before the end of the monthly sales event. Once again, Chen Feng put 2 sets of mutated Thundersnake gene reagent up for sale. Although the amount of people who possessed a Thundersnake gene reagent was low, those who actually possessed one were those who were quite strong. After getting a taste of the power of Chen Feng's reagent, they started purchasing without any hesitation. This reagent was at the very least roughly 3 times more powerful than normal reagents. Naturally, the general masses were unaware of all this. The only thing they could do was continue berating Chen Feng for having a strong background and having no sense of shame, the group of inspectors being useless, the virtual community for being unjust, etc. All of this caused Chen Feng to become increasingly well known. Currently, Chen Feng's sales volume had reached 8 million, entering the top 10. 2 days before the final day, Chen Feng sold another 2 sets of mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. With this, his sales volume exceeded 10 million, placing him in 6th place. Currently, the 3rd place only had a sales volume of 12 million. He only needed to produce another mutated Thundersnake gene reagent in order to enter top 3 on the final day. Number 1, 15.8 million sales volume. Number 2, 15.5 million sales volume. Chen Feng merely glanced at their figures before forgetting about competing with them. In order to become the champion, these 2 shops had held countless promotions and events after exhausting a huge sum of resources. Since there was only 1 day left, Chen Feng would not be able to catch up to them no matter what. I will just produce 4 extra sets of reagents and get into top 3 tomorrow. Chen Feng looked at the remaining 40 points of luck value he had with satisfaction. His plan was progressing smoothly. The power of his mutated Thundersnake gene reagent seemed to be quite satisfactory as he had seen several repeat customers. Since he started aiming for top 3 up till now, he hadn't encountered any mishaps. As for all those discrediting him online, he really should thank them. Without them, Chen Feng would not have been able to sell so many of his reagents. Regardless of how good your item was, people needed to notice it first, right? Putting it this way, those people had done him a big favor by berating him online. After getting the new 4-star formula, my production level can probably reach 14 stars. Chen Feng was excited. The 20-star production level that originally seemed so far away was now within reach. If he was willing, he could use the profits he made to buy 2 more 3-star formulas, and that would be sufficient for his production level to reach 20 stars, 1 step at a time. Chen Feng calmed himself down. However, just as he was planning his future plans, something happened abruptly and put a stop to all his plans. The strongest gene had been shut down? Chen Feng had a ridiculous expression on his face. It was shut down? How was that possible? Chen Feng went to his shop hastily and found that his shop had indeed been closed. Not only had it been closed, due to him violating the rules, all his funds were also temporarily frozen. Very good. Chen Feng was seething with fury. He did not cheat, nor did he create any disturbances. On what basis had the virtual community shut down his shop? Who gave them the guts to do so? Wasn't that groundless? Hehe. Chen Feng immediately contacted the group of inspectors. I need an explanation on this. At the same time, the group of inspectors had a blank look on their face after receiving Chen Feng's message. It had been shut down? The leader, Li Dekong, had a lost expression on his face. Who had shut it down? What happened? Li Dekong bellowed. We haven't got any proof yet. Who did it? From the way it was done, it doesn't appear to be one of us, some of them said. Li Dekong was angry. Besides us, who dares to shut a shop down? Could it be someone from the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices? One of the members said suddenly. The department responsible for supervision of the prices of commodities in the virtual community, the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. A cold glint flickered in Li Dekong's eyes. He pondered for a while before contacting a person. Old Ding, what's up with the strongest gene? Old Ding's indifferent voice drifted over. What else could it be? Due to the violation of rules, we shut it down. It is indeed you guys. Li Dekong was raging. What rules have been violated? Even us inspectors can't find any evidence. You guys can find it? Who gave you guys the guts to shut the shop down? Evidence? Isn't this obvious? Old Ding laughed heartily. You inspectors need to look for evidence and proof. We, on the other hand, only need to prove that the price was increased without any basis in order to act. For him to sell a mere Thundersnake gene at 1 million, this is an obvious violation of the rules. I personally think that, if you guys contacted me earlier, this incident would have ended long ago. How have the rules been violated? Li Dekong suppressed his anger. All his genes were mutated genes. Don't tell me you guys have the relevant know-how to evaluate the price of his gene reagents. In the past, we didn't have. However, now we do. Old Ding said indifferently, I'll send you our evaluations. Since we want to make a move on him, we have naturally completed all the required procedures. Hee. No one would bother us over this anyway. This is what the public wished. Shortly after, an evaluation table was sent over by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. After Li Dekong looked at it, he helplessly closed his eyes. This way of doing things, one of the members asked suddenly, what should we do? Chen Feng sent another message to us. Send the evaluation table over to him and let him know our opinions on this. Li Dekong sighed. The team member hesitated. Would this be proper? Should they sell out the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices just like this? If we don't sell them out, do you want to be the one taking the responsibility for this? Li Dekong rebuked them. Those fuckers were the ones in the wrong for pulling tricks in the dark. They wanted to earn the praises for this and let us to take the responsibility for this? To hell with that. Alright, the rest of the team kept silent out of fear. 64, Chapter 64, Throwing Stones on Someone Who Fell into a Well. Chapter 64, Throwing Stones on Someone Who Fell into a Well. Translator, Lemostan editor, Chen Feng received his answer after 2 attempts at contacting them. As he had imagined, it was not something done by the group of inspectors. However, the participation of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was indeed something exceeding his expectations. Is there any way to lift the ban? Chen Feng asked. Li Dekong felt somewhat guilty since they did not have any evidence on hand and said, the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices has banned a lot of shops before, some only needed to apologize for the ban to be lifted. However, I doubt it will work this time. If you really want to lift the ban, you need to look for some authoritative figures and prove that the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is wrong in their evaluations. Chen Feng nodded as he ended the call. Thanks, His wristband vibrated. Chen Feng glanced at it. The group of inspectors had sent him something. Commodity price evaluation table. 1. Lumberbear gene. Battle. Evaluated price. 10,000 yuan. A 100% increase is indeed strong. However, it still pales in comparison to other combat genes. Furthermore, compared with other labor genes, it is not as practical as the common mutated lumberbear gene. As such, its practical value is not high. 2. Mutated gold ant gene. Evaluated price. 10,000 yuan. Common gold ant genes are able to increase up to 10 to 20 points of spiritual energy and are sold at 200,000 yuan and above. This mutated ant gene only increases one's spiritual energy by 1 point. Hence, its real worth should be 1/10 of a normal gold ant gene's price or even lower. As such, its practical value is not high. 3. Mutated thundersnake gene. Evaluated price, 50,000 yuan. It has double the spiritual energy consumption compared to normal thundersnake genes. Apart from this, there are no other differences. As something generally used by F-class warriors as their trump card, the extra 10 points of consumption is fatal. As such, its practical value is not high. Chen Feng was lost in thought long after he finished reading it. 10,000? 10,000? 50,000? How vicious. Since the mutated gold ant gene was something that had never appeared before, it was understandable for them to be unable to see through its true value. However, as for the mutated thundersnake gene, no matter what, it should not be worth a measly 50,000 yuan. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was blatantly trying to kill him off. There was also the possibility that the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices had seen through the true value of his strongest genes yet still chosen to deliberately act against him. Why? Had he offended these people? Returning to his room, Chen Feng sat on his table as he contemplated. Subconsciously, he started tapping the table with his fingers. Along with the increasing tempo of his tapping, his thoughts started expanding. The authority, Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices, information, right at this moment, Mu Yuan's picture appeared on screen. Chen Feng accepted the call. What's the matter? Shocked, Mu Yuan said, the group of inspectors dared to ban you groundlessly? Chen Feng shook his head. It wasn't them. It was the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices, Mu Yuan frowned before relaxing his brows again. Then, that's understandable. Oh, Chen Feng raised his head. As you know, that shameless Professor Dao stole my grandfather's research results before. However, after all these years, even after my grandfather became somewhat reputable, he did not expose the truth. Do you know the reason for that? Mu Yuan inhaled deeply. It was due to the son of that old bastard. Chen Feng listened quietly. Tao Lijun, the chief of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. After my grandfather gained some popularity, he tried reporting it once. However, something similar happened to him. Mu Yuan was seething with anger as well. What had happened to his grandfather in the past seemed to be happening to Chen Feng now. Although it was a different incident, the tricks pulled were similar. These were all masterpieces of Dao Lijun. His position as a bureau chief was somewhat special. Since he was in charge at the virtual network, his influence was very small in real life. However, he possessed immense authority online. There was nothing one could do about that. This was an era where the virtual community was the most popular thing among the public, so that was the truth. Chen Feng felt enlightened. So it was Dao Lijun? Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Since he knew who his opponent was, this would be much easier to deal with. What do you plan to do? Do you need any help? Mu Yuan asked. No. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Let our bureau chief Dao continue his ban on my shop. I'm afraid that when I'm done with him, he will end up coming to me and begging me to reopen my shop. Mu Yuan shivered as he heard that. Begging you to reopen your shop? What on earth is this guy planning to do? The closure of Chen Feng's shop attracted countless attention. The most curious thing was that not long after the shop closed, Chen Feng hung a sign on it. This shop has been banned by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. As such, this shop will cease operation for an indefinite period of time. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices? Banned? The public was happy to see this. Haha, finally banned. Yeah, the inspectors sure are useless. Only the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is still quite capable. It should have been banned long ago. A proper monthly sales event like this was almost spoiled by this guy. It was an insult for this fraud-like guy to be placed in the top 10 rankings. I know, right? The public was stirred. This was especially true for those shops ranked below Chen Feng. They felt like setting off fireworks to celebrate this. With Chen Feng out of the way, everyone had their ranking increased by 1 place. Soon, the whole learning forum was bustling with noise and excitement again. I heard the strongest gene was banned. They should have banned him long ago. Only reverse genes were sold in that shop. What's the point? Sigh. If you think of it, those genes were still newly discovered genes after all. Even if they are reverse genes, they still have some research value to them. Unfortunately, this Chen Feng, true. Since the shop owner is unreliable, what can you do? If I was in his shoes, I would release a research result for those new genes. With that, I can at least claim a considerable amount of rewards. He is still a rookie after all. The public were discussing without stop. This decision to ban Chen Feng's shop had received unanimous support from these people. The incident surrounding Chen Feng had originally calmed down. However, with this, Chen Feng became a trending topic once again. Naturally, a topic would only be trending for a limited amount of time online. The public would probably forget about Chen Feng in a few days' time. However, outside of everyone's expectations, a news outlet officially voiced their opinion about this incident. This was something entirely different from the free discussions online. The participation of the media would greatly affect the public opinion and could even influence the actions taken and the results. This incident was originally a joke. Nobody expected that the media would actually participate in this as well, suffering from own actions, the consequences of breaking the rules. Cool Breeze Daily. The news from Cool Breeze Daily was delivered on schedule to the news bucket of their subscribers. These subscribers would be able to see the news as soon as they opened their screen. This was how news was delivered in this new era. In the news, it was described in detail how Chen Feng had, in order to become famous and promote his shop to gain more traffic, started pricing genes at 1 million to gain publicity and make use of the price he set, that far exceeded the true value of his genes, to unhealthily compete, breaking the rules and shattering the balance. In the end, he ended up suffering from his own actions. This was a typical article used to smear one's reputation. Within the article was a long description on how vile Chen Feng was, how angry other shop owners were, how other producers were unwilling to be associated with him, and how he was someone who attracted the anger of the masses. Finally, the fate that he finally suffered caused everyone to clap their hands to cheer the fate that had befallen him. Even Chen Feng silently praised this article after reading it. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. They are very well versed in the act of smearing others, eh? The media's participation did not surprise him. With Tao Lijun's position, it was normal for him to know someone from the media. From this, one could see how shady Tao Lijun was. Originally, the strongest gene was only something related to those in the virtual community. Even if the shop was banned, its effect on Chen Feng was minimal. However, with the release of Cool Breeze Daily's article, the attention was totally shifted to Chen Feng from his shop. This time, what he wanted to destroy was Chen Feng as a person. He was planning to destroy Chen Feng without leaving him a way out. Banning your shop and ruining you as a person? This was Dao Lijun's method of dealing with someone, far exceeding what Professor Dao was capable of. The young have surpassed the old? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Regardless of the ban on Chen Feng's shop or influencing the public opinion, the timing of Dao Lijun's actions was perfect. However, he neglected one thing, which was also the crux of the whole matter. Chen Feng's genes were totally not trash genes as he had evaluated. This was the unshakable truth. What if everything one used to smear others' reputation were false? How would it progress? Chen Feng smiled. Would this be a repeat performance of what had happened to Professor Tao before? 65, Chapter 65, The Calm Before the Storm. Chapter 65, The Calm Before the Storm. Translator, Lemastin Editor, Tennish. At a certain ruin, Gaijun had finally escaped with great difficulty. Although he had sustained dire injuries, he had survived. He had survived despite his opponent being a heavily injured D-class genetic warrior. Although that D-class genetic warrior was heavily injured, that guy insisted on oppressing him. At his final moments, he tossed out the newly purchased mutated Thundersnake gene. Bang! Even now, he could not forget that dazzling radiance. His life was saved. As a genetic warrior that always walked the thin line between life and death, he was very clear on the importance of a strong trump card. It was something equivalent to an extra life. Furthermore, his gains this time, after getting some simple treatment for his injuries at the hospital, Gaejun went to the strongest gene once again. However, outside of his expectations, the shop was closed. Have the things inside been sold out? Gaejun was feeling somewhat disappointed. He knew that something good like this would definitely be discovered by others sooner or later. However, when he looked at the shop in detail, he was stunned. It was banned? Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices? Gaejun was stupefied. It was banned due to marking of the prices? Old Yun, what happened? Gaejun contacted a friend he had made recently, Yun Zhongtian. The circumstances in which he knew Yun Zhongtian was somewhat interesting. At that time, they had come across each other at the countryside and started fighting each other. Finally, due to them being evenly matched, they both took out their trump cards. However, when they saw the Thundersnake gene that had an obviously different radiance in their opponent's hand, they stopped. The strongest gene? They asked probingly, immediately understanding. The both of them had spent 1 million yuan to buy this mutated Thundersnake gene with astonishing might. With this, neither of them dared to act. They were both clear on the might of this item. If they really tossed it out, they would die together. Hence, they both raised the mutated Thundersnake gene in their hands as a sign of respect. As they understood what each other meant, with tacit understanding, they put away the gene in their hands. Just like that, they started exploring the ruins together. Since they met by fate and knew each other's trump card, they were comfortable working together. I saw it. Yun Zhongtian sighed. Damn it. After buying the mutated Thundersnake gene, I was only happy for 2 days before this shop was banned by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Those bastards had the nerve to do it. Those idiots at the Bureau don't know the value of the genes. However, don't the both of us know about it? That mutated Thundersnake gene, Gaejun said softly. Not only the mutated Thundersnake gene. Yun Zhongtian sneered. A few of my friends told me that the mutated gold ant gene was quite good as well. Unfortunately, we are already at E-class and can't use it. Let me tell you, this producer is definitely not an ordinary producer. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to extend our friendship to him. Even if he doesn't need it, it would do us good to let him become familiar with our faces. Gaejun's eyes shined. You mean, didn't you record your previous usage of that gene? Yun Zhongtian grinned. Get someone to edit it and upload the video online. All right. Gaejun was excited. At the same time, in the Wang family, Wang Chun's face was brimming with a smile. Just a short while ago, those seniors of his family had started using him as a bad example for their lessons once again. He immediately rebuked them and made known the fact that he had broken through. As he looked at the dumbstruck expression on those seniors that were always exceedingly proud, he felt immensely comfortable. This feels too good. As far as he was concerned, his only obstacle was breaking through the limit. As long as he broke through his limit, his combat power would be exponentially increased. Within the same class, he was undefeated. To be honest, if not for him choosing a peculiar gene and treading a peculiar path, could those bastards have been so unbridled before him? His wristband vibrated. Wang Chun turned his screen on. Brother. A youngster with a bitter expression on his face appeared. What's the matter? There's still no mutated gold ant gene at the strongest gene. Wang Chun asked curiously. The youngster sobbed. The strongest gene has been banned. What? Wang Chun's heart was shaken. After his breakthrough, he had recommended the gene to his close friends. One of them had managed to break through and enter E-class. With that, everyone in their circle of friends was excited. Unfortunately, Chen Feng only put out some mutated Thundersnake gene for sale after that, leaving them waiting. None of them expected the shop to be banned. Wang Chun was feeling doubtful. Who did it? Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. The youth was gloomy. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Wang Chun pondered for a bit. I got it. If you really need the mutated gold ant gene, you can entrust him to produce it for you. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. It's not like you lack money anyway. Oh, true. The youth was excited. I will go and entrust it immediately. Gene entrustment. It was something only a high-level gene producer would receive. With that, they were able to charge a high price to custom, make a requested gene. Due to the high price, it was something commonly neglected. However, that mutated gold ant gene was definitely something qualified to be entrusted. After ending the call, Wang Chun sank into contemplation. Master. A gentle sound drifted to him from behind. A loving expression appeared on Wang Chun's face. As he turned around, he saw an exceptionally beautiful young lady looking at him with a smile on her face. That young lady's appearance was akin to a person out of a comic book, possessing unprecedented beauty and allure. What are you thinking about? The young lady asked gently. Wang Chun smiled, thinking about Chen Feng. Chen Feng? The young lady's eyes shined. My benefactor? Wang Chun laughed. Now that you are putting it that way, indeed he is. Chen Feng, no matter what, at his darkest moment, Chen Feng had helped him in taking this difficult step forward. As such, this little help that was within his capabilities, he would definitely give to Chen Feng. The internet was currently filled with discussion. Now, Chen Feng was truly someone hated by everyone, detested by everyone, like a rat running across the street. At this moment, a video was being quietly uploaded onto the learning forum. The title of the video was, Strongest F-Class Gene. It's that Chen Feng again? A lot of people started watching the video curiously. However, when they started the video, they found something totally different. In the video was a warrior that had activated a certain gene reagent during his moment of crises. What followed was a terrifying white radiance descending from the sky. Although nobody could get a clear look at it, they could still feel the terrifying might of that reagent. A heavily injured D-class warrior was killed by that attack. The wreckage left by the reagent confirmed its might. Damn, too fierce. This power, what reagent is this? I don't know. I can't get a clear look. Too scary, everyone exclaimed in admiration. This is what a strongest gene truly is. No words could be as convincing as an actual video. The demonstration of a strongest gene reagent had caused a sensation among the public. Different from what happened to Chen Feng, this video had gained a large amount of praise. Take a clear look. This is a true strongest gene. Yeah, that strongest gene shop should really learn from this guy. Look at this. He has the guts to put an extremely expensive price with only a trashy thundersnake gene and a trashy gold ant gene on his hands. Totally contrary to this guy, who actually possessed a genuine strongest gene yet remains obscure and unknown. Everyone started berating Chen Feng again. Everyone was too busy berating Chen Feng to the point that none noticed that the lightning that appeared when the unknown gene in the video was activated had actually assumed an appearance that was either a snake or a dragon. At the same time, another thread rose in popularity, the appearance of a legendary gene. This is a true F-class strongest gene. What could that gene of yours be considered as? The aggressive title had quickly attracted a lot of attention. What was interesting was that, since Chen Feng became the founder of clickbait titles, the titles of the threads in the learning forum started increasing in length, dazzling the eyes of the visitors. What legendary gene? So boastful? Everyone entered the thread curiously. Within the thread was another video. Although the video was partly censored, one could still clearly see that it was an F-class warrior with only 100 attribute points. That guy proceeded to consume a bottle of gene reagent. Bang! His aura changed. He had directly broken through his limit. After scanning his attributes, his new attributes were released. His attribute had astonishingly reached 101 points. 66, Chapter 66, Gene Evaluation, Chapter 66, Gene Evaluation Translator, Lamastan Editor, Tennis, he broke through? Is this for real? This is too vicious, right? Such a gene exists? I agree with the thread title. This is the real strongest gene. What is that exploding gene compared with this gene? They each have their own uses, right? The learning forum exploded with discussions once again. The strongest gene? Both these genes possess the potential to be crowned as the strongest gene. Which would be the strongest gene? Everyone started arguing about it. However, no matter what, one thing they all agreed with was that those trash genes at Chen Feng's shop were not qualified to be called the strongest gene. He deserved getting his shop banned. These were the real strongest genes. What was interesting was that, after the appearance of these two genes, a lot of people started showing off some rare genes, competing for the crown of the strongest gene. All sorts of formidable F-class genes appeared, stunning everyone present. However, no matter what genes appeared, the exploding gene and limit-surpassing gene were the genes with the highest popularity. Someone started a chart to rank the strongest F-class genes, and both those genes ended up dominating the first and second rank of the chart. Furthermore, both genes were constantly fighting over the first rank. Both those genes became a trending topic. Furthermore, the fans for both genes were grouped together and started attacking the fans of the other gene. Things were getting explosive. As for Chen Feng, no one remembered him. In the top floor of a hotel in Gold City, a person that Chen Feng never expected to appear was here. That person was Dao Lijun, who was currently talking cheerfully to a middle-aged person. Have you seen the discussions on the strongest gene shop at the learning forum? The middle-aged person smiled. Yes, I saw it. Dao Lijun laughed. Seems like our little friend Chen Feng is still somewhat capable. He should have reached the Gene Production Association by now, right? The middle-aged man shrugged. You need to be careful. After the association released their evaluation, this matter should end here. There's no worries. Dao Lijun was calm. I still have some connections in the association. It's impossible to fake it. The middle-aged man shook his head. Zhang will not allow the evaluator to do the evaluation alone. Furthermore, that evaluator is your man. Is there a need to fake it? Dao Lijun smiled. When a youngster gets too spirited, it's a good thing to let someone put some pressure on him. Lei Jun is a petty person. Since he wants to flatter me, he will definitely be prejudiced against Chen Feng. When that happens, will Chen Feng swallow it? When conflicts arise between them, the other evaluators will naturally not give Chen Feng a good evaluation. I have been in the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices for a long time. Even if it's a good product, there is still a limit for its price. Dao Lijun smiled mysteriously. As long as we press the price down, what comes later will naturally be easier to handle. True that, the middle-aged man smiled. Don't fail due to carelessness on this supposedly easy task. Not possible. A trace of contempt flickered in Dao Lijun's eyes. What can a mere student like him do? At the same time, as Dao Lijun said, Chen Feng had silently reached the Gene Production Association. The authority? Was there anyone more authoritative than the Gene Production Association? It has been a while. Zhang Wei smiled. You are now a celebrity. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I could do without this kind of popularity. Zhang Wei laughed. Haha, I have prepared the evaluation procedures for you. However, those evaluators are all obstinate people. I'm afraid you won't be able to get any preferential treatment. Are you sure that your genes are not problematic? He was still somewhat worried. After all those evaluations floating online, Chen Feng was confident. Trust me. All right. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder. Let's go. The evaluation room was a huge room surrounded by glass radiating with blue light. The radiance brought a tinge of mysteriousness to the room. Within the room were seated 10 gene evaluators. Chen Feng only needed to place his gene reagents on the glass counter in the middle of the room for the virtual evaluation to proceed. Name, Chen Feng. Class, beginner producer, verification complete. What is the gene that requires evaluation? Mutated thundersnake gene, Chen Feng said calmly. On the evaluator seats, the 10 evaluators silently exchanged glances. An evaluator that was somewhat old said, We are aware of the reason you came here. We are also aware of what is happening online. You might have an amiable relationship with Zhang Wei. However, it is impossible for us to actually issue a fake evaluation for you. The first impression was important. These people seemed to have been somewhat affected by the public opinion online. Oh? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Wei and noticed that his expression was turning unsightly. For this evaluator to question Chen Feng in front of him, wasn't this totally not giving him any face? There is no need to evaluate the thundersnake gene. The data from the gene scan is clear enough. The only changes arising from its mutation are the increase of the spiritual energy consumption by 10 points. Is there any need for evaluation? I personally find it illogical for Zhang Wei to insist on applying for this evaluation for you alone. That evaluator continued, This preferential treatment is only given by Gene Production Association to certain members that the association focuses closely on. I do not believe that you are qualified for this preferential treatment. And who might this person be? Chen Feng asked curiously. Lei Jun. An old evaluator of the Gene Production Association, Zhang Wei said indifferently, a person of virtue and prestige who has been an evaluator in the Gene Production Association for 30 years. Lei Jun lifted his head proudly. He was the most experienced evaluator at the Gene Production Association of Gold City. He was also the most senior evaluator there. No wonder. Chen Feng could feel the contempt from Zhang Wei's tone of voice. Even after 30 years, he's still stuck here. Lei Jun's expression changed greatly. What did you say? Whether any focus was placed on me by the association, does that have anything to do with you? What qualifications do you have to evaluate me as a person? A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. After the increase in his strength, his worldview had changed as well. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be bothered with someone like this guy. However, that didn't mean that anyone could simply step on him, especially not an F-class evaluator. This was the Gene Production Association. The reason Chen Feng came was for certification and increasing his reputation. If even a random evaluator could treat him with contempt, in the future everyone would know that this person could be easily bullied. Every random person here would dare to step on him. This was the reality of things. Furthermore, he had not offended anyone here. Would this old fart Lei Jun act against him for no apparent reason, or was there someone else behind him? Hence, Chen Feng would definitely not step back from this. You, Lei Jun, was ashen-faced. Just do your job properly, Chen Feng said indifferently. Since you are an evaluator, then just evaluate the gene reagent. You are not qualified to get involved in other matters. Good. Very good. Lei Jun had an ugly expression on his face. He did not expect that a mere beginner producer would dare to talk to him like this. Since there were so many evaluators here, he would definitely not act recklessly. However, there was a range of scores for the evaluation data. Since Chen Feng was so unbridled, he would definitely give this guy the lowest range on the scores. I will let you know how stupid a choice it is for you to offend an evaluator, Lei Jun grinned. As for Zhang Wei, Lei Jun wasn't bothered about him at all. Zhang Wei might be higher ranked than him, but he was not Lei Jun's direct superior. He did not plan to cheat or violate any rules. He only planned to give the lowest range of scores as allowed by the rules. Who could do anything to him this way? Let's begin. Lei Jun coldly glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng took out his mutated thundersnake gene reagent and gently placed it on the evaluation counter. The transparent glasses covered the mutated thundersnake gene reagent. Around it, circles of azure-colored light started radiating. Rays of light started flickering around the evaluators. Lei Jun grinned. Let me. I suggest that you all do it together, Chen Feng suddenly said. Evaluators were also differentiated by their classes. These few evaluators in front of him were merely F-class evaluators. Their personal strength was quite low. If they were to forcefully evaluate the mutated thundersnake gene reagent, Chen Feng was afraid that something ill might befall them. There's no need, Lei Jun sneered. What you said was correct. We should all do our job. Now, I am doing my job. This is not something you can get involved in, right? Chen Feng laughed. As you wish, Lei Jun snorted. To return Chen Feng's own words back to him, he felt very satisfied. As for this mutated thundersnake gene reagent, he wasn't the least bit bothered by it. He had been an F-class evaluator for 30 years. There was no gene that he had never seen before. He had even encountered 5-star genes previously, hence he did not fear this gene at all. Radiance swirled before his eyes as Lei Jun entered the evaluation mode. The so-called gene evaluation was, in actuality, the act of simulating the evaluation with a simulated gene reagent. Under the circumstances where the gene reagent was not actually activated, they would try out the functions of the simulated gene. As the whole process would be done in the evaluation room, the process would be monitored and the evaluation results would be detailed and accurate. Begin. Lei Jun used his ability to simulate the mutated thundersnake gene reagent. An image appeared on all the screens in the evaluation room. Within the image, the mutated thundersnake gene reagent was hovering midair. This was what Lei Jun simulated, a reagent that was completely identical to a real mutated thundersnake gene reagent. Next, he would start simulating the usage of this reagent. Bang! He triggered the explosion of the gene right away. The gene reagent changed into a ray of light before disappearing. It's just this? Lei Jun looked at the statistical data that did not have the slightest reaction against that and said, "This kind of trash." Bang! An immense snake-shaped lighting descended from the sky. Lei Jun's originally stable spiritual world collapsed immediately as a terrifying power started shaking within it. Bang! The image on the screen shattered. Puh! Lei Jun vomited a mouthful of blood and was flung backward as his face paled. DDD! The alarm in the evaluation room started flickering crazily. Red lights flickered. What happened? Everyone's heart jolted violently. Verse E67, Chapter 67, Regretting Past Actions, Chapter 67, Regretting Past Actions. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Senior Lei. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they hastily held him up. DDD. The red light was still flickering. In a split second, all of Lei Jun's evaluation tools had reached their limit. How is this possible? Looking at the mutated thundersnake gene reagent on the evaluation stage, Lei Jun muttered, "The power of this thing, this is not a thundersnake gene reagent. It's only natural for it to be a thundersnake gene reagent." Chen Feng smiled calmly. "This is a mutated gene. Are you really so stupid to believe that when the spiritual energy consumption rate increases, the power of the reagent would not change?" Lei Jun collapsed emotionally. But the same words, "huge amount of destruction," were clearly written on the gene's description. Chen Feng smiled faintly. A score of 60 marks and 100 marks were both considered as passes in an examination. However, do you think that both those scores are the same? Lei Jun was ashen-faced, unable to say anything. Continue? Beside him, Xuanhuan smiled. Or, get someone else to do it instead? In this moment, Lei Jun understood that this mutated thundersnake gene reagent was not ordinary at all. He had evaluated 5-star special one-use reagents before, and he was able to endure their power. However, this 4-star mutated reagent was actually able to directly destroy his spiritual world. This thing here was extremely powerful. This was a historic moment. This was a new mutated gene. He wanted to continue evaluating it even if he needed to apologize to Chen Feng. However, since his spiritual world had collapsed, he would not be able to perform any evaluations for at least 3 days. Why had he not taken Chen Feng's advice? He was feeling regretful. Zhang Wei sneered and looked at another evaluator. "Little Lu, you do it. All right." The others evaluators were all excited. This was the initial evaluation of a powerful mutated 4-star reagent. Once its value was ascertained, anyone who studied this reagent in the future would be able to see this evaluation report. Their names would all be listed on the report. The 9 of them worked together to create an evaluation world. As for Lei Jun, nobody could be bothered about him at this moment. Whoosh. Carefully, they simulated the mutated gene reagent as its simulation appeared and exploded in midair, and its terrifying power engulfed the spiritual world. A spiritual world constructed by the few of them was obviously much stronger than a spiritual world constructed by a single person. Hence, the spiritual world was able to stabilize with great difficulty, and all sorts of evaluation equipment started crazily recording all the relevant information. Spiritual statistics, explosiveness statistics, attack power, reactivity, etc., all sorts of information. Finally, the 9 excited evaluators concluded their evaluation on this mutated thundersnake gene reagent. Gene name, Thundersnake, gene, unknown gene type, mutated spiritual energy consumption, 20 points, genetic ability, equivalent to the strongest attack of a peak E-class warrior, evaluated price, 1 million yuan, 1 million. When the final result was released, even Zhang Wei was shocked. He originally thought that the 1 million price set by Chen Feng was something he randomly came up with. Never had he guessed that its true value was actually 1 million. However, as he recalled the terrifying power displayed earlier, he understood. An item of this level, definitely worth this amount. Chen Feng smiled as he looked at the few evaluators. Shall we proceed? Yes. 9 heads nodded frantically, like someone pounding garlic in a mortar. Who were they kidding? How could they miss such an opportunity? In the future, they would be known as the evaluators responsible for the evaluation of this mutated thundersnake gene reagent. As someone in their profession, they had seen the birth of a lot of new genes. However, most of them were trash genes. A gene at the level of Chen Feng's was something incredibly rare. Even the mutated thundersnake gene was so incredible. What about the next gene? Their hearts trembled at the mere thought. How could things be like this? Lei Jun felt like his body was ice cold. What a good opportunity this was. Why had he let go of it just like that? He was the group leader for the current evaluation. He could still lead them. However, why had everyone excluded him and continued on with the evaluation? How hateful. If it wasn't for Bureau Chief Dao, as he recalled that tiny sum of money he had received, he felt that he had made a big loss instead. However, regardless of how regretful he was, he could only swallow it down. Currently, Chen Feng had placed his mutated gold ant gene on the evaluation counter. Different from the thundersnake gene, this was a very ordinary gene without anything special. This gene. Lei Jun exhaled in relief. If it was some other new mutated genes, he would have felt immensely remorseful. However, since it was this trash gene, he was somewhat relieved. He had studied this gene before. There was really nothing special about it. Only able to increase 1 point of an attribute, it wasn't particularly useful. Ready up. The 9 evaluators prepared. As they looked at the description of the mutated gold ant gene, they frowned. If it was only 1 point, the gene could only be a discarded gene. However, they weren't particularly disappointed. That single mutated thundersnake gene was enough to satisfy them. This gene, abruptly, one of the evaluators opened his eyes wide. Increase? 1 point? The few of them suddenly realized something. After all, they were different than the idiotic herds online. They were true specialists. They had heard of what had happened online. However, producers like them had no time to visit that Strongest Gene shop. What they heard was a version of story that had been changed countless times after going through countless pairs of mouths. After they heard of it, they only smiled in contempt. It was currently the first time they had seen the gene with their own eyes. The first time they had seen the true mutated gold ant gene. Could it be? The few of them exchanged glances, all of them speechless. Whoosh! The whole evaluation room was suddenly enveloped in silence. After 5 seconds, the silence was broken. Limit breakthrough? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Zhang Wei couldn't control himself and stood up, saying, "Damn, is this for real? If this was true, begin right away." Zhang Wei couldn't wait. The 9 evaluators started hastily. The evaluation of the mutated gold ant gene was a safe process. They simulated a person at the peak of F-class and simulated the consumption of the gene reagent. Subsequently, that simulated person broke through the limit mode. Evaluation successful. It was really true. All of them were excited. Limit breakthrough? What was the significance of this? Since it was something only used for F-class breakthrough, its price wouldn't be excessively high. However, the true value and significance this gene represented was absolutely way above the mutated thundersnake gene. Soon, the 9 excited evaluators concluded their verdict. Gene name, gold ant gene, unknown gene type, mutated genetic ability, increase 1 point of spirit attribute. Evaluated price above 1 million yuan. It was not a simple 1 million, instead it was an evaluated price of above 1 million yuan. In other words, the Gene Production Association had acknowledged that this gene was much more valuable than the mutated thundersnake gene. How could this be? Lei Jun slumped powerlessly onto the ground. 2 powerful mutated gene reagents. 2 mutated gene reagents destined to be known by all. Now, the 9 evaluators' names would be etched forever into the evaluation report in the gene bank. The 9 of them would be well known through this, obtaining a better treatment from the association as a result. Except for him, I can't accept this, Lei Jun mumbled. Hehe. Zhang Wei glanced at him with disdain. He was not willing to be bothered with Lei Jun. This Lei Jun was merely someone that was somewhat old. As for his status, what could this Lei Jun be considered as? Regardless of how old you were, an evaluator was still an evaluator after all. Seemed like he could finally deal with this guy now. Congratulations. Zhang Wei shook Chen Feng's hands. He originally thought that even if Chen Feng were to become famous, it would take a long time for that to happen. He did not expect Chen Feng to go on and end up creating 2 continuous mystical mutated genes when he was just a mere rookie. This accomplishment of his far exceeded that of Professor Tao. Name it, Supreme. Both of them shall be known as Supreme. Chen Feng smiled. Supreme, it represents the pinnacle. The genes produced by me, regardless of whether they are weak or strong, they would be the most formidable among the same type of genes. Good, Zhang Wei praised. Ding, Chen Feng's personal information was once again updated. The column that originally only had Discovered Lumberbear Gene, Battle written on it had 2 additions, Thundersnake Gene, Supreme, and Gold Ant Gene, Supremes. Supposedly, you should be rewarded for the discovery of these 2 new genes. However, due to the great significance represented by these 2 genes of yours, and also due to it being a contribution that had never happened in our Gold City's Gene Production Association, I decided to give you a nice surprise on behalf of the Gene Production Association, Zhang Wei said suddenly. Oh? Chen Feng did not know what to say. Zhang Wei smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon. Chen Feng was undisturbed. I shall be looking forward to it. Leaving the association, Chen Feng had accomplished what he came to do. With this evaluation report, he could clear his name anytime he wanted. However, how he would go about it would totally depend on his mood. There was also that bureau chief Tao, let me see how long you can continue banning my shop. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. 68. Chapter 68, Counterattack. Chapter 68, Counterattack. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh. As he returned to his room, Chen Feng entered the virtual community. He blinked when he saw the entrustments pending at his shop. 1. One set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhao Long. Offered price, 1 million. Do you accept? 2. One set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhao Long. Offered price, 1.5 million. Do you accept? 3. One set of mutated gold ant gene request by Zhao Long. Offered price, 2 million. Do you accept? Apart from this, Zhao Long also left a message behind. Boss, I really only have 2 million on me. Please produce a set of mutated gold ant gene for me. I have been stuck at this level for a long time, seeking a breakthrough. Faw! This, Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Naturally, these were only the messages left by a single person. There were entrustments from at least 5 or 6 other individuals to produce mutated gold ant genes. Apart from this, there were also some who requested for production of mutated thundersnake gene and had similarly increased the price up to 1 to 2 million. Currently, the condemnations on Chen Feng were still progressing wildly online. In only 1 day's time, it was known to almost everyone. It was as if condemning Chen Feng was a way for someone to stay trendy. Around his shop, there were crowds of people spectating, earning the shops in the vicinity quite a sum from the traffic. This senior is truly my lucky star. Wind Chanter sighed endlessly. Previously, this Chen Feng guy had gloriously rushed into the top 30 rankings. Subsequently, he gloriously rushed into the top 10, pushing Wind Chanter out of his original rank forcefully. This caused him to be endlessly depressed. However, outside of his expectations, Chen Feng was banned afterward. The other shops, such as his shop that were around Chen Feng's shop, had instead gained a larger profit from the traffic. In this world, the future was truly unpredictable. True. King Kong agreed with his sentiment. Due to Chen Feng, the sales volume of his shop had increased greatly as well. Furthermore, there were also signs of his shop getting into the top 30. This caused him to be filled with fighting spirit. Do you think he will return? Wind Chanter asked suddenly. I doubt it. King Kong gave it some thought. Things are already at this stage. True, he has aroused the anger of everyone. Wind Chanter smiled. However, just at this moment, they saw a disturbance break out in front of TheStrongestGene shop. One after another, sounds of people crying out in alarm could be heard, attracting the attention of countless people. Wind Chanter's heart leaped. What happened? Is Chen Feng here? King Kong guessed. Both of them hastily made their way over. However, they only took a glimpse before they were both stunned. That's right. Everyone was stunned. That was because TheStrongestGene shop had released the entrustments it had recently received. No one had expected a mere shop like TheStrongestGene would actually have so many people requesting Chen Feng produce genes for them. Gene entrustment? This was something that normally only happened to grandmasters. There are actually so many people requesting for Chen Feng to produce genes for them. Is this for real? Maybe these are the people Chen Feng hired to create publicity? Is that possible? Gene entrustment requires one to first place their money at the virtual community before issuing the entrustment. Look at the amount involved here. Do you have any idea how big of a sum this money is? Let me make some calculations. 10 million, 20 million, hiss. That person calculated and inhaled a mouthful of cold breath immediately. The total amount of entrustments Chen Feng received had exceeded 20 million, a frightening figure that far exceeded Chen Feng's current sales volume. If Chen Feng really had such an amount of money to be used for publicity, was there any need for him to participate in this event? Obviously, the answer was no. If that was the case, then there was a possibility that Chen Feng's sales volume was genuine. Everyone shivered. What on earth is happening? Everyone was alarmed. Condemn? How were they supposed to condemn that? If the reagents produced by Chen Feng were really worthless, would people really purchase it? It couldn't be that those rich people were too rich and had no idea where to spend their money, so they end up looking for Chen Feng, right? Everyone quieted down. They knew that something major had happened. Soon, this news was spread to the learning forum as well. The whole learning forum exploded. Chen Feng had been keeping a low profile for so long, but once he made his move, he stirred everything up. Something major is going to happen. I smell something fishy here. This time, a large majority of the people instead chose to become spectators as the event unfolded. At the same time, the hottest thread containing the video of the strongest gene had finally, under countless requests, released the name of the strongest F-class gene in the video, mutated thundersnake gene, originating from the strongest gene shop. Bang! The whole learning forum was in an uproar. Mutated thundersnake gene? The strongest gene that was incomparably awesome yet possessing a terrifying might was actually the mutated thundersnake gene sold by Chen Feng. Is this real? How can this be bogus? It came from that guy's own mouth. No wonder it was sold for 1 million yuan. This price was definitely more than worth the value of that gene. Yeah, I saw the entrustment list released by Chen Feng earlier. There were indeed several people requesting for Chen Feng to produce this gene with a high price. Wait, if this is the mutated thundersnake gene, then the other gene, some of the people suddenly thought of something else. At the same time, the top-ranked strongest F-class gene had similarly released the name of the gene, mutated gold ant gene, originating from the strongest gene shop, Bang. The whole learning forum was in an uproar. This time, the reveal was truly explosive. So not only the mutated thundersnake gene, even the mutated gold ant gene was produced by Chen Feng. Both genes crowned as the strongest gene reagents were produced by Chen Feng. At this time, countless people felt like they'd had their faces slapped. The strongest genes they had used to step on Chen Feng for so long ended up being something originating from his very own shop? This was truly, wait, if it was the strongest gene, why would the shop be banned? Yeah. If there are no issues, why would the shop be banned? A lot of people realized this question as well. Even Cool Breeze Daily said that this was Chen Feng's self-marketing. A lot of people were still feeling doubtful. At this moment, a familiar thread appeared on the forum. The heart of anyone who saw it leaped. That familiar ID, that familiar tone, and that familiar thread title. Shocking! The chief of Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices colluded with Cool Breeze Daily and did these things to an elderly man over 70 years of age. Damn, this title. These clickbait titles are truly hateful. I really don't want to tap it. However, I can't control my hands. What did they do? Wretched title. Don't enter the thread and continue encouraging such hateful titles. Countless people started condemning. However, despite how everyone was saying they wouldn't enter the thread, their actions were truly honest. Instinctively, they entered the thread and saw a shocking inside story. Professor Dao, the main character in the Lumber Bear Gene incident. Professor Dao was the person who lost his standing after being exposed by Chen Feng. As for the chief of Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices, he was the son of Professor Dao. With this, everything became apparent. Chen Feng had released the latest evaluation on his genes. Gold Ant Gene, Supreme. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices' evaluated price, 10,000 yuan. Gene Production Association's evaluated price, 1 million yuan and above. Thundersnake Gene, Supreme. Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices' evaluated price, 50,000 yuan. Gene Production Association's evaluated price, 1 million yuan. With this comparison, was there any need for him to say anything else? In his thread, Chen Feng started his bombardment on Cool Breeze Daily and Bureau Chief Tao. At the end of his thread, he even released another set of information. The true owner of the Lumber Bear Gene Guide and a comparison between Professor Tao's Lumber Bear Gene Guide and the guide released by Mu Yuan's grandfather. Professor Tao was once again a hot topic. Damn. Even the Lumber Bear Gene Guide was not something produced by Professor Dao. Damn it. Even when he stole Chen Feng's research result, I was defending him. No one can avoid making mistakes in their life after all. Who knew that? A lot of people were enraged. Especially those fans that had insisted on defending Professor Dao. So all this was not Professor Dao's results. Damn, I was blind. This father and son duo are both good-for-nothings. The whole internet was filled with curses. Their anger from being played around by the father and son duo and their anger from getting face-slapped by Chen Feng was all unleashed on the Dao father and son duo. At this moment, the public outrage was completely unleashed onto the involved parties. The Dao father and son duo were flooded by endless waves of discussions online, while the number of subscribers of Cool Breeze Daily declined at an inconceivable speed. It's nearly there, right? Chen Feng watched coldly as everything unfolded. The appearances of the two videos was somewhat surprising for him. However, it had also served as stronger proof for his case. Together with the release of the entrustment list, the thread he posted, and the release of the Gene Production Association's evaluation results, the truth was revealed. What will you do next? Chen Feng's eyes were ice cold. He refused to believe that Bureau Chief Tao would just sit and wait for death like that. If that was the case, assassination? Chen Feng sneered. He had thoroughly prepared himself. Luck value, mutated thundersnake genes, and monitoring his vicinity. He had completed his preparations. Even if all that was not sufficient, he could still contact Wang Yao. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of person could Bureau Chief Tao send toward him. Chapter 69, covering the skies with one hand. Chapter 69, covering the skies with one hand. Translator, Lemast and editor, Tenish currently, within a certain attic, Dao Lijun was looking at the expose taking place online with an unprecedentedly calm expression on his face. After a long time, he shook his head. I miscalculated. Little June. Professor Dao had a bitter expression on his face. He did not expect the whole incident would progress to such an extent. If it involved only him, then so be it. However, if it implicated his son, their Dao family would be truly finished. No worries. Dao Lijun smiled. If I couldn't even deal with something like this, I would have lived all these years for nothing. Professor Dao was bewildered. The whole incident had reached this point. What else could they do? Just you see, Dao Lijun smiled indifferently. In the beginning, I had been neglectful. I treated Chen Feng as a bug that couldn't accomplish much and ended up getting checkmated by him instead. This kid is truly not simple. But it's about time for this to end. Dao Lijun coldly stared off into the distance. Since I now truly treat him as an opponent, I won't give him any chance to counterattack. It seems like it's time I start using certain resources that I originally wasn't willing to use. Pa! Dao Lijun clapped. A fluttering bug was smashed to death on the wall. Look at it. Regardless of how fast it flies, a bug is still a bug. Dao Lijun patted his father's shoulder. Your son has been a bureau chief for 20 years. Am I someone who can be shaken by a mere producer like him? His methods are quite good. However, he's too naive. Just wait and see. He won't be able to do much. Dao Lijun smiled coldly. Who was he? He was Dao Lijun, the chief of the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. Although he didn't possess much influence in real life, now that he was personally here at Gold City, who would dare to not give him some face? This was reality. Chen Feng, a mere clown. It's about time to start, right? Dao Lijun mumbled. Currently, at the Learning Forum, 30 minutes had passed since the exposure of the incident. The scope of the public outrage was no longer small. However, at this very moment, all the threads posted by Chen Feng were deleted from the Learning Forum. Once again, they evaporated into thin air. The scamming father and son duo, Dao family unmasked. Dogs of Cool Breeze, spreader of rumors, come out and battle me for an extra 300 rounds. All threads attacking Dao Lijun, Professor Tao, and Cool Breeze Daily were submerged by a large amount of new threads. Disappeared. Everything had disappeared. My thread disappeared. Mine too. What happened? Some people were feeling doubtful. However, they could no longer post anything. Every account that had posted something similar had been temporarily banned. At a glance, everything appeared calm at the Learning Forum. They dared to delete the threads? A lot of people were seething with rage and planned to start causing trouble. However, right at this moment, the extramarital affair of a celebrity producer was suddenly exposed, shocking the whole internet. The Learning Forum was instantly flooded by news about this. All the media outlets, the Learning Forum, and the public were paying close attention to this incident. Chen Feng, who was that? Chen Feng had vanished without trace from the whole Learning Forum. When Chen Feng noticed this, he was stupefied. He did not expect that after their experience with the Professor Tao incident, they would still dare to do this even when the current incident had been exposed for over 30 minutes. The same thing was happening all over again. However, different from what Professor Tao had done previously, when Bureau Chief Tao made his move, his methods were much crueler and more direct, not leaving any chance for him to strike back at all. All who defended Chen Feng were instantly banned from the Learning Forum. Every single relevant information was flooded by the news regarding the extramarital affair. No signs of Chen Feng were left behind. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. How could there be such a coincidence? He didn't even need to think hard to know that this was something used to cover up his incident. They had decided to use an even larger incident to cover this up. This was a commonly used method to shift the public's attention. Bureau Chief Tao was vicious indeed, not leaving any chance for him to strike back. Such a vicious method. Chen Feng was shocked. He did not expect that those from the Learning Forum would do such a thing. Was it due to the status of Bureau Chief Tao, or was it because he knew some of their secrets? Chen Feng was not sure. However, there truly was no place he could lodge his complaint now. He had the evaluation report of the Gene Production Association in his hands. However, he wasn't even given the chance to release the report. Maybe I should try the other newspapers? Chen Feng tried contacting some newspapers. However, everyone ignored him. There were some who went as far as to end the call directly after finding out whom he was. Even the main competitors of Cool Breeze Daily were unwilling to be involved in current incident. The reason for that was unknown. Is this another masterpiece of Bureau Chief Tao? Chen Feng sneered. This was indeed somewhat exceeding his expectations. He thought that Bureau Chief Tao would perform assassination like he had in the past. He did not expect the guy who had tried to assassinate him several times would choose to instead abuse his power to suppress Chen Feng. What a person, this Bureau Chief Tao. Are you truly able to suppress the public outrage? Chen Feng entered the virtual community. However, the released entrustments to his shop had disappeared. Now, even the entrustments to the Strongest Gene shop had disappeared without a trace. On his account was only a simple piece of information. The entrustment function of your shop, TheStrongestGene, has been temporarily cancelled due to a violation of rules. Chen Feng was speechless. It has been cancelled, he mumbled. He did not find this surprising. He had seen this coming the moment his thread was deleted and the public's attention was shifted. Since Bureau Chief Tao had taken care of everything, how would he forget about the Strongest Gene shop? This was Dao Lijun's counterattack. In a certain high-rise building, Professor Tao was watching the developments online with excitement. He had never imagined that his son would be powerful to such an extent, creating clouds and rain with a wave of his hand. Too powerful. Son, you are too impressive. Professor Tao was excited. I owed some people favors because of this. Dao Lijun shook his head. I originally had great use for these favors. It's a pity that I have wasted it here. Professor Dao smiled embarrassingly. He had nothing now. As such, he no longer dared to look down on this son of his. How about my reputation? Professor Dao asked greedily. Don't worry. Dao Lijun laughed involuntarily. You are my father. How could I forget you? Wait until this matter calms down. I will get someone to clear your name. Professor Dao nodded emotionally. Good, good, good. Ah. Dao Lijun looked out of the window indifferently. It's truly lonely at the top. Chen Feng brat, now do you know how the real world works? Regardless of how talented you are, as far as I am concerned, you are nothing but a bug. This was the real world. Time flowed. 1 hour, 2 hours, the public was still paying attention to the extramarital affair. As for Chen Feng, who's that? Only a small amount of people were still paying attention to him. Furthermore, these people were those who had been banned from the forum. Even if they knew the truth, they no longer dared to continue shooting their mouth off. There were some who had posted some harsh words trying to complain about this, only to end up having the trust level of their account reduced by the learning forum, with starting rumors as the reason. With this, they stopped saying anything. Who still dared to defend Chen Feng? None. The Chen Feng incident vanished quietly just like that. As for the Strongest Gene shop, it would probably quietly remain banned until one day when this spot finally turned into another new shop, while Chen Feng's shop that once existed was completely forgotten. This was the scariest possibility. 70 Chapter 70, Chen Feng's Killing Intent. Chapter 70, Chen Feng's Killing Intent. Translator, Lemostin. Editor, Tenesh. At the top of a certain high-rise building in Gold City, Dao Lijun was seated together with a middle-aged man. Seems like our little friend is now stuck at an impasse, he said to the middle-aged man seated opposite him, smiling. Watching the struggle of a bug is still quite pleasurable, Dao Lijun said indifferently. I have accomplished something after all out of my Gold City trip this time. After some time passes, you can start helping my father recover his reputation. Don't be in too much of a rush, the middle-aged man said. Be careful lest something unexpected happen. Unexpected? How is that possible? Dao Lijun sneered. Is there anyone capable of doing anything against me at a place like this? There were only a few people in Gold City that he did not dare to offend. Those people were all those who had no relations whatsoever with Chen Feng. This was the basis for his confidence. At the same time, within the rented house, Chen Feng was quietly watching on as the situation progressed. The way this whole incident had progressed had far exceeded his expectations. He had still underestimated Bureau Chief Tao after all. Earlier, Xuanhuan had contacted him and made known one thing to him. What he was currently experiencing was exactly the same thing that happened to Xuanhuan's grandfather in the past. Total shutdown. His shop was banned, his bank account was frozen, and he, as a person, was also greatly discredited. Granted, Chen Feng's previous exposure had lasted for half an hour and was noticed by some people. However, a large majority of people were still unaware of the truth. In their eyes, Chen Feng was still the producer with questionable moral standings. This was Dao Lijun's total shutdown. Shutting him down to his death. Is there no other way? Chen Feng looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan kept quiet. If there were really other methods, how could his grandfather have lived in disgrace for so many years? Although the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was not really influential in real life, the chief had come to Gold City in person. As long as he exchanged some benefits with those rich and influential officials here, it was simply too easy to shut a beginner producer like Chen Feng down. In the past, that was also what happened to his grandfather. How did your grandfather get the ban lifted previously? Chen Feng abruptly asked. By apologizing and admitting that all those were Professor Tao's research results. Xuanhuan was feeling hateful. This was the greatest disgrace of his grandfather. Those were something that belonged to him, and he was the one in the right. However, due to the harsh reality, things ended up in such a way. How lamentable was that? And now, what his grandfather experienced was repeating with Chen Feng. I'm sorry. Xuanhuan clenched his fist. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't. No worries, Chen Feng smiled. It's nothing major. Ah? Xuanhuan was astonished. You can still smile? This total shutdown from Dao Lijun is very terrifying. At the very least, you won't be able to get anything done for a few years. Or else, do you look down on me that much? Chen Feng stretched lazily and a hint of smile appeared in his eyes. This will end soon. Xuanhuan was totally confused. End soon? How was that possible? However, Chen Feng had ended the call with him. Dao Lijun, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled as he smiled. What a good method. However, has it ever crossed your mind that the effectiveness of your methods might lead to your very death? Is there no other way to solve this? Chen Feng was feeling somewhat regretful. He checked online and found that news about him had been flooded underneath waves of other news. He tried posting new threads to find that he remained blocked. There were no signs that his ID was going to get unblocked either. In the virtual community, his shop remained banned as well. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng sighed. Bureau Chief Tao, you are truly courting death. He really didn't want to use this kind of method. Unfortunately, he turned his wristband screen on. A list of names appeared. Since he did not have many friends, only several names appeared on his contact list on the screen. However, all these were those who he could communicate well with. And one of them was, Chen Feng paused at Wang Yao's name. Wang Yao, Chen Feng whispered. 3 favors from Wang Yao for the Sea Dragon Blood Essence. He had originally thought that he would never use these favors. Never had he expected that only a few days would pass before he needed to use one of the favors. His chosen method was a simpler and crueler method. Kill. Wasn't Bureau Chief Tao someone who enjoyed assassinating others? He sent someone to assassinate Chen Feng twice in the past. Now, Chen Feng only needed to repay him once. Dao Lijun was indeed well connected with the authorities. However, what if he was dead? Would those people still work for him? Naturally not. Regardless of how close they were, those people would not work for a dead person. Furthermore, in order to distance themselves from him, they might even step on him while he was down. The whole incident involving Chen Feng would be settled instantly. As for their suspicions, regardless of how suspicious those people got, they would never end up suspecting Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not originally want to use this method. However, it appeared that Bureau Chief Tao was somewhat suicidal. He is truly courting death. Chen Feng sighed regretfully. As he tapped on the name Wang Yao, Chen Feng prepared to contact her. Suddenly, a silhouette of light appeared before him. A familiar-looking person appeared with a smile on his face. Chen Feng, take a trip over to Gene Production Association. It was actually Zhang Wei. Chen Feng blanked momentarily. Me? Just come. Something good is about to happen, Zhang Wei said mysteriously. Chen Feng's heart leaped. All right. Would that be the association's reward? Since he was only a beginner producer now, it was impossible for the Gene Production Association to help him out with his predicament. Furthermore, this was something that was happening in the virtual community. Hence, there was no place for the Gene Production Association to get involved in this. However, he was truly curious as to what the association's reward would be. The so-called mysterious reward mentioned by Zhang Wei, Chen Feng stared at Wang Yao's name on his contact list and ended up not tapping on it. Let's go over to take a look. It's still not too late to deal with Bureau Chief Tao when I return. Chen Feng pondered. The Gene Production Association was, after all, not an organization with an ordinary status. He might encounter something that could change his current situation over there. Chen Feng arrived at the Gene Production Association as agreed. Zhang Wei was already there waiting with several others. A few of them appeared unordinary and seemed to be in some sort of a discussion. Chen Feng was feeling somewhat doubtful. What are they doing? Shh. Zhang Wei smiled mysteriously. Today, your only job is to smile. Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. In the distance, those people were in a discussion. When they saw Chen Feng, they walked over to him. You are that Chen Feng? A middle-aged person with a smile on his face looked at Chen Feng as his eyes lightened up. Before Chen Feng could answer, he patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Lad, not bad. Continue working hard. After he finished, he continued forward with the others. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, Chen Feng. Chen Wei only smiled mysteriously and hinted for him to just follow along. Hence, Chen Feng could only follow along in confusion. However, even when all those people left, he had still not seen any mysterious gift. I have given you the reward. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder. Kid, this time you earned big. Ah? Chen Feng was still lost. You will know when you're home. Zhang Wei smiled happily. Whenever they met, Chen Feng was always confident, behaving like he had victory grasped in his hands all along. That was totally uncharacteristic of his identity as a freshly graduated youngster. As such, Zhang Wei was naturally happy to see him in such a bewildered state. This guy, Chen Feng, did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he was home, half the day had passed. After the trip he had made, he did not seem to have gained anything. As for the mysterious reward mentioned by Zhang Wei, Chen Feng checked his bank account, thinking that the association had rewarded him with money. However, he found nothing. What is it exactly? Chen Feng was curious. However, right at this moment, a piece of news released by Gold City Daily attracted Chen Feng's attention. He would not normally pay attention to such news. However, this time, the headline of the news had actually covered him as the front page. And that middle-aged man that was patting his shoulder earlier, 71, Chapter 71, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 71, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish, Damn. Chen Feng's eyes widened abruptly. This was a daily newspaper, a proper media. The content of the news was quite simple. The vice president of Gene Production Association arrived at the Gold City branch of their association for an all-around inspection, all sort of jobs done, etc. There was only a short sentence in the whole news article pertaining to Chen Feng. The mutated gold ant gene created by young genius Chen Feng was crowned as the strongest F-class gene. Chen Feng's hand trembled. Although it was merely F-class, this was something said by the vice president himself. He was unsure of whether this sentence was the vice president's exact words or if his original words were somewhat different. However, with this sentence, Chen Feng's position in Gold City became unshakable. At the very least, among all the beginner producers in Gold City, none were capable of surpassing Chen Feng. Gold Ant Gene? Chen Feng was speechless from shock. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices could reject his genes, and those genetic warriors and producers that weren't quite knowledgeable could also reject his genes. However now, the vice president had personally acknowledged Chen Feng's strongest gene. So this was the mysterious reward mentioned by Zhang Wei. What a heavyweight reward. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Wait, Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. If even the daily newspaper was speaking out for him, would there be any changes to his discredited reputation online? After checking online, Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Changes? It was not something as simple as some changes. The whole internet had practically erupted. The strongest gene? Vice president? If it was a title crowned privately by the public, the news would only spread in a small scale. However, when these very words came out of the mouth of the vice president himself, the whole internet erupted. What kind of gene exactly was this strongest F-class gene crowned by the vice president himself? A lot of people who were unaware of the truth started searching about it. The mutated gold ant gene was exposed. At the same time, the incident involving Chen Feng couldn't be hidden anymore either. Was the authority of Bureau Chief Tao Hai covering the skies with one hand of his, doing whatever he wanted? It truly sounded amazing. However, it was only amazing when compared with a beginner producer like Chen Feng. In front of a true grandmaster or the Gene Production Association, he was nothing. How could he cover this up? The speed in which new threads were created was faster than the speed in which the learning forum was able to delete them. Furthermore, they were able to delete the threads of normal people. However, this time, among those who posted threads to inquire about the truth in the learning forum, there were a large amount of great gene producers who dared to delete their threads. Nobody. Besides that, this time, the daily newspaper had formally talked about this. At this moment, all those traditional media outlets started talking about this as well. Conceal? It couldn't be concealed at all. Chen Feng was trending. The strongest gene shop was trending. The 3 mutated genes were trending once again as well. Chen Feng had actually been banned. The reason being these 2 strongest genes were not worth 1 million. Not only that, I have seen the evaluation released by the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. They only evaluated it at 10,000. How dishonest. They were courting death by doing this. Everyone was shocked. This Chen Feng was someone who had created 3 mutated formulas yet had actually gotten himself banned. This world, some people found this inconceivable. 1 mutated formula might be a coincidence. 2 mutated formulas might be due to luck. How about 3? It was sufficient to demonstrate Chen Feng's talent. In other words, Chen Feng possessed extraordinary talent in this aspect. However, even with this, those people still dared to ban him this way? Truly inconceivable. The learning forum seems to have deleted a lot of threads. Complain. The Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices is still banning the strongest gene shop. Complain. Cool Breeze Daily was also involved in discrediting Chen Feng. Report them. The whole internet erupted. Seas of complaints and reports flooded the learning forum, virtual community, and Cool Breeze Daily. Within were also reports filed by influential persons from all walks of life using their real names. This sensationalized the whole internet. Everyone was aware that, regardless of who was pulling the strings, these people were truly finished. When the manager of the learning forum found out about this, he was bursting with rage. This had always been the place where elite scholars and people with all sorts of authority engaged in intellectual discussions. The forum moderators only had the authority to delete the threads of beginner members, increasing the credit, etc. They had no authority to delete anything written by some advanced members. Every deletion of something posted by an advanced member would need to be audited. However, even with this, such a scandal still happened. The moderators had actually colluded with some people to delete the thread posted by the beginner account of Chen Feng and banned a large amount of beginner members. Who gave you all the guts to do this? The manager was furious. On that day itself, he directly sent someone to take all those moderators to the prison. He was clear that, since incident had happened, a satisfactory answer needed to be given to their members. A satisfactory answer to Chen Feng as well. Expelling those moderators? It was insufficient to calm the anger of the masses. Only by sending all those people to prison would he calm the masses down. Only with this could the learning forum preserve their prestige. There was also another reason for this, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It was about time the circle of moderators experienced some changes. The manager smiled coldly. Soon, the deleted threads were reinstated. Chen Feng's thread appeared once again, triggering hot discussions about it. The Dao father and son duo instantly became a rat hated by everyone. Only now did everyone realize what was truly hidden behind the extramarital affair earlier. With this, the truth had been truly exposed. As compensation, Chen Feng's beginner account was given an exception and changed into an advanced member of the learning forum. This was a treatment that was normally only given to advanced producers. There were really no other options. This was not the first time something happened to Chen Feng. In the manager's eyes, Chen Feng was akin to a bomb. Only a tiny effort was required in order to cause an explosion. He was also afraid that something similar would happen again. At the same time, after the exposure of Chen Feng's incident gained the attention of the high-level management of the virtual community, Old Ding from the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices was also sent to prison. Decisive punishment. There were things that could be neglected if they weren't exposed. However, after exposure, it was akin to playing with fire. What was the status of the learning forum and the virtual community? Everyone was clear on this. They were the tycoons of their respective industry. Their leaders would not be pulling tricks for such trifle matters. What their users wanted was a certain attitude from them, a fair environment. Hence, for Chen Feng and also for themselves, both sides decided to handle this matter decisively and give a certain level of compensation to Chen Feng. Only after this, the public outrage started disappearing. As for Cool Breeze Daily, villains colluding together. The crime of Cool Breeze Daily? Where is the trustworthiness of the media? Is Cool Breeze really a cool breeze? All sorts of news articles emerged. Although they had provided explanations, issued their apology, and sent the relevant reporters to prison, their credibility was still declining rapidly. Everyone was clear that Cool Breeze Daily was finished. Losing their credibility as a media outlet, they were currently worthless. Even if they were able to survive this incident, they were already nearly destroyed. It was said that, in one single day, their subscription base dropped by 50%. Furthermore, this amount was still increasing rapidly. Even Cool Breeze Daily did not expect everything to change in a single night. Only one day had passed. They had just released their report on the Chen Feng incident yesterday, only to have their face slapped harshly today. An erroneous report had destroyed the whole Cool Breeze Daily. At this moment, when Dao Lejun saw the newspaper headline, when he saw that the picture on the cover was actually the vice president and Chen Feng, he almost fainted from his agitation. The vice president of the Magnificent Gene Production Association, how was that possible? Dao Lejun was sweating profusely. He had been paying all his attention on this gold city and had even sent people to monitor the situation. However, he could have never guessed that the Gene Production Association would be the one helping Chen Feng out. Something is going to happen. Dao Lejun's first reaction was to resist. He abandoned all his belongings and prepared to flee immediately. However, just as he reached the door, he found that there were already several people waiting for him there. Bureau Chief Tao, I'm afraid you will have to take a walk with us. Thump! Dao Lejun slumped on the ground. He knew that everything was finished. He had everything planned out. Yet what escaped him was the fact that Chen Feng actually knew the magnificent vice president. If he knew this earlier, Dao Lejun closed his eyes in despair. Naturally, he did not know that Chen Feng did not know the vice president at all. There was also no need for Chen Feng to know the vice president. In this world, there was still justice, after all. Since what the Gene Production Association wanted was vigorous growth, they would not allow a talented producer like Chen Feng to be wasted. If they had not found out about it, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, since Zhang Wei mentioned it, they had to act on this. The two mutated formulas with high star ratings were the brand representing Chen Feng. 72, Chapter 72, The Final Craziness. Chapter 72, The Final Craziness. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenish within his rented house in Gold City, Chen Feng was watching the spectacular drama unfolding online. Zhang Wei's picture appeared on his screen. Are you satisfied with the mysterious reward? Many thanks. Chen Feng couldn't thank him enough. It's fine. Zhang Wei smiled as he said, coincidentally, the vice president was here to check on us. I merely conveniently mentioned this issue to him. Frankly, this is due to your own contributions, the strongest F-class genes. Without both of those genes, the vice president would probably have ignored me. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Today is the last day of the month, Zhang Wei suddenly mentioned. If you are still planning to participate in the event, this is a good opportunity for you. Event? Chen Feng was immediately tempted. After ending the call, he entered the virtual community to take a look. The ban on his shop had indeed been lifted. However, different from before, his shop was currently incredibly popular. Countless people were queued up in front of his shop waiting for the shop opening. Chen Feng took a glimpse at the relevant information pertaining to his shop and was immediately shocked. This, entrustment. A whole list of entrustments. 1 set of gold ant gene, supreme request by Xuanhuan, offered price 2 million. Do you accept? 1 set of gold ant gene, supreme request by Lu offered price 1.5 million. Do you accept? 1 set of thundersnake gene, supreme request by Wang. Offered price 1 to 2 million. Do you accept? 1 set of gold ant gene, supreme request by Feng Mai. Offered price 2.5 million. Do you accept? Everyone was here in order to place their entrustments. The mutated gold ant gene had become famous due to its distinct ability to surpass one's limit, while the mutated thundersnake gene had become famous due to its ability to enable an F-class warrior to unleash power equaling a peak E-class warrior. Insane. Everyone had gone insane. Chen Feng was shocked. There were so many rich people in this world. Naturally, that wasn't the case. A gene capable of surpassing one's limit had never appeared in all of history. As such, some people who had been stuck at F-class due to certain reasons were now going crazy. It wasn't hard for one to break through the limit of F-class. One only needed to put some effort into it, coupled with a little bit of talent, and they would definitely break through this limit after some time. Granted, there were some rich people who chose to buy the mutated gold ant gene in order to save their time. However, in this world, there existed some who truly couldn't break through their limit. The reason for that wasn't due to them having some labor-type genes. Rather, it was due to some accidents, or some particular genes, or some restrictions that had caused them to be forever stuck at the same point. Naturally, the amount of people in such circumstances was very low. There might be only 1 per several billion people. However, after so many years of accumulation, how many of such people existed in this world? These were the group of people who truly needed this mutated gold ant gene. For example, that particular entrustment worth 3 million. 3 million, Chen Feng's heart was ablaze. Extreme profit. This was truly an extreme profit. Something with a cost of 200,000 being sold at 3 million, the profit rate was 1,500%. Chen Feng was speechless. However, he was clear that this situation was only made possible from an accumulation of demands after so long coupled with the sudden fame he had obtained. An opportunity like this might only fall on him this one time. I can't miss this opportunity. Chen Feng was excited. To his surprise, when Chen Feng entered the shop, he received a notification that the management of the virtual community had taken appropriate actions against the Bureau of Virtual Commodity Prices. As compensation to Chen Feng, they would activate the auction function for Chen Feng's shop in advance. Auction? Chen Feng's eyes brightened. This was a function that would only be available when a shop reached around level 5 or 6. However, Chen Feng had obtained this function now. The virtual community clearly demonstrated their generosity when they were giving out compensation. Naturally, the special genes sold by Chen Feng played a large part in obtaining this function as well. For normal level 1 shops, regardless of how popular the shop was, they wouldn't be able to do anything with the auction function even if the function was given to them. Who would actually participate in an auction for combat genes worth several tens of thousands? Auction, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Begin. After preparing several sets of materials for mutated gold ant gene production, he got started on it. Since he was now rich, he was not bothered about such an amount of materials. Furthermore, he had quite an amount of luck value saved up during the past 2 days. As such, it was sufficient for Chen Feng to prepare 2 sets of mutated gold ant genes. Soon, he finished his first set using 20 points of luck value in the process. Let's see how much will this sell for. Chen Feng was excited. Gold ant gene, Supreme, begin sale. Now, with the strongest gene starting its operation and the gold ant gene, Supreme put up for sale by Chen Feng, the crowd queuing up in front of his shop was in an uproar. Auction, Chen Feng was planning to auction this gene off. Those who had been waiting for a long time started going crazy. The gold ant gene, Supreme, that was originally priced at 1 million, had its price increased to 3 million. What was shocking was that this price was still increasing. Wang family. Wang Chun was somewhat surprised as he looked at the price that was rising rapidly. Someone is still raising the price? Since he broke through into E-class, the funding he received from the family had been increased somewhat. As such, he could be considered to be somewhat rich now. However, spending 3 million for a gene used to break through F-class, it wasn't worth it. Are those stupid yet rich people? Wang Chun said suddenly. However, shortly he shook his head. The rich did not make their money out of thin air. There was a reason for the Gene Production Association to evaluate the starting price of gold ant gene, Supreme, as 1 million. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the optimal price to sell this item. Any more than that, it was not worth it. There's also a possibility that, Wang Chun narrowed his eyes. Those people are in similar circumstances to my own? It was indeed not worth it for a normal people to spend 3 million for a breakthrough. However, if those people were those who was stuck due to accidents, such as the previous Wang Chun, not only 3 million, even if it was 5 million, he would still gladly spend it. Things are getting interesting. Wang Chun suddenly smiled. Currently, a person was gnashing his teeth in front of the strongest gene as he looked at the rising price. 3.2 million, 3.5 million, 3.8 million, no matter who raised the price, he would further raise it without any hesitation. In order to break through, he would do anything. Crazy. Damn, it's already at 4 to 5 million. Everyone was stupefied. No one expected the first mutated gold ant gene to reach this frightening price. What was inconceivable was the fact that the price was still increasing. God, has everyone in this world gone crazy? This is only for F-class breakthrough. The one who raised the price to 3 million earlier is apparently a young billionaire. Even he has given up. Obviously, even he does not believe that a higher price is worth it. Yeah, but why are there still people who are increasing the price? Nobody understood the reason. And now, as people continued giving up on it, the final price stopped at 5.2 million. The strongest gene, the first gold ant gene, Supreme, was sold at the price of 5.2 million. The virtual community was in an uproar. The learning forum was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. It was fine if this was some high-level combat gene. However, this was only an F-class gene. The strongest gene, this price has set a new history among the F-class genes. Everyone sighed endlessly. However, this was not the end. In the afternoon, Chen Feng put a second mutated gold ant gene up for auction. Once again, the auction began. There's more? Seems like Chen Feng has quite a stockpile. This time, there won't be anyone competing so crazily, right? Everyone guessed. Indeed, with the appearance of the second mutated gene, the people had recovered their composure. Since Chen Feng was able to produce a second set of the same gene, there would definitely be a third or fourth set. If that was the case, those who were not in any rush could totally wait for it, only buying when the price recovered to a normal rate. However, even with this, the second gene was still sold at 3 million. Another extremely high price. This, scary. I can't make sense of this world anymore. Even if it's a rich person, there's a better way to break through, right? I remember that some of the rich can simply spend some money to hire some bodyguards to accompany them out on a training trip and be able to easily break through. Only a small amount of money is needed for that, right? Countless people had stupid expression on their face. They couldn't understand why this mutated gold ant gene could reach such a high price. Fortunately, after the second set, the passion of the crowd started dropping. As the night descended, the monthly sales event was coming to an end as well. Currently, Chen Feng was placed at 3rd place, an inconceivable rank. 1st place, sales volume 18.6 million. 2nd place, sales volume 18.2 million. 3rd place, sales volume 18 million. 18 million, a terrifying sales volume. Chen Feng only spent 7 days to reach this level. What was scary was the fact that 8 million of this amount was the amount he only spent half of day to day to make. This was what alarmed everyone. The name of the strongest gene was not in vain after all. However, this was about as far as it could go. The shop owner at 1st place was feeling relieved. In order to compete with the person at 2nd place, they had promoted their products with discounts, wasting a lot of money in the process. Chen Feng's crazy growth had caused them to tremble with fear. Luckily, Chen Feng's final figure had stopped at 18 million and stopped increasing. Footnotes 1. The was the original text in raw as well. 73. Chapter 73, 1st place. Chapter 73, 1st place. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish at 11:30 p.m. that night, as the event was about to end, outside of everyone's expectations, another gold ant gene, Supreme, appeared in the strongest gene shop, creating an uproar. It started again. Quick, quick, go buy it. Countless people rushed over to compete for it. I'm finished. The first-ranked shop owner's heart felt ice cold. Although Chen Feng was still currently in 3rd place, he was clear that, regardless of how much this gene sold for, he no longer had any chance of maintaining 1st place. Not only him, even the shop owner in 2nd place did not expect that the both of them would compete for 1 whole month only to end up suffering a crushing defeat at Chen Feng's hands. It is indeed infuriating when you compare yourself with others. The shop owner smiled bitterly. Currently, the auction of the mutated gold ant gene had started. Although the traffic had somewhat declined due to the time, it still reached a final price of 28 million. Another high price. Done. Chen Feng clenched his fist resolutely. He was aware that these few people were those who were stuck at F class. Furthermore, these were the rich ones. After this, the price of mutated gold ant gene would naturally return to a normal rate. In order to produce this 3rd gene, Chen Feng had waited for his luck value to recover to 20 points before he hastily produced another gene before the event ended. Luckily, he succeeded. Chen Feng's sales volume reached 28 million. Early in the morning when the sales ranking was released, everyone was shocked. Incomparable. 7 days. Ranked 1st in sales volume. A daily sales figure of more than 10 million. Among all level 1 shops, even when all the level 2 shops were included, Chen Feng was the undisputed 1st place. Savage. Worthy of being the strongest gene indeed. Damn, 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 damn. Chen Feng must be making a crazy amount of money? That's not necessarily true though. The mutated gold ant gene formula must be something that was created after much hardship. In order to produce this, it's hard to imagine how much he invested. True. Everyone agreed with that sentiment. No one knew that, with the assistance of luck value, Chen Feng's rate of failure was precisely 0. This time, he had indeed made a crazy amount of profit, 28 million. Both of Chen Feng's eyes were shining. After deducting his costs of around 5 million, he had made a pure profit of 15 million. An extremely terrifying figure. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 1 million yuan loan was repaid. There's still 13.9 million left. Chen Feng was moved. He had never gotten his hands on so much money. He was still excited despite being aware that this was the money he earned due to the publicity he gained recently, enduring wave after wave of hardship and barely surviving Bureau Chief Tao's suppression. To be honest, if someone else instead of Chen Feng was faced with all of this, that person would have been defeated long ago. Extreme risk brought extreme profit. All of this was well deserved. It has been too difficult, Chen Feng lamented. In order to make his first pot of gold, he had put everything on the line. In order to save 20 points of luck value to produce the 3rd mutated gold ant gene, he had been waiting around doing nothing for the luck value to recover. He was only able to complete his task in the final 30 minutes. Luckily, it was now over. The final gene had placed him in the 1st place. I wonder what the rewarded formula will be. Chen Feng was somewhat looking forward to it. At this time, his wristband buzzed as the screen on it flickered. Chen Feng looked at it and found that it was actually an employee of the virtual community inviting him to the virtual lounge. What's the situation? Chen Feng muttered before tapping the confirm button. Whoosh! Light swirled before his eyes and he arrived at the virtual lounge. Hello. The pretty employee before him smiled. I am Little Jia, the supervisor of the event department. Congratulations on placing 1st in the event. As compensation for the damage done to you previously, we have granted you the right to choose the formula. You can freely choose the rewarded formula from the presently available high-rating formulas. Whoosh! Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Compensation? Freely choose? The virtual community was indeed generous. A row of gene reagents appeared before his eyes. Chen Feng took a look and was astonished to find that in addition to 4- and 5-star F-class formulas, there were also a lot of 4-star E-class formulas. This is the maximum sincerity we are able to show to you. A hint of apology could be seen on Little Jia's face. Chen Feng did not hold himself back. He started looking over the formulas one by one before finally stopping at a 4-star E-class gene reagent. The reason being that it was actually a gene fusion reagent. A rare 4-star fusion gene reagent. Illusionary snake gene formula difficulty level, 4 stars type, fusion reagent, function, obtaining the illusionary snake gene, gaining the myriad illusions ability. Restriction, E-class introductions, a gene fusion reagent produced after using the illusionary snake blood essence as the core and one's blood as the supporting material to refine the gene, using all sorts of precious materials as the supporting materials. Illusionary snake? Myriad illusions? Chen Feng checked it out and was immediately stirred. This kind of mutated beast, illusionary snake, an E-class mutated beast. Its blood and genes were used as the supporting material for a lot of powerful gene reagents. However, none of those genes used it as the core of the reagent. The reason was simple. Its gene was too fickle. The ancestors of the illusionary snake were a dreadful beast called devouring snake. It would devour everything. What was even more terrifying was the fact that, after devouring a mutated beast, it was able to evolve and obtain part of the beast's gene. It might even obtain a part of that beast's ability, depending on the amount of gene it obtained. It was an extremely terrifying mutated beast. Due to the influence and combination of all sorts of peculiar abilities, the offspring of the devouring snakes would possess all sorts of peculiar genes and peculiar abilities at birth. After many years of evolution, it became a type of beast that contained countless genes and abilities within its body, an exceptionally unstable, peculiar mutated beast illusionary snake. Illusionary snakes were extremely terrifying. Naturally, it wasn't terrifying due to its strength. Rather, it was due to its abilities being unknown. In accordance with all sorts of dominant genes, recessive genes, and mutation probability, it was able to utilize all sorts of peculiar abilities. It might be bullied by an F-class mutated beast one moment. It might also explode in anger and start ravaging a D-class mutated beast the next moment. This was the illusionary snake, an extremely peculiar product of mutation. After looking for a long time, 2 words suddenly spurted out of Chen Feng's mouth. Gluttonous snake? That's right. No matter how one put it, this beast was akin to a gluttonous snake that had given birth to offspring possessing all sorts of peculiar abilities due to overeating. This was the illusionary snake. As for the myriad illusions in its description, that was the exact reason for Chen Feng to choose this gene. Myriad illusions, triggering the illusionary snake gene within one's body, unleashing an attack with illusionary snake gene as the basis. Type of attacks indeterminable. This was the so-called myriad illusions. As for what kind of attacks it would unleash, unknown. This was an extremely rare gene. Among the current known gene system, none of the gene system contained the gene of the illusionary snake within. This was a type of peculiar gene that stood alone. There were no secret arts that required this gene as part of the combination. There were several categories for gene fusion. Some genes were able to combine and form a complete gene system. Despite the individual genes not being particularly powerful, after combining, they would form a myriad of fused secret arts. This was especially true after one fused with 5 or more genes. The genes would combine and form a formidable secret art. There were also some genes that, despite not having any compatible genes to combine and form secret arts, they were extremely powerful. Every single one of those genes possessed the ability to stand tall by itself. The illusionary snake gene belonged to the second category. For a normal person, this kind of gene was too weak and unstable. In this world filled with countless dangers, an attack dealing damage below one's expectations only needed to appear once, and that would be enough for something bad to happen. And if a damage exceeding one's expectations were to appear, the extra damage was merely a waste of energy. This was one of those genes whose research value was much higher than its practical value. Since it was placed together with some 5-star F-class genes, Chen Feng was sure that its value wasn't particularly high. However, myriad illusions. Chen Feng's eyes shone. He had been studying E-class fusion reagents for a whole week. As far as he was concerned, no other genes were as suitable for him as this gene. Random, countless possibilities, this was the type of ability he wanted. You, then. Chen Feng clapped his thigh and made up his mind on the spot. Footnotes. 1. As a recap, secret arts are formed after combining multiple genetic abilities together. 74, Chapter 74. Illusionary Snake Scale, Chapter 74. Illusionary Snake Scale Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish within his rented house in Gold City, Chen Feng was studying the information pertaining to the illusionary snake gene. He had chosen this formula in a fit of excitement. However, there were still some unsettled issues with it. For example, the lowest requirement for one to produce this formula was having 150 points of spiritual energy. It had crossed Chen Feng's mind to simply get some grandmaster producers to produce this gene for him. He was, after all, somewhat rich now. However, he was not satisfied with that. What he wanted was not some ordinary illusionary snake gene. What he wanted was the strongest. Furthermore, if possible, he even wanted to create his own formula. This was a gene fusion reagent that would affect his power for this whole life of his. As such, he had to maximize the power it possessed. Only with this could he maximize the amount of power he would gain. Hiring someone else to produce it? Not reliable enough. I still need to do it myself. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Setting the requirement that he must be the one who produced his own fusion gene, he reckoned that nobody else was as awe-inspiring, right? However, this requirement of 150 spiritual energy was an extremely great barrier. It's about time I break through. Chen Feng's gaze was firm, breaking through into E-class, increase the spiritual energy, create his very own E-class fusion gene reagent. The next day, as he had recovered his luck value, Chen Feng started producing mutated gold ant genes. Gulp! He consumed the reagent. Instantly, Chen Feng could feel a formidable power spreading within his body. That formidable power condensed unceasingly, ultimately becoming a powerful torrent. What was the limit mode? The way Chen Feng saw it, it was like a firm wall. And now, bang! That powerful torrent broke through the wall with an unstoppable power. Ka! Ka! Chen Feng could seemingly feel his spiritual wall cracking this instant. The world before his eyes instantly seemed clearer, and his spiritual world became brighter. This was an odd feeling. Whoosh, gene scan. Chen Feng's spirit attribute had reached 101 points. Limit breakthrough. Entering E-class. Unfortunately, despite entering E-class, there was only a 1-point increase in his attribute. It was still far from 150 points. However, now that he was in E-class, he had another chance to consume an E-class attribute, increasing reagent. After researching, Chen Feng found that the presently available best E-class gene-increasing reagent would be able to increase his spiritual energy by 35 points. Price, 500,000. As Chen Feng was now rich and imposing, he bought it instantly. Gulp. He gulped it down. Chen Feng's attribute reached 136 points. However, that was as far as it went. Gene strengthening? Now that Chen Feng was in E-class, killing wind foxes was no longer useful. Even the strongest wind fox leader would only possess 100 attribute points. As for killing E-class mutated beasts, without first fusing with a gene, regardless of what beast Chen Feng killed, it wouldn't help. Hence, there was only one way for Chen Feng to increase his spiritual energy. Gene production. Just nice, Chen Feng pondered. It's about time for me to grind those formulas. Presently, he only had Lumber Bear gene mastered. His gene production level was still stuck at 1 star. Despite this star rating being merely a point of reference, it was what the requirements for the rookie competition were based on. Since Chen Feng had made himself some money, it was about time for him to start mastering those formulas. When grinding the formulas, due to the tempering effect they brought, they would be able to increase his spiritual energy as well. It was simply an act of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As such, during the next month, Chen Feng spent his time in bitter training. Rush, 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 rush. As for his luck value, Chen Feng saved them all. Using 20 points of luck value, he would be able to produce a mutated gold ant gene worth 3 million. This meant a single point of luck value was now worth 150,000. For Chen Feng, this was the most valuable thing he had. What was the point of having over 10 million in cash? Pointless. Only when all that money was converted into power would it be practical. The 10 million he had earned in 7 days' time was gradually spent in this training month. However, Chen Feng's familiarity with the formulas was rapidly increasing as well. He had completely mastered the gold ant formula and the thunder snake formula. When producing ordinary genes, he would be successful even without using his luck value. His production level had also increased to 10 star from 1 star. Naturally, as far as Chen Feng was concerned, what was most important was the spirit attribute. After a month of bitter training, a huge amount of investment, and high-intensity tempering, Chen Feng's spirit attribute increased by 16 points, reaching 52 points from 136 points. It was worth it. Then, what was next was to produce the illusionary snake gene. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He had done his research during this month. The production of the illusionary snake gene was extremely troublesome. It was not only due to it being a 4-star E-class fusion gene. The main issue was the extreme instability of the illusionary snake gene. For ordinary formulas, it was sufficient for one to extract the required main gene from the blood essence. As for illusionary snake gene, what this formula required was not a part of the illusionary snake's gene. Instead, what it required was all the genes contained within the blood essence. That was because knowing how many genes it contained was an impossible feat. Which of the genes were useful? Which of the genes were useless? Hence, the production of the illusionary snake gene reagent did not even require the gene search step. That was because all the genes it contained need to be assimilated into the gene reagent. This was an extremely peculiar gene reagent. What it needed was the entirety of the illusionary snake. Similar with other mutated beasts, a few minutes after its death, the reactivity of an illusionary snake's gene would start decreasing. The more time that passed, the higher the amount of genes that would disappear. Despite the fact that the amount of genes remaining had no effect on the success rate, comparatively, was a gene produced from 100,000 genes really the same as a gene produced from 10,000 genes? Naturally not. Hence, the illusionary snake gene must be produced on the spot. In actuality, starting from E-class, a lot of powerful and rare genes could only be produced before the reactivity of the gene disappeared in order to get the greatest result out of the production. Chen Feng had even prepared the incubator liquid in advance. He had everything prepared except the main ingredient. What he lacked now was a fresh illusionary snake. To be exact, what he lacked was the most powerful illusionary snake leader. Chen Feng was confident that the amount of genes contained within an illusionary snake leader surpassed ordinary illusionary snakes by far. The strongest illusionary snake, the strongest production. Only with this would he be able to produce his very own strongest fusion gene. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. The desolate rocky grounds was the birthplace of illusionary snakes. That place was filled with mountains and rocks and was extremely dangerous. Since he was now a producer, there was no need for him to personally go hunt the snakes. I can just hire a small team to help me with the hunt. Chen Feng made his decision speedily. Xu Fei? Chen Feng contacted him straight away. Regretfully, Xu Fei's group was at a crucial point of breaking through the E-class bottleneck. Hence, they couldn't spare any time for this. As such, Chen Feng could only look for others himself. Who should I find? As Chen Feng was pondering, a notification appeared on his screen. Recommendation? Chen Feng was astonished. This so-called recommendation was, in actuality, the act of automatically sending relevant information or news in accordance to your search history. It could be considered one of the intelligent functions the wristband possessed. The information on gambling when he searched for lotteries and the information on porn when he searched for loans was the result of this function. This function was quite deceptive in nature. Another one of those scam advertisements? Chen Feng opened the notification. Hello. Based on your present personal details and keyword history, gene production, illusionary snake, formula, exploration, we are recommending you some relevant information. One of your contacts, Wang Chun, has recently issued a mission relevant to illusionary snake. Tap here to open. Wang Chun? Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. Wang Chun was a friend he made while researching about illusionary snakes at the Learning Forum. He was also the first person to purchase his mutated gold ant gene, hence they were seemingly interlinked by fate. He had deep understanding of illusionary snakes. However, he did not expect that Wang Chun would issue a mission related to illusionary snakes. He is also planning to hunt illusionary snakes. Chen Feng was astonished. However, he recovered in a short time. True, if Wang Chun was not hunting illusionary snakes, how would he be so familiar with it? If that was the case, then the mission, Chen Feng curiously opened Wang Chun's mission. Gene production mission, illusionary snake scale. Content, with illusionary snake scale as the material, engage in gene production on the spot in accordance with the provided new formula until the production is successful. Requirements, producing on the spot, possessing a success rate of 5% and above for new 2-star E-class formulas. Reward, one set of the formula that would also be used during the mission. One set of 4-star E-class formula. Remark, I will be bringing my own team, hence there's no need for you to engage in any battles. When the battle has ended, we will give you the illusionary snake scale. The producer only needs to be in charge of on-the-spot production. Remark 2, the new formula is a 2-star E-class formula. If the producer were to accept the formula but fails to produce it successfully, the producer will be penalized an amount of 1 million yuan. Remark 3, the final goal might be illusionary snake leader if we are to meet with one. 75, 75, 75, Chapter 75, Aurora Chapter 75, Aurora Translator, Lemostan Editor, 10ish illusionary snake scale. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. For once, this recommendation feature was reliable. Without a doubt, this was a mission issued at the Gene Production Association. Similar with how Xu Fei issued his mission previously, the mission was looking for a gene producer. Wang Chun's target was clear, the illusionary snake scale. If they found an illusionary snake leader, they would kill that illusionary snake leader. Chen Feng was tempted. He wasn't too bothered with the mission reward. However, if Wang Chun's target was only the scale, wouldn't the remaining parts of the snake be his? An illusionary snake had so many scales, it wouldn't have much effect if it were to lose some of its scales. Furthermore, Wang Chun would bring his own team for this. Chen Feng only needed to follow along. Where else could he find something good like this? He had to accept this mission. Naturally, the premise was that they needed to be able to reach an agreement. Chen Feng directly contacted Wang Chun and made known his purpose. Wang Chun immediately assigned the mission to Chen Feng, a genius capable of creating 3 mutated formulas. This mission assignment was worth it. I will send the formula to you. We can depart once you familiarize yourself with it, Wang Chun said. Chen Feng smiled. All right. With the popularity he had gained from the several mutated formulas he created, his reputation had increased greatly, and he no longer needed to go through all sorts of interviews and reviews before getting a mission, like what had happened previously. Ding. His wristband buzzed. The screen on it flickered. Chen Feng was astonished to find that Wang Chun had actually sent over 2 formulas. The first was the production of illusionary snake scale, 2-star, E-class. This was the required formula for the mission. It wasn't odd for Wang Chun to send it over for Chen Feng to get familiarized with. But the second formula, Aurora Gene Formula Type, Special Class, E function, igniting the genes within one's body, unleashing the potential of one's genes, pushing spiritual affinity to its limit. Activation duration of 10 seconds. Consumption, in accordance to the genes. Virus. This was actually a formula for a gene virus. Chen Feng's state of mind stirred. Chen Feng had encountered a similar gene before. It was the blood moon used by Xuanhuan. He did not expect that Wang Chun would actually send this over to him. Gene viruses were prohibited products. Their sale was prohibited. However, the research value of this item was exceedingly high. How to exploit gene viruses rationally and whether or not gene viruses brought any positive benefits had always been a topic widely researched by academics. You can contact me after you finish studying the illusionary snake's scale formula. I have also sent the reward for this mission to you as well. Although you won't be able to sell this thing, its research value is still extremely high. It will bring great benefit for one's gene production. I'm not a gene producer and am not particularly familiar with this profession. Hence, you can study it yourself, Wang Chun briefly explained. Gene virus, Chen Feng's heart was blazing. He wasn't surprised that Wang Chun would give him the reward in advance. After all, he had a different status nowadays. Hence, he would definitely not destroy his own reputation for a single formula. However, for this special 4-star E-class formula to actually be a gene virus was truly surprising, especially its function, pushing the limit of the spiritual affinity. What did reaching the limit of spiritual affinity signify? It signified that there was no need for one to put forth any effort to control their spiritual ability. Only intending for something to happen would be sufficient. One's spiritual energy would be akin to one's arms, listening to one's commands obediently. For example, Chen Feng's wind blade, circling around, curving, Chen Feng had trained for a long time to achieve that. However, if his spiritual affinity reached the limit, his wind blades would move in accordance to his wishes. Not only circling around or curving, even if he wanted the wind blades to drift around, it wouldn't present any problems. Increasing one's affinity was not something as simple as increasing one's attributes. Instead, it was enabling one to fully display the power of one's spiritual energy. This was how formidable a gene virus was. Naturally, as a result, you might die in the process. Could he make use of this? Chen Feng contemplated it. With Luck Aura, he could effectively contain the gene damage during his usage of the gene virus. If what was damaged were those trash genes within a human's body, it would be helpful to his body instead. For others, this was a prohibited product. However, for him, this might be a trump card, completely changing the situation on the battlefield within 10 seconds. Trash gene, Chen Feng contemplated deeply. He must first ascertain the amount of genes that needed to be ignited. As soon as the amount of the ignited genes surpassed the amount of trash genes within his body, something bad might happen. Just produce it first. Chen Feng did not need long to decide. This was a rare formula with high difficulty, similar to the illusionary snake formula. Fortunately, the capabilities of the current Chen Feng had been increased by quite an amount as well. After spending 2 days, he managed to familiarize himself with this formula. Begin production. The production method of a gene virus was somewhat similar to a normal gene. The only difference was that the required materials were much higher in amount with a higher production difficulty as well. After fusing several core blood essences possessing different abilities with help of his luck value, Chen Feng finally produced an Aurora gene reagent that was radiating with a bizarre splendor. Luck value consumption, 3 points. Success. This was the first 4-star E-class gene Chen Feng produced. However, it did not trouble him in the least. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy and luck value, Chen Feng was confident that he would be able to produce any gene he wished. A tinge of bizarre radiance blossomed from the bottle of reagent in his hands. Give it a try? Chen Feng hesitated. Normally, he would test out the reagents he produced. However, this Aurora was extremely dangerous. A human body contained a large amount of trash genes. The reason Chen Feng chose this gene virus was because, with the help of his luck aura, he would be able to use these trash genes as its fuel. However, what if the consumption exceeded the limit? Once his genetic ability and his gene attributes started dropping, things would get extremely dangerous. Changhu was the perfect example of this. Chen Feng had to be prudent when handling gene viruses. Let's study it first. Chen Feng pondered and started researching online. Online, he found the evaluation done by the Gene Production Association. There was also news reported by the media outlets. Furthermore, there were a lot of reports where someone died after using Aurora gene reagent. Chen Feng drew a rough hypothesis in accordance to what happened after those people consumed the gene virus. His verdict was, it was feasible. The amount of genes required for ignition by the Aurora virus was very near the number of trash genes available within a human body. Even if there was some disparity, the difference wouldn't exceed 1%. I can give it a try. Chen Feng inhaled. He was currently too weak, hence he needed some methods to protect himself. As he thought of this, he left his rented house and went to the training center at the urban district. After renting a training room specifically used to test combat power, he gulped the gene reagent down. Gulp. Gene consumed. Bang. A torrent of terrifying energy rushed into his body and fused with the energy within his body. At this instant, Chen Feng felt the whole world before his eyes change. His spiritual energy instantly became lively. The world before his eyes became unprecedentedly clear. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes started shining gold, dazzlingly bright. Chen Feng felt like his whole body was burning. Within his body, genes were being ignited. At this moment, all the trash genes within were ignited. Different from how the blood moon would unleash its might gradually as the ignition happened, the aurora gene would instantly ignite all the genes and proceed to provide 10 seconds of maximum affinity. Bang, bang. Chen Feng seemed to be able to hear sounds of explosions resounding within his body. However, right this moment, he felt a tinge of sweetness in his throat as the blood within him boiled and an intense pain appeared instantly in his body. This feeling, Chen Feng looked at his digitized panel immediately. Strength, permanent drop of 1 point. It dropped. Chen Feng's state of mind stirred. Even with luck aura and the ignition of all the trash genes, it was still not sufficient. His strength attribute had been the first attribute to decrease. Fortunately, Chen Feng's primary assessment was not wrong. After the drop of 1 point in strength, the requirements of the aurora gene were fulfilled and the formidable power belonging to the aurora gene descended. Thump! A soft sound resounded from within his body. Akin to rebirth after breaking out of a cocoon, something seemed to have quietly appeared just like that. His spiritual energy came to life. 76 Chapter 76, You're on your own now. Chapter 76, You're on your own now. Translator, Lemostan editor, Xuanhuan. At this instant, everything in the training room trembled. Cups, stools, all sorts of instruments. Every single thing in the training room was trembling. Chen Feng could faintly see his lively spiritual energy enveloping these things. Condense. Chen Feng pointed midair. Whoosh, everything stilled instantly. Windblade. Chen Feng activated his windblade. Before his eyes, an azure-colored light blade appeared. There doesn't seem to be anything different with it, Chen Feng contemplated. Stop. Instinctively, Chen Feng pointed. Whoosh, the windblade stilled in midair. That's right, the crescent-shaped windblade stopped just like that, hovering in midair. This, Chen Feng's eyes widened. This was the effect of reaching the limit of affinity? Then, whoosh, another windblade appeared. When both windblades collided, an astonishing scene unfolded. Both windblades did not shatter. Instead, under the terrifying effect of the affinity, they merged into a bizarre cross-shaped object. This works? Chen Feng was stupefied. Whoosh, another windblade appeared. 3 curved windblades intertwined and turned into a fan-shaped windwheel. Turn, Chen Feng instinctively commanded inwardly. The merged windblades started rotating. A frightening gale started shaking the room. This effect was not only due to the windblades' power alone, it was also the terrifying power exhibited by the windblades after merging. Go! Chen Feng unleashed them. Whoosh! The windwheel struck forth with a whistling sound. Bang! The instant it touched the ground, a terrifying power erupted. The superposition resulting from the fusion of 3 windblades unleashed a power far exceeding even 10 windblades released by Chen Feng in the past. Extremely terrifying. Then, what if the amount of windblade is increased? Chen Feng muttered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A succession of windblades was released. 10 windblades appeared instantly. Under Chen Feng's control, they collided, and Chen Feng's lively spiritual energy started working automatically, turning the windblades into a huge windblade. A terrifying windblade with a length of nearly 3 meters. Its azure glow was clear as mirror, hovering in midair just like that. A giant windblade? Chen Feng's eyes flickered as he aimed at the evaluation tool in the distance. Whoosh! The windblade shot forth, leaving behind a piercing sound. Bang! The windblade exploded. Die, attack power, 800 units. Ability level, high level E-class. This power, Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. The him that had just entered E-class, who had not even fused with an E-class gene, had actually unleashed an attack as powerful as a high-level E-class attack. The gene virus was indeed terrifying. This was what true strength was like. Hua! Chen Feng's eyes blanked and darkness descended. His complexion paled. That exceptionally dazzling world disappeared at that instant. It ended? Chen Feng was still longing for that sensation. Too comfortable. Pity it's only 10 seconds. Chen Feng checked his body and once again scanned himself with the gene scanner. All the trash genes in his body had disappeared. Apart from the 1 point of strength attribute he lost permanently, Chen Feng was even healthier than the average person. With all the harmful genes in his body gone, how could he not be healthy? However, a human body was a huge factory in itself. Every single day, new cells would be created. Contained within those cells were a large amount of genes, including both helpful and useless genes. This was especially true during this age where genetic mutation was the norm. Due to how frequently genetic abilities were used, in order to achieve balance within the human body, it was inevitable for trash genes to emerge. This was Chen Feng's trump card. Based on his initial assessment, his body would once again be filled with trash genes in 3 days' time. This meant that he would be able to use the Aurora gene once every 3 days. It's still somewhat hurtful. Chen Feng frowned. It was not a problem to exhaust those trash genes. However, the drop of his strength attribute, there's only this many trash genes. Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. He was even wishing that if he were to develop cancer, getting himself some cancer cells or something else in his body, would the amount of trash genes in his body increase? Would he be able to use Aurora Gene without limit that way? The more he thought of it, the more tempted he became. However, he ultimately gave up this line of thought. Cancerous genes, it was a domain he was unfamiliar with. Nowadays, genetic mutation was something very normal. If his cancer cells were to mutate into something bizarre, he would have toyed himself to death. Shortly after, Chen Feng finished arranging the relevant information regarding his test on the Aurora Gene. The Aurora Gene enabled him to enter a special mode. Chen Feng named this mode Virus Mode. When in Virus Mode, he possessed a godly control power. However, the price he paid for it was extremely huge as well. 10 points of luck value, the destruction of all trash genes in his body, and a random gene attribute of his would lose 1 point permanently. Cooldown period, 3 days. This set of data. Chen Feng's gaze was sparkling. Losing 1 point of strength attribute was totally worth it. Since he was planning to use Aurora Gene as his trump card, evaluating it was something that had to be done. Just imagine the scenario where he were to consume the Aurora Gene at a crucial moment. However, what happened next was that he couldn't move, like what had happened when he was performing gene strengthening previously. What would the consequences for that be? Even the thought of that was terrifying. If it wasn't for Wang Yao rescuing him previously, he would have been dead. Now that he could afford it, he would definitely evaluate the gene first. Fortunately, the Aurora Gene did not disappoint him. There was not much difference from his initial predictions. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. I just hope that the day where I would need to use this never comes. Since he was done with evaluation of the Aurora Gene, he started studying the information regarding the illusionary snake scale. After the complicated Aurora Gene, this 2-star E-class formula did not bring him much trouble. He was able to familiarize himself with it in a short while. Afterward, he contacted Wang Chun and confirmed that they would depart 3 days later before he started making his preparations. 1 set of Aurora reagent, 3 sets of Thundersnake reagents. Only after he was done with his preparations did he go rest. Later that night, the Wang family was holding a banquet. As a result, it was bustling with noise and excitement over there. Suddenly, a little girl walked into the room. The bustling banquet paused momentarily. However, soon, everyone pretended they hadn't seen anything and continued chatting. However, everywhere she passed, countless people avoided her, none daring to approach her. Sister. Wang Yue was happy. The one who came was precisely Wang Yao. Wang Yao nodded slightly. Yao you are here. A middle-aged man walked over with a youth. Come, let father introduce to you. This is... Wang Yao glanced over coldly. Scram. A terrifying killing intent descended. Wang Tianhao could not continue his sentence while the youth he brought over was trembling with fear and almost peed himself. Cutting a sorry figure, he fled. Wang Tianhao was somewhat angry. He clenched his fists and veins appeared on his forehead. He was aware that this daughter of his looked down on him. However, they were in a public place. Wang Yao merely looked at him coldly. Her gaze was akin to knife, terrifyingly cold. Wang Tianhao stared at her for a few seconds before sighing. Fine, I will go. Wang Yue smiled bitterly. Sister, can't you give father some face? Wang Yao shook her head, not saying anything. After thinking, she suddenly said, maintain some distance from those old farts of the Wang family. Huh? Wang Yue was somewhat stupefied. Those elders of the Wang family? But they represented the whole Wang family and controlled all the resources of the family. If he were to maintain a distance from them, who would allocate him resources? In front of Wang Yao, he pretended to be stupid in order to gain her concern. However, this did not mean that he was really stupid. The resources of the Wang family were something he had to have. You're on your own now. Wang Yao looked at Wang Yao deeply before leaving. Sister? Wang Yue's heart palpitated. Wang Yao came all the way here just to say this. Telling him to maintain a distance from Wang family? Why? Wang Yue's thoughts were in turmoil. The others might not realize this. However, he was clear that the reason he was able to improve quickly was due to his sister. If his sister stopped helping him in the future, don't think too much. Wang Tianhao patted his son's shoulder. She is, after all, only a single person. Behind you, on the other hand, is the entirety of the Wang family. Right. As he heard that, Wang Yue's mood lightened. However, why was his sister so prejudiced against the Wang family? Even against their father, to be honest, he truly couldn't understand the reason. Since something happened to his sister's body, she seemed to have changed. Her strength became inconceivably terrifying and, at the same time, she also became increasingly cold as a person. Sister, what happened to you? Wang Yu was perplexed. Currently, after Wang Yao left, the excitement of the banquet increased. At a certain unremarkable corner of the room, Wang Chun was silently seated, engrossed with a comic in his hands. You are Wang Chun, right? I, a beautiful lady, walked over. I am... Shish! Wang Chun raised his finger to his lips. Don't disturb me when I'm reading. You, speechless, the lady turned around and left. One could faintly hear her grumbling something like, damnable nerd. At this, Wang Chun merely smiled. He was very clear on the reason these ladies came. However, what did that have to do with him? He was merely here to make up the numbers due to his status. Wang family, a mocking smile appeared on Wang Chun's face. He stretched and was soon engrossed with his comic once again, oblivious to the world around him. Soon I will be going to desolate rocky grounds with Chen Feng. I shouldn't slack off. 77, Chapter 77, Illusionary Snake, Chapter 77, Illusionary Snake Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. 3 days later, Chen Feng arrived at the desolate rocky grounds as agreed upon. This was the southern region, far away from Gold City. However, as the transportation system of the current era was extremely well developed, it did not take Chen Feng long to arrive. As he reached the vicinity of the Genetic Union campsite, he found that Wang Chun and his group had been waiting for quite a while. Come, let me introduce you. Wang Chun introduced the group to Chen Feng. This was a small squad called An-Ti, named after its leader. There were 5 members in total. All of them were genetic warriors that were relatively strong among E-class warriors. Being quite powerful, this squad was hired all year round. They had worked with Wang Chun several times in the past and had an amiable relationship with him. As such, Wang Chun selected them to go on the illusionary snake hunting mission. Chen Feng nodded. How are you? As his gaze landed on the girl beside Wang Chun, he asked, This girl was obviously not someone from the squad. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, was astonishingly beautiful, and was currently wearing a simple yet pretty set of clothes. This was quite obviously of a different style than those warriors in the genetic squad. Hello, the girl beamed. My name is Shen Yi. Shen Yi? A question mark appeared in Chen Feng's mind. This name sounded somewhat weird. My girlfriend. Wang Chun smiled as he said, She is a very quiet person. Only here to follow along for fun, she won't be causing any trouble. Chen Feng, so this little couple was here for a walk. However, as he thought about it, he found it agreeable. The power of this squad called Entei was quite good and was sufficient to conquer a place like the desolate rocky grounds, which was not particularly dangerous. There wouldn't be any problems with Wang Chun bringing his girlfriend along. It doesn't matter. Entei smiled shortly before regaining a solemn expression. However, this time, it's somewhat different from the past. Illusionary Snake is a somewhat special mutated beast that needs to be killed as quickly as possible. Since we even have Miss Shen Yi and this producer here, I hope that, during the duration of our current exploration, you all will obey our arrangements. That is only natural. Chen Feng and the rest agreed. Soon, the group left the camp, heading toward the desolate rocky grounds. That was the world belonging to the illusionary snakes. That was also a world where everything could happen. They traveled straight. The distance between the camp and the desolate rocky grounds was roughly 10 kilometers. Around them, vegetation became sparse before finally disappearing. Before them was a world with rugged and uneven rocky ground. A bizarre noise resounded. The ears of Qinjie, one of the squad members, trembled lightly as he listened to their surroundings. In actuality, almost every complete squad would have someone similar to Monkey, possessing extraordinary detection abilities. 500 meters ahead, a group of mutated violet buffalo was passing by, Qinjie narrated. Let them pass first then, N.T. decisively decided. They circled around an unremarkable rock and waited behind it. After 1 minute, a group of huge mutated violet buffaloes passed loudly, knocking against everything in their path and kicking off a countless amount of dust in their wake. Occasionally, other mutated beasts would appear before them. At that, the buffaloes would start chasing after those beasts, not stopping until the beasts died. This was the mutated violet buffalo, barbaric, vicious, and brainless. Wang Chun smiled as he asked, How do you find this squad? Professionals, Chen Feng praised. This squad had an extremely calm disposition when handling things, neither looking for any trouble nor wasting any time. From the camp to the desolate rocky grounds, they had not been hindered. The several dangers they met were easily avoided as well. Evidently, they had investigated this area in advance. This was much more reliable compared to Shufei's squad. Naturally, their price was much higher as well. We will be arriving soon. It's right in front of us, Entei said suddenly. Chen Feng raised his head. They were reaching the end of the path. In front of them was the end of the path between 2 mountains they had been traveling on. It was a rugged, uneven, and rocky area that was engulfed with sandstorms, with a visibility radius not more than 10 meters. This was the desolate rocky grounds, the world of illusionary snakes. Everyone be extra careful here, Wang Chun said. Let's kill some normal illusionary snakes to let Chen Feng familiarize himself with the illusionary snake's scale formula. After that, we can proceed to look for an illusionary snake leader to kill. Entei nodded. Understood. As long as Wang Chun's gene reagent was successfully produced, their mission would be accomplished. As long as they were careful, this mission wouldn't be too difficult. Ha! Ha! The sandstorm whistled. 2 members of the Ante squad walked in front as they stepped into the desolate rocky grounds. However, right this moment, Shen Yi abruptly said, Wait. Everyone immediately stopped. Entei frowned. What's the matter? Since this missus was only here for fun, she should just obediently keep silent. Why was she stirring trouble? Under your foot. Shen Yi pointed at Qinjie's foot. Qinjie's heart jolted. His ear trembled and released a silent ripple that was subsequently reflected back to him. At that, his expression became somewhat solemn as he softly pushed aside the sand below his foot. Buried within was another human, a corpse. Everyone was shocked. The gazes of Entei and his squad members were filled with astonishment as they looked at Shen Yi. Even Qinjie did not find this corpse, but this girl had actually found it. Perhaps she was not some simple pretty girl after all. He has only been dead for several days. Qinjie inspected the spot and found a high-definition virtual recording device beside the corpse. He immediately frowned and said, "Why would such a thing appear here? Virtual recording device." It was something used for recording virtual videos. The videos recorded by this device could be played using virtual broadcasting equipment or in the virtual community. The played video would be in a three-dimensional format, giving one an impression that one had appeared in the world within the recording. However, why would such an item be here? Let me take a look. Wang Chun switched it on. Light swirled around and a semi-illusionary scene appeared. A sturdy guy appeared before them. He faced the recorder and started talking as he introduced this area. "Fellow members, this is the legendary Desolate Grounds. Haha, it was said that the illusionary snakes here are extremely terrifying. Even E-class warriors wouldn't dare to provoke them. Let us take a good look today." As he talked, he aimed the recorder at the sandstorm in the distance and stepped into it. Everyone can clearly see that there are a lot of sandstorms here, affecting one's visibility. Basically, everything beyond 5 meters can't be seen anymore. Something like an illusionary snake might very well be hidden somewhere near. Suddenly, a dark green liquid dashed over. What? The recorder started swaying. The sturdy man seemed to have seen something. As he turned around to take a look, before he managed to say anything, he fell on the ground and his body turned stiff after a few seconds. Dead. Bang! The recorder was flung onto the ground. Chen Feng and the group looked at each other. A virtual streamer? Nowadays, as the virtual community gained popularity, virtual streaming became a legitimate profession as well. This was especially true for some unexplainable fields that had managed to grow vigorously through virtual streaming. There were some who relied on the virtual courses and some who relied on exploring the wilderness, making a name for themselves through blood and sweat in their respective fields with their own ability. These were all people who demanded respect, yet also the more dangerous people of the lot. Before them was one such person who had died just like that. "Be extra careful," NT said in a low voice. "He was killed right at the entrance of the desolate rocky grounds, roughly 2 meters in front of you." Understood. The two people in front were perspiring all over. If it wasn't for Shen Yi's reminder, they might already be dead. "Let me." Qinjie took the initiative and walked to the front. His ears swayed as he unleashed his genetic ability. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, pa. Qinjie stepped into the desolate rocky grounds. Whoosh! A light noise resounded. A bizarre silvery light dashed past Qinjie as he slashed down with the dagger that he had prepared in advance. With an agility reaching 800 points, how would he be ambushed when he had noticed this fellow's existence in advance? Push! Push! The dagger stabbed into the rocky ground. A tiny silver-colored snake was impaled into the ground. Its long tongue was outstretched while its mouth was still opened wide. At both sides of its mouth were sharp teeth that were gleaming a cold, green-colored light under the dazzling sun. Incredibly terrifying. 78. Chapter 78, Peculiar Combat Method. Chapter 78, Peculiar Combat Method Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Wang Family, Gold City. A terrifying radiance was swirling around. Everyone's emotions were surging as they felt an ancient yet vast aura. The aura started ascending and only stopped when it reached the energy barrier of the Wang family. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on the faces of several elders. Finally, some people started crying tears of joy. Had that gene finally been fused? They had waited for far too long. Bang! In the hall, all the glass abruptly shattered. Blue light swirled about before finally getting absorbed into the body of a certain person. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At that instant, a resplendent blue glow radiated from his pupils. Good, good, good. Wang Tianhao was in ecstasy as he firmly patted his son's shoulder. Finally succeeded. This person was precisely Wang Yue. He had broken through E-class quite a while ago. Today, he had finally successfully fused with that gene. From today onward, you are the only genius of the Wang family. Wang Tianhao was proud. Since you have successfully fused with this gene, you will have the chance to become the strongest person in the Wang family. Even those people would have to rely on you. That might not be certain. Wang Yue sneered. Their previous choice was Wang Chun. It was only that Wang Chun had subsequently picked a different gene and gave up on this gene himself. This cousin, I'm really quite worried about his existence. Especially now that he has actually gotten himself mixed up with Chen Feng. The heavens are really treating me quite well to be grouping the two people I hate most together. Since it's this way, I might as well deal with them together. Wang Yue's expression was cold while his pupils flickered with a blue glow. Now that he had fused with this gene, even without his sister's assistance, he would still become a true expert. Before that, he definitely had to root out those two threats. Currently, at the entrance of the desolate rocky grounds, Chen Feng and the group almost lost one of their members in their first exchange with an illusionary snake. Let me emphasize to you all one more time. Wang Chun solemnly said, an E-class warrior has had 2 opportunities to fuse with genes. As for an E-class mutated beast, it will also go through 2 mutations. You all are aware of the first mutation of the illusionary snake. It is that miraculous genetic ability and peculiar probability they possess. However, don't forget their second mutation, body. An illusionary snake is a mutated beast with the dual attributes of spirit and agility. Due to that special bloodline of theirs, every single illusionary snake might take a different direction when strengthening their body. Some illusionary snake will strengthen their scales, some will strengthen their senses, and some will strengthen their teeth. At this, Wang Chun glanced at that teeth of the earlier illusionary snake that was flickering with green light. Hence, you must all be careful, despite your ability far exceeding that of the illusionary snake. Understood. And T's expression was solemn. Since they dared to come, they had naturally made a lot of preparations. Despite Wang Chun having a greater understanding of the illusionary snakes than them, and them having the ability to rescue Qin Jie even if he was hit by the attack earlier, the price they needed to pay would definitely not be low. After this, they probably needed to be more careful. Chen Feng, come. Wang Chun passed the illusionary snake to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the illusionary snake. This was a small snake with a length of 20 centimeters. Its whole body was silver-colored. That bright silver all over its body was unexpectedly giving him a feeling of extreme beauty. The production of illusionary snake scale was very simple, using 100 scales as the core material, proceeding with gene search, catalyzing the reaction of the genes, and subsequently fusing the gene. Chen Feng started the production in a well-practiced way. Subsequently, production failed. Wang Chun had prepared an ample amount of materials. In the span of a few minutes, Chen Feng had crazily produced 10 times. Naturally, there was no exception. All of them failed. Their goal was the illusionary snake leader. All the illusionary snake scales before them could be considered practice materials for Chen Feng. Naturally, Chen Feng was not courteous and rationally enjoyed his benefit. The remaining scales can't be used anymore. Chen Feng was feeling somewhat regretful. We shall continue then, Wang Chun said indifferently. Once again, the genetic squad ventured forth. This time, they were even more cautious than before. Before them was a sky-covering sandstorm. Now, they had truly stepped into the desolate rocky grounds. Qin Jie even had his genetic ability fully activated, not daring to relax even the slightest bit. Even if they were facing the illusionary snakes that were far weaker than them, suddenly, a huge silhouette appeared in the sandstorm. An indistinct dragon howl appeared. A terrifyingly huge creature seemed to be waking up distantly as a terrifying aura slowly pervaded the area around it. What is that? Qin Jie gulped abruptly. Is it an illusionary snake leader? Wang Chun concentrated his gaze. Have we met with one after just stepping in? But this size, a howl resounded, akin to a dragon's howl from the 9 heavens. Within the sandstorm, that huge silhouette was still slowly unfolding its body, seemingly just waking up. Although they couldn't get a clear look, they guessed that this illusionary snake leader might have been awakened by the aura of strangers. What should we do? Several members of the genetic squad gulped. Illusionary snake? The heck with this one here that is nearly a huge dragon instead of a snake? And Tay looked inquisitively at Wang Chun. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Chun sneered. Although we have never met one, illusionary snake leaders have appeared many times before. Regardless of how huge its size is, its strength is still evaluated as only E-class. There are so many of you, with professional hunting equipments and experiences. Don't tell me you all can't even defeat a snake. And Tay silently nodded. Prepare for battle. Faint energy started dispersing. Since their employer, Wang Chun, had decided to battle, they had to battle. Bang. A terrifying power was being mustered. A battle could happen at any moment. Illusionary snake leader, eh? Chen Feng's gaze concentrated. He did not have the strength of Entei's squad. However, after many years of threading on the edge of death, he possessed an exceptional sensitivity toward crisis. However, presently, he did not feel any sense of crisis. Was it due to the illusionary snake leader being too powerful for him to sense? Or, Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A wind blade shot toward the sandstorm. Chen Feng! Everyone's heart jolted. However, before they could say anything, the wind blade sliced through the sandstorm, creating a temporary gap there. Within, a tiny snake could be seen wobbling about pretentiously. In that blanket of sandstorm, a huge shadow that was remarkably similar to it was wobbling together with it. Chen Feng, everyone, his. The tiny silver snake stretched its tongue. Howl. An indistinct dragon howl came from that huge shadow. Everyone's mouth twitched. So, they had actually been scared by a damnable illusionary snake. At the same time, that tiny silver snake felt that something was wrong and turned around to take a look. The sight that welcomed it was the momentarily dispersed sandstorm. At that, the tiny snake was so shocked its body shivered. Subsequently, leaving behind a silvery light, it fled like a wisp of smoke. This fellow, Wang Chun, did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? Qin Jie. Ante inhaled deeply as he gnashed his teeth. Did you not notice any oddities? First, they let Xin Yi find an oddity for them. Next, they let Chen Feng lay bare the crux for them. Their very own scout, on the other hand, was like an idiot, not detecting anything? I, Qin Jie, could only smile bitterly. He had originally thought that the reason for him being unable to feel anything was due to the ability of this illusionary snake leader being too strong for him to detect. Be more serious, NT told him. That tiny silver snake probably went through a brain mutation, Chen Feng said thoughtfully. That's probable, Wang Chun nodded. Miss Shenyi, on the other hand, was always beaming. Even when she saw an illusionary snake, she did not exhibit any fear. An extremely interested expression was shown on her face instead. The squad ventured forth once again. Everyone increased their vigilance once again. At this instant, an illusionary snake appeared from a sandstorm in the distance. "It's coming." Auntie's eyes shone. They had noticed this fellow much earlier. Suddenly, that illusionary snake spat out a white liquid that shot toward Auntie. Its speed was extremely fast. Not good. Auntie took all sorts of defensive measures. Even hiding behind a stone was useless. That saliva actually pierced through the stone and ended up landing on his body, causing everyone to perspire from the shock. However, that white liquid did not seem to have any power in it. After Chen Feng scanned it, he found that the seemingly terrifying liquid was merely normal saliva of an illusionary snake, and Tay struck back in anger. Whoosh! Another glob of saliva shot out from the illusionary snake. An expression of disgust on his face, and T evaded it. However, when that saliva landed on the ground, a piece of stone was corroded, leaving behind a deep pit. At this, everyone started perspiring. This thing, fully activate our defenses. And T's gaze was cold. Treat every single illusionary snake like a peak E-class beast. Let's use this snake here as a reference. Find out what the heck is actually going on with this snake here. Understood. Everyone agreed with him. Hiss. The illusionary snake attacked crazily. A mouthful of venom, a mouthful of saliva occasionally, ice bullets or flames would be added into its attacks as well. Sometimes, even high-temperature vapor would be spat out by the snake. Sometimes, it would also emit a dense fog, almost successfully escaping in the process. There was also that unpleasant odor and the sudden protrusion of spikes from the ground under their feet. All these caused one to be unable to guard against it. However, it still failed to avoid getting killed by Antie's squad. "How's the evaluation result?" Wang Chun asked. "Let me take a look." And Tay walked over to take a look as well. Although illusionary snakes theoretically possessed endless possibilities, the odds of ability release of many genetic abilities was something that was supposed to be calculable. For example, those commonly seen fire or water genetic abilities. Due to their universality and the proportion of those genes among all genes in an illusionary snake, the probability for them to appear was 50%. Apart from this, venom, ice, wind blades, or similar types of genetic abilities possessed a probability of 30%. The remaining 19% would be some weird things, such as occasionally causing a piece of rocky ground to suddenly sink in or their silver scales becoming golden scales, the snake's body become bigger, etc. And the remaining 1% were extremely dangerous abilities. For example, that saliva that was randomly spat at Auntie earlier. In the illusionary snake's subsequent attacks, a similar circumstances did not appear anymore. Hence, if what appeared on that initial attack was not saliva and was venom instead, it would be extremely dangerous. Every single illusionary snake had to be treated like a peak E-class beast, even if it might be totally harmless. 79, Chapter 79, King Yan, Chapter 79, King Yan Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish, in the desolate rocky grounds, sandstorms still pervaded the area. Chen Feng swung his somewhat sour right hand and discarded the ruined illusionary snake scale in his hands. This was his 160th failure. 0 successes. Although his spiritual energy met the requirements, his junior production level was still just 10-star. It was far from meeting the standard required to produce E-class formulas. Hence, it was very difficult for him to produce an illusionary snake scale. Without the assistance of his LUT values, his success rate was extremely low. However, he did not feel pressured. His current goal was the illusionary snake leader. Before meeting the leader, all illusionary snakes met were merely practice materials for him. As such, this wasn't quite a waste of their time. Wang Chun did not find this surprising as well. Many producers would fuse with formidable genetic abilities that would greatly increase their production capabilities at a crucial point. The practice Chen Feng went through now were all in order to produce it better when they met an illusionary snake leader. Naturally, this was also due to Chen Feng's status being different nowadays. If a normal junior producer dared to play it this way, he would have gotten himself thrown out to feed some illusionary snake long ago. Chirp! A huge bird flew over in the sky. Bang! A bundle crashed downward. Chen Feng opened it in a well-practiced way. Within was a new set of production materials. This was the express airdrop service. In accordance to the environment, different mutated beasts will be sent to deliver packages. Professional, fast, and secure. Wang Chun looked at the time. Half a day had passed. No illusionary snake leader found yet? Qinjie shook his head. Nope. After they got a concrete data on illusionary snake from analyzing it, their illusionary snake's killing speed increased greatly. Now, it was already possible for Qinjie to accurately grasp the appearances of illusionary snakes, not leaving any opportunity for the snakes to make a move. However, they had yet to see any illusionary snake leaders. Continue. Wang Chun looked toward the sandstorm. Since no illusionary snake leaders were found on the outer region of the desolate rocky grounds, they could only enter deeper into the area. Antei nodded slightly. Understood. The area was still engulfed in a sandstorm. A faint power swirled around, blocking off the sandstorm around them. They started heading toward the inner region of the area. However, they had only walked a few steps before that little girl called Shen Yi stopped abruptly. "What's the matter?" Wang Chun asked in concern. Shen Yi blinked her large eyes and said doubtfully, "Is one of us missing?" "How is that possible?" Wang Chun laughed involuntarily. "There's a total of 8 of us." Whoosh! Wang Chun's words paused. Everyone looked around before they were abruptly alarmed from the shock of realizing that there were only 7 of them left. Originally, they were comprised of Chen Feng, Wang Chun, Shen Yi, and the 5 from the Ante squad. Now, however, one person was missing from the Ante squad. He was guarding the rear, providing cover for us. However, unexpectedly, one of the squad members was deathly pale as he said this. Something happened. It was normal to be met with danger during explorations. They had all prepared for the prospect of death. However, a strange disappearance like this caused everyone to feel an indescribable chill and incomparably horrified. "Qin Jie," Entei said. "I did not feel anything." Qin Jie's expression was unsightly. This was the scary part of it. A squad member had disappeared just like that while he, as the member with the strongest detection ability, had failed to detect anything? What exactly was their enemy this time? Could it be simply him failing to catch up with us? Chen Feng guessed. For example, he couldn't hold his pee in and went to take a leak, or something like that? Everyone looked at Chen Feng weirdly. A qualified squad member would definitely report that kind of thing. And T inhaled deeply. However, there is such a possibility after all. Qin Jie, contact King Xuanhuan and check Zhang Lei's life or death status. Alright, Qin Jie turned his communication device on. King Yan? Chen Feng felt somewhat doubtful. A genetic warrior with the ability to determine one's life or death status, Wang Chun explained softly. This ability isn't particularly useful. However, this fellow proclaimed himself as King Yan and opened a virtual shop called Life and Death Book. Unexpectedly, his business is actually quite good. The previously accumulated missing person cases have been solved with his help. He is quite a famous person. So this is the case. Chen Feng felt enlightened. This world was indeed incomparably intriguing. Apart from chasing after top-notch combat power, every single person possessing peculiar abilities would be able to find their own purpose of existence. Didi, Shidno lost. Qin Jie's wristband buzzed violently. The expression of others changed greatly as they checked their wristband and found that all of them had lost their signal. Chen Feng glanced at his wristband as well. No signal. We have been blocked. Qin Jie was ashen-faced. Although the desolate rocky grounds was filled with sandstorms that would affect their signals to a certain extent, a situation like losing contact would definitely not appear. Their current circumstances were definitely the product of someone else's disturbance. Someone had acted against them. In this desolate rocky grounds, this is looking somewhat bad. Wang Chun felt his head aching. He couldn't understand. Who would actually make a move on them at this place? Let me try. Anne. T turned his screen on with a solemn expression. Although the signal getting blocked is somewhat difficult to deal with, there is still a way to solve it. Before coming, I prepared a breakout chip. However, I'm not sure how effective it is. If the level of our opponent's block is too high, my breakout chip wouldn't work. The chip activated. On his screen, a blue-colored light disc was spinning. Whoosh! The light disc was operating frantically. All sorts of never-before-seen symbols started flickering, accompanied by garbled text. After a long time, when the light disc finally stopped, only 3 terms were left. Among them, the words Wang Yue were written. Seems like it's not enough. And Tay felt greatly disappointed. I don't need anything more. A cold glint flickered in Wang Chun's eyes. When he saw the name Wang Yue, he clearly knew that this good cousin of his had finally made a move on him. Wang Chun sneered. Just this much has happened, and you can't resist making a move anymore? Very good. Let's return, Wang Chun said calmly. Since something like this has happened, there's no longer any need to continue hunting for an illusionary snake leader. I will give you all the reward in advance. Consider it as the death pension for the brother from earlier. Thanks. Qin Jie and the rest of the squad members expressed their gratitude. When something like this happened during an exploration, even if it was something that happened due to the employer, it was something that would be considered as the hired squad's own problem. People would rarely compensate them for this. Ante smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we can't even return. Everyone looked at him doubtfully. If it's really as you said, then do you think that the genetic squad sent by that Wang Yue fellow to kill us would not be completely prepared? They should know the strength of all of us and have sent out a professional assassination squad to deal with us despite not knowing exactly what abilities we have. Ante pointed at the remaining terms deciphered by his chip. Ambush killing, escape route. Our opponent's goal is to kill you all in an ambush. If I guessed correctly, I believe all our escape routes should have been blocked by now. If we were to return, all that would await us is death. His expression was extremely unsightly. He was the captain of a genetic squad. As such, he had a deeper understandings of such things compared to Wang Chun. What should we do then? Wang Chun felt his head aching. Penetrate deeply, and Tay had no hesitation. These sandstorms will not inconvenience only us. Those people won't feel too good either. The deeper we go, the worse the sandstorms will be, the stronger a shelter they will be for us as well. All right, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, only by following the most experienced person, An Ti, could they avoid this disaster. Chen Feng, I'm sorry. Wang Chun was feeling sorry. He did not expect that this one illusionary snake trip would bring such trouble to Chen Feng. No worries. Chen Feng smiled. Wang Yue, was he truly making his move for Wang Chun, or was it for himself, or was it for both of them? Chen Feng looked at the 500 points of luck value he had and sneered. Since he dared to come for this exploration trip, he had definitely made complete preparations. Wang Yue? Hee. It was about time for certain things to be truly settled. Footnotes 1. King Yan. Basically Chinese death god. The Life and Death book is a book listing every soul and the allotted death date for every life. For reference, https n.wikipedia.org's Wikiyama East Asia 80 Chapter 80, Danger. At every step Chapter 80, Danger at every step translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish Ha. The sandstorm was still there. Chen Feng and the rest, a total group of 7, were traveling through the sandstorm. Everyone's expression was solemn. Even when they met illusionary snakes, they would ignore the snakes, choosing to avoid them instead. Currently, everyone's attention was on that enemy that might appear at any time. A sense of crisis was enveloping everyone's mind. Qinjie did not even dare to relax the tiniest bit. Both his eyes were sharp as lightning, and both his ears trembled lightly. Both his genetic abilities were fully activated. Regardless of how strong the enemies were, he had the confidence to grasp at least the tiniest clue of their appearance. They might be peak E-class as well. Even if they are stronger than us, it wouldn't be by much. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to hunt for us this way. Hence, we still have a chance. This was the conclusion drawn by the anti-squad. Now, they needed to look for that chance of survival amidst the danger. Suddenly, a gale engulfed a place somewhere in the distance. Behind them, where they had just traveled past, that sandstorm that had been constantly brutal suddenly became somewhat illusionary. Within the sandstorm, a silhouette of light flickered. There, Qinjie noticed it right away. Abnormality found. Something seemed to be rolling around in the sandstorm. Be careful, Ante told him. Everyone got into their positions and stared unwaveringly at the sandstorm as the rolling silhouette of light became larger. The silhouette appeared incredibly in harmony with the sandstorm it was hidden within. Suddenly, there was a dazzling flash of radiance. Be careful. Everyone activated their defensive measures. In that instant, their eyes seemed to lose focus. Bang! They instinctively started unleashing their attacks. The attacks bombarded the location in front of them. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, all their attacks landed on the ground. Soon after, the sandstorm returned to its normal status. That silhouette of light seemed to have disappeared. Has it escaped? Qinjie muttered. The silhouette was radiating a weird feeling. It appeared human-like yet not human-like at the same time. Possessing the ability to radiate in light instantly, what special ability was that? Laser shooting? He shook his head. He is indeed not too strong. Wang Chun felt relieved. Indeed. Qinjie nodded. If our opponent's ability was high enough to crush us, they would have come out and faced us long ago. The fact that they are only using assassination methods show that our opponents do not want to suffer any losses, or Qinjie was midway through his sentence before a terrified expression appeared on his face. What was the matter? Everyone's heart jolted. Enemy? They instinctively started looking around them. Chen Feng followed his gaze and looked over at the ground. At that instant, his pupil constricted as well. We lost one of us again. What? Everyone looked at each other. This was truly alarming. The Ante squad suffered another loss. They were originally a 5-man group. Now, however, only 3 were left. How is this possible? The remaining members were alarmed. He was obviously standing behind me earlier. Standing back to back was their optimal position when in combat. However, earlier, one of them was lost just like that. Damn, Ante cursed. Qinjie's expression was extremely unsightly. Why did this have to happen now? If he was given more time, this squad, sigh. Qinjie clenched his fists tightly. What's the matter? Chen Feng noticed his expression that was somewhat odd. Nothing. Not willing to say much, Qinjie shook his head. Chen Feng did not ask too much either. To lose 2 people continuously, if one were to say they did not feel any sense of crisis, it would be fake. However, Chen Feng was not feeling any sense of crisis. Under normal circumstances, as long as his life was threatened, he would definitely be able to feel some sense of crisis. This was not some special ability of his. Rather, this was something he gained after experiencing 20 years of his life threading along the edge of a death. However, earlier, when they lost 2 of their teammates, he had not felt any sense of crisis. This was absolutely abnormal. Unless Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth. We might have guessed wrongly. Our initial guess was our opponents were actually a genetic squad. Due to their strength not being much stronger than us, or due to them not wanting to suffer too great a loss, they decided to use this method of assassinating us one by one. However, is there a possibility that our opponent is actually a single person? There's only a single person, hence only this method could be employed. He is extremely strong, however he is also afraid of being surrounded by us. Hence, he can only kill us one by one. Chen Feng drew his hypothesis. Everyone exchanged glances, agreeing with his conclusion. Then, what was the ability of that fellow? In this unique era, the scariest thing was not an opponent whose ability surpassed you. Instead, what was scary was the unknown. An unknown ability. After thinking about it, the several times where their enemy made his move, that flickering radiance and that ability to hide within a sandstorm, and the ability to noiselessly take someone away, what was that ability exactly? What kind of mystical genetic ability was that? Someone possessing an unknown ability, hidden within the sandstorm and observing them in the dark, looking for an opportunity to make a move on them at any time. This was indeed something that caused one's hair to stand on end in fear. Wang Chun looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi, are there any methods? Nope, Shen Yi shook her head. Our opponent never truly appeared. Hence, I have no way to act against him. Is that so? Wang Chun's expression was solemn. This time, it was truly getting dangerous. Qin Jie, block off our sound, Entei suddenly said. Qin Jie nodded slightly. Understood. Frayne, hum. A wisp of energy quietly enveloped everyone. This was a small technique created by Qin Jie in accordance with his genetic abilities. With this, he was able to block others from listening to them. I have an idea, Entei said softly. Later, when that fellow appears once again, we need to take the opportunity and rush into the sandstorm to kill him. If he is really only a single person, I will make him pay for my members' lives. And Tay was filled with killing intent. All right. Everyone looked at each other. This method was feasible. Rather than waiting for death without knowing how one died like the two that died earlier, they might as well rush it out. There were still 6 of them. The 2 strongest of Entei's squad, Entei and Qin Jie, were both still here. They had no reason to fear the enemy. Depart. The group set off once again. They ventured forth in the sandstorm as time passed quietly. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity to act. After a long time, an abnormality finally appeared in the sandstorm. A silhouette of light flickered within. This time, without any hesitation, everyone rushed into it. At the same instant the radiance flickered, they rushed into the sandstorm. Bang! All sorts of attack landed. However, the sandstorm was still empty. And when they looked at each other, they started perspiring. Another person gone. In that time frame of a split second where they rushed into the sandstorm, the Anti squad lost another member. Only 2 were left, Entei and Qin Jie. The group of 8 only had 5 remaining, Chen Feng, Wang Chun, Shen Yi, Qin Jie, and Entei. How could things be this way? Entei was dazed. Another person gone. Bang. Qin Jie punched the rocks around them ferociously. Blood flowed out of his fist. They are all our brothers that had went through a lot together. Qin Jie's voice was hoarse. It is acceptable if they were to die in battle. However, to die like this, damn it. An Ti, if you had listened to me previously, you are blaming me. An Ti was filled with anger as well. If you had listened to me and invited more people, creating a full team, we would have been able to further develop our team. They would not have died as well. Qin Jie was emotional. Although you are the strongest, you couldn't make it in terms of management. You are not qualified to be the captain. How about you be the captain then? Entei laughed angrily. Shut up. Wang Chun rebuked them. At times like this, you are still fighting among yourselves? Qin Jie stared at Entei and mumbled, I not only hate him, I hate myself as well. Both of us are the strongest, yet we fail to protect our team members. Everyone was silent. People kept going missing, yet they had no way to deal with it. I refuse to believe this. What ability is it that is so mysterious? Qin Jie pressed both his hands onto the ground. Hum! A ripple spread around noiselessly. Can you see the enemy? Wang Chun asked. Although Qin Jie was very angry, his mind, on the other hand, was still clear. Number. However, I found a cave nearby. Regardless of how strong that fellow is, as long as we enter the cave, he will have no way to assassinate us. He can only show himself and face us. All right. Everyone's eyes lit up. There would be no sandstorm in the cave. Instead, within, there was only a simple empty space. This was a very good idea. Go. Enter the cave immediately, Wang Chun ordered decisively. There, they would have the final confrontation with this mysterious enemy. 81, Chapter 81, Shen Yi's Death. Chapter 81, Shen Yi's Death. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish in the desolate rocky grounds. The sky gradually darkened. The sandstorm appeared even scarier in the dark. The occasional appearance of illusionary snakes further compounded the scariness of the place. Chen Feng's group was calmly venturing forth within the sandstorm. It's right ahead, Qin Jie softly said. Wang Chun nodded lightly. However, at this instant, the sandstorm around them became violent. Behind them, right where they had just traveled past, a countless amount of sandstorm started bubbling up. That guy was making his move again. Ignore him, N.T. said coldly. He's probably worrying now that we are getting near the cave. Let's enter the cave as soon as possible. When we reach the cave, only death awaits him. All right, everyone answered. Qin Jie, you lead the way. Wang Chun and the rest can stay in the middle. I will guard the rear. Entei was filled with killing intent. I refuse to believe that he can assassinate me. In regards to pure combat power alone, he was definitely the strongest here. The reason that mysterious person kept hiding from them was probably due to him being afraid of Entei, deterring him from making a direct move against them. All right, Qin Jie answered coldly. Whoosh! A ripple spread noiselessly. Follow me. Qin Jie led everyone as they quickly moved forward. The sandstorm behind was becoming scarier as time passed. Faster, Entei urged. Chen Feng and the rest in the middle were following closely behind Qinjie as they moved forward quickly. In Chen Feng's hand, the Thundersnake gene reagent had already been quietly taken out. If they were to meet with any dangers, we're here. A happy expression appeared on Qinjie's face. The cave was now within reach. Bang! The sandstorm in front was shaken apart by Qinjie. Taking the lead, he rushed into the cave. Chen Feng and the rest followed closely behind. However, at that instant, the sandstorm behind them suddenly started sweeping toward them. Bang! They were engulfed by endless sands. Be careful. Chen Feng's vigilance rose greatly. However, surprisingly, even when the danger seemed so near, he did not feel any sense of crisis. The enemy's target this time was still not him. Is it Ante? Chen Feng frowned. Ante was someone at the peak of E-class. If even he met with mishap, whoosh, Qinjie split the sandstorm apart. Come in, fast, Qinjie bellowed as everyone instinctively followed him and entered the cave. The instant they entered, the all-enveloping sandstorm seemed to disappear. Behind them, Ante also entered the cave. Is everyone, before finishing his sentence, Wang Chun stopped. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. Qinjie and Wang Chun exchanged glances before shutting their eyes with great difficulty. One of them was missing once again. How is that possible? Wang Chun shuddered. How could things be this way? Shen Yi had disappeared. At the final moment, when they were about to step into the cave, a large amount of sandstorms started sweeping toward them. That incredibly beautiful girl had also been engulfed by the sandstorm, never to be seen again. Out of their group of 8, only 4 remained. I tried my best. Ante sighed. I was still protecting you all. However, the huge amount of sandstorms during the final moment disturbed me. By the time I shook the sandstorm off me, everyone kept silent. Seemingly feeling somewhat sorry, Ante had always volunteered to guard the rear. He had placed himself at the most dangerous spot. However, that mysterious person had ignored him all along and kept acting against others instead. Couldn't guard against him no matter what. His ability should be something related to sandstorms, Qinjie said hoarsely. Wang Chun, his looked extremely down. Who would have guessed that a single mission would end up this way? Blaming Ante, the losses he suffered were even worse. Wang Chun clenched his fists, filled with killing intent. You and I vow that the both of us won't be alive under the same piece of sky, he bellowed loudly. After a long time, the cave returned to its original tranquility. Ante stood up and turned a lamp on, illuminating the entire cave with a gentle light. He walked toward the cave entrance and looked at the endless sandstorm outside and the darkened sky. He used the crushed rocks beside him to temporarily cover half the entrance. The sandstorm was blocked outside the cave. The whistling sound of wind was blocked as well, and silence fell upon the cave. You all should take a rest. I guess that guy won't dare to come in anyway. I want to see how long they can continue blocking the signals. If they continue with the signal blocking for too long, they will attract the genetic union's attention. Ante looked at them. Just go to sleep. Maybe everything will be fine by tomorrow. Chen Feng looked at him. How about you? Qinjie and I will take turns keeping watch, Ante said softly. We have always been battling it out in the wilderness all year round. It wouldn't be an issue for us to stay awake for even several days and nights. You are a producer, while Wang Chun is a young master. It's better if you both take a rest. Many thanks, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng opened the outdoor equipment prepared by Wang Chun. Within were all sort of compressed foods and equipment. Chen Feng opened a compressed spherical tent and built a tent for Wang Chun. Since he was in a bad condition currently, Chen Feng tried to help him as much as possible. Next, Chen Feng built another tent to the side. He looked at Ante and Qinjie that was guarding the entrance. Do both of you need any? Both of them shook their head. For people like them who were in the wilderness all year long, something like a tent that limited their field of vision would affect their alertness. Chen Feng shrugged. However, just as he was prepared to get into the tent, Wang Chun's voice traveled over. Chen Feng, Wang Chun said softly. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Can you come over and accompany me? Wang Chun's voice was like someone on the verge of crying. I'm afraid when I'm alone. Chen Feng, Ante, and Qinjie, what on earth was this? Chen Feng could only smile bitterly. Shen Yi had just died. Wang Chun was currently extremely unstable. Chen Feng could understand his current feelings. Wang Chun had treated him kindly before. Everything he knew about the illusionary snake was taught by Wang Chun as well. At times like these, he couldn't abandon Wang Chun. All right, Chen Feng entered Wang Chun's tent. However, the moment he lifted the curtain at the tent entrance, Chen Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. He paused momentarily before entering like nothing had happened. That thick curtain fell down quietly. Sigh. Ante and Qinjie saw this and could only sigh. They were still too young after all. It was normal to be afraid. After the initial panic, they had regained their calmness. Something like death, wasn't it something they had seen a lot? Life and death, they were already used to it. Ante. Qinjie's voice was somewhat soft. He had been in countless arguments with Ante previously due to the captain position and recruitment issues of their squad. Now, all of that seemed pointless. If I die, bring my ashes back to my hometown, Qinjie said softly. What nonsense are you saying? Ante glared at him. How would you die? Who knows? Qinjie muttered. Through the cracks between the crushed rocks, he looked out of the cave. The starry sky was covered by an endless sandstorm. For reasons unknown, he felt that the nights here at the desolate rocky grounds were especially cold. Ante, looked at him, an indescribable light flickering in his eyes. Currently, within the tent, a strange expression on his face, Chen Feng was looking at the smiling Wang Chun and the beautiful girl who was standing nonchalantly beside him. That's right, the girl was Shen Yi. This girl was still alive? Chen Feng had a speechless expression on his face. Couldn't fall asleep? Accompany me? Accompany your sister. This bastard clearly had something he wanted to say and wanted Chen Feng to enter the tent. It was only that Qin Jie was outside. Don't worry, Wang Chun said softly. With Shen Yi here, they won't be able to sense anything. That's good then. Chen Feng was relieved and subsequently started feeling doubtful. When did Miss Shen Yi return? Not return. Wang Chun's smiling expression became somewhat cold. She was killed. Chen Feng stirred. What? Killed. Shen Yi wrinkled her delicate tiny nose and said indignantly, when I was coming here with you all, the sandstorm behind us engulfed me, and then I was killed. Luckily, I'm not someone of this world, or else I would really be dead. Wow, the people in your world are truly too scary. Chen Feng, what did she meant by, not someone of this world? Wang Chun smiled calmly. Look at this first. Wang Chun raised his hand. A semi-illusionary book appeared midair and started rotating as it hovered. Along with the flickering glow surrounding the book, Shen Yi's silhouette gradually disappeared before gradually reappearing in the same tempo as the flickering glow. On that semi-illusionary book, a portrait of a beautiful girl could be seen. As Shen Yi appeared, the portrait disappeared. As Shen Yi disappeared, the portrait appeared. Chen Feng was suddenly alarmed. Concretization? Wang Chun smiled calmly. That's right. When he had obtained this gene in the past, he was given a choice to choose a book to be concretized. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose the comic he loved the most, The Fantastic Journey of the Crystal Palace. Shen Yi was one of the main female characters in the book. Impressive. Chen Feng could only exclaim in admiration. A damnable nerd that could even summon a female main character to life. What else could he say? Wait, if that was the case, you saw that mysterious guy? Chen Feng was suddenly alarmed. Chapter 82, The Real Mysterious Person. Chapter 82, The Real Mysterious Person. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. Yes, Shen Yi said with her gentle voice. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Who? As long as they found out their opponent's ability and name, it would be much easier to deal with him. The reason this guy was able to run rampant here was due to him being a total unknown factor, not unlike the mutated Thundersnake gene. Before the gene became well known, who would have guessed that a gene reagent that even F-class warriors could use would possess the might of a peak E-class warrior? As soon as the ability of that mysterious man was exposed, they would absolutely not fear him anymore. This is also the reason I called you into the tent, Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. That person, Shen Yi paused, is An-Ti. What? Chen Feng's heart jolted ferociously. An-Ti? How was that? Whoosh. The scenes of what had happened previously flashed before Chen Feng's eyes. From the first death to every single command given by An-Ti, all this flashed past Chen Feng, after which he was abruptly alarmed. A lot of the questions suddenly became clear. No wonder they always failed to find the mysterious person. No wonder every time that mysterious person appeared, he would appear at the position that they had been at earlier. No wonder every single time they rushed over, they failed to see any enemies. Apparently, before An-Ti made his move, he would leave something similar to a time bomb to create some abnormalities in the sandstorm to attract everyone's attention before assassinating in the dark. Breakout chip? All this was probably An-Ti's performance. But why? Wang Chun inhaled deeply. This is only my initial guess. Me hiring them was noticed by Wang Yu. Subsequently, he bribed An-Ti, getting him to look for an opportunity to deal with us. Subsequently, An-Ti got tempted to begin his own plans as well. Do you still remember the content of Qin Ji and An-Ti's argument from before? I guess they have some internal strife. Wang Chun sneered. Qin Ji grouped up with others in their squad in order to control An-Ti. An-Ti, on the other hand, directly made use of the opportunity of this trip to get rid of all of them. With this, the reward I paid to hire him and the reward Wang Chun paid to hire him, everything would belong to him alone. Next, he can simply go somewhere new and start fresh, Wang Chun finished indifferently. Chen Feng couldn't help himself and rolled his eyes. What the heck was this? However, luckily, they had some internal strife. If what they faced this time was a united squad instead, he and Wang Chun would have probably gotten themselves killed off by now. As for the reason he chose to kill his own squad members first, that was because Chen Feng and Wang Chun truly appeared harmless. Furthermore, if something were to happen to the both of them, the mission would directly end and the squad members would split the money and go their own ways. Hence, An-Ti had to get rid of them first before making his move against Chen Feng and Wang Chun. Hence, Chen Feng analyzed their current situation. Qin Ji is not aware of the truth. It seems like An-Ti never told them anything. Wang Chun nodded. Like this, things will get interesting then, Chen Feng said with a toying expression on his face. The Ante that wanted to get rid of everyone, the Qin Jie that knew absolutely nothing, and there was also he and Wang Chun who appeared to know nothing yet were already aware of the truth. The two who were, respectively, a producer with ordinary combat strength and a young master. Oh, there was also Shen Yi who was supposed to be out of the equation. Chen Feng looked at Wang Chun. What do you plan to do? What else? Wang Chun sneered. Since they have received my reward, my mission must be completed. Our next target will be to kill an illusionary snake leader. Killing an illusionary snake leader, Chen Feng pondered. Feasible. Killing an illusionary snake leader would accomplish the goals of both Chen Feng and Wang Chun. Wang Chun was not aware of this, but Chen Feng knew that the moment he fused with an illusionary snake gene reagent, his combat power would increase greatly. And Chen Feng was truly not afraid of him. Illusionary snake leader, he had to kill it. Shen Yi will look for an illusionary snake leader secretly and draw it over here. A cold glint flickered in Wang Chun's eyes. At that time, we can put on a play, getting rid of the snake leader and finishing our mission before thinking of a way to get rid of Ante. Shen Feng looked at Wang Chun. Can we defeat him? Not now. Wang Chun shook his head. However, when the illusionary snake scale is successfully refined, my power will be greatly increased. At that time, both of them looked at each other, filled with expectation. Being in an inferior position? Only for now. As long as an illusionary snake leader was killed, both their combat power would increase exponentially. Naturally, before that, they need to settle Ante down. Qin Jie, Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. If Qin Jie is the only threat left, there's no need for Ante to be afraid of exposing himself, right? In other words, as long as Qin Jie reduces his vigilance, Ante will make his move soon. Not good. Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. If Qin Jie was killed, then things would truly be troublesome for them. Wang Chun wanted to go out instinctively, however, he was held back by Chen Feng. Don't worry. Qin Jie's detection ability is powerful. He hasn't made his move now and should be still waiting for an opportunity. If you were to go out now, then everything will truly be finished, Chen Feng said in a low voice. I was too worried. Wang Chun calmed himself down. Just leave the rest to me. Chen Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Performance? Who doesn't know how to do that? At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, Qin Jie focused his attention outside, constantly increasing his vigilance. However, unconsciously, he had handed his back to Ante. Good opportunity. A cold glint flickered in Ante's eyes. Quietly, his genetic ability condensed in his hands. Just as he was about to kill Qin Jie with a single move, he heard some sound behind him. Ante rapidly calmed himself down. Qin Jie instinctively turned his head around. Chen Feng, why are you out here? Nothing much. Chen Feng sighed. He has fallen asleep. Qin Jie started talking with him. You are not sleeping? I'm not used to sleeping with males, Chen Feng replied casually. Qin Jie, this was truly a reason one couldn't refute. Chen Feng looked at Ante. That fellow has not shown himself? No. No trace of emotion could be seen on Ante's face. Humph, Chen Feng sneered. That guy even dared to kill Miss Shen Yi. If he really shows himself, I will make sure that he stays here forever. Qin Jie and Ante laughed. They did not took these words seriously and simply took it as Chen Feng venting his frustrations. I'm serious, Chen Feng shrugged. You know what my profession is. You should have heard of the Thundersnake gene, right? Naturally. Qin Jie nodded slightly. Earlier, before Chen Feng had arrived, Wang Chun had bragged in front of them about how awesome Chen Feng was. Take a look. Chen Feng lifted his jacket. Qin Jie and Ante abruptly widened their eyes. 3 mutated Thundersnake gene reagents were actually strapped onto his body. Beside that, there's also an unknown gene there. 3 F-class mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. Every single one of them is equivalent to the strongest strike of a peak E-class warrior. An innocent smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he pointed at the Aurora gene reagent and said earnestly, there's also this E-class mutated Earth Dragon gene reagent. When it's totally activated, it will be equivalent to the strongest strike of a peak D-class warrior. Hiss, Qin Jie and Ante inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Strongest strike of a peak D-class warrior? Damn, such a gene reagent existed? Naturally, there was no such gene in the past. However, now, there is, Chen Feng indifferently said. Previously, when I could only produce F-class genes, I had produced a mutated Thundersnake gene possessing the might of a peak E-class warrior. Now that I'm in E-class, naturally, I will be able to produce the strongest E-class gene. Otherwise, why would a producer like me dare to step foot into a place like this? Qin Jie could only exclaim in admiration. A person worthy of the deputy president's praise indeed. This Chen Feng was truly not ordinary. However, Ante, on the other hand, was currently extremely alarmed. Earlier, he was still considering getting rid of both Qin Jie and Chen Feng together. A single Chen Feng couldn't accomplish much anyway. But now, he only felt a burst of lingering fear. Peak D-class? Are you fucking kidding me? He wanted to say that this was fake. However, Chen Feng's identity was clear for all to see. Furthermore, there was no need for Chen Feng to lie to them. Besides that, within that unknown gene, he had truly felt an inconceivable power from it. Things were getting tricky now. Now, Ante no longer dared to make his move. Killing Chen Feng? What joke was that, having an item with such power strapped onto his body? If he were to kill Chen Feng, he would die together with him. Seemed like he could only take his time to look for a solution. Ante contemplated. If he was unaware of Chen Feng's trump card, then there would be nothing he could do. However, now that he knew about it, he would definitely be able to deal with it. He should look for an opportunity to first kill Qinjie, and he would subsequently disappear, faking his death. Next, he would lure a bunch of illusionary snakes over to attack the both of them, baiting Chen Feng to use up all his trump cards before reappearing in front of them. Perfect plan. Ante finished his planning and regained his calm. However, even after the whole night passed, he had yet to get any opportunity to act. That was because Chen Feng did not go to sleep at all. Instead, he was chatting with Qinjie for the whole night, listening to Qinjie as he talked about their past experiences during their explorations at various locations. The night passed quietly. 83, Chapter 83. Are you scared of Marquis? Chapter 83. Are you scared of Marquis? Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Wow. Awesome, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Qinjie and his squad indeed had colorful stories about their previous explorations. Every step they took were like a thread on the edge of death. A lot of the time, they were put under extremely dangerous situations. There were even situations that were much more dangerous than their current situation. It's no wonder they were so calm currently. It's all in the past. Qinjie sighed. Being praised by a producer with good prospects like Chen Feng, he felt somewhat honored. No worries. After this is over, you can come look for me, Chen Feng said calmly. I will prepare a mutated Earth Dragon gene reagent for you as your trump card. Haha, thanks in advance then. Qinjie was stirred. Mutated Earth Dragon gene reagent? That was something as strong as a peak D-class attack. No wonder so many people tried to get close to producers. This person known as Chen Feng would absolutely be a grandmaster producer in the future. Qinjie decided that, this time, he had to protect Chen Feng nicely, not letting any mishaps befall him. Naturally, he was not aware that this so-called mutated Earth Dragon gene reagent was something made up by Chen Feng, or that Chen Feng's reason for coming out of the tent was in order to protect him. However, it was also due to this little plan in Qinjie's mind that he was now inseparable from Chen Feng. This caused immense pain to Ante, who had been waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack him. Seemed like he wouldn't get a chance to act anytime soon. Well, he still had a lot of time anyway, Ante sneered inwardly. At this time, Wang Chun came out of his tent as well. After a night's rest, his complexion was much better. At the very least, he wasn't as pale as he was yesterday. What should we do now? Wang Chun had a blank expression on his face. Ante sighed. Wait, the compressed food we prepared is still enough to last us several days. Regardless of how powerful that mysterious person is, I reckon he wouldn't dare to come in. Although there's not much human activity at this desolate rocky grounds, there's bound to be someone here eventually. As long as someone noticed the signal blockade, attracting the attention of the genetic union, we will be victorious, Ante said solemnly. Don't worry. Since I accepted your mission, I will definitely bring you out of here. Chen Feng, if he hadn't been aware of the actual truth in advance, he would have actually believed this lie. Damnable signal blockade. If Chen Feng and Wang Chun guessed correctly, this blockade was actually something that only affected a radius centered around NT. The signal blockade would only exist around him. As long as one was far from NT, one would still be able to keep in touch with the rest of the world. Outsiders, they would not notice anything at all. Wang Chun had previously attempted to let Shen Yi go get some help. However, since Shen Yi was something he summoned, she wasn't able to get too far away from him. Even after she reached the maximum length she could leave Wang Chun, she still couldn't get a signal. Ante was waiting for a chance. He would keep these people here in this cave for several days. As long as they dropped their vigilance, he would definitely get rid of Qinjie and proceed with his plan. As for Chen Feng and Wang Chun were also waiting for Shen Yi to lure an illusionary snake leader over. Chen Feng had thought of activating his luck aura to attract the snake leader. However, after thinking about it for a long time, he still did not dare to try that. The reason was simple. Unknown consumption of luck value. As soon as luck aura started affecting reality, the consumption of luck value would be immense. If his luck value was fully exhausted, only death would await Chen Feng. Hence, he would not use it. Now, they could only see who would get an opportunity to act first. Chen Feng muttered inwardly. During the day, everyone was waiting. Wang Chun was still staring ahead blankly like a soulless person. When he was tired of that, he would go into the tent to sleep. Ante would be guarding the entrance calmly, his gaze landing on Qinjie every now and then. As for Qinjie, he and Chen Feng were like they had met their significant half, talking about everything under the sun. Occasionally, Chen Feng would enter the tent as well. Shen Yi still hasn't found anything? Chen Feng was somewhat anxious. If this drags on longer, Ante will definitely start feeling suspicious. Soon, Wang Chun's eyes were flickering. As long as she finds an illusionary snake leader, she will definitely have a way to lure it here. Chen Feng frowned. There's a problem with Ante. What's the matter? Wang Chun was alarmed. Has he found out? Nope, Chen Feng shook his head. However, I see him occasionally checking his screen before sighing that there's still no signal. That's normal. Wang Chun thought about it. I suppose he is putting up a play for us to see, or he might be trying to contact others. Chen Feng's expression was solemn. A cold glint flickered in Wang Chun's eyes. Even a single ante was so problematic to deal with. If he were to contact someone else and get extra help, Wang Chun inhaled deeply. I will urge Shen Yi, make it as fast as possible. Chen Feng left the tent. Time flowed. In the afternoon, when Chen Feng thought that another day would pass just like that, suddenly, an object radiating with white light shot into the cave. Qin Jie was abruptly alarmed. What is it? Whoosh! A dazzling white radiance rushed over. Rise! And Tay lifted a rock and smashed down on it. Bang! That huge rock was actually smashed apart by the white radiance, while the white radiance rushed past the entrance and landed within the cave, revealing its true appearance. This is, Qin Jie and the rest were alarmed. Chen Feng glanced at it and his heart immediately jolted. Snake egg. This was actually a snake egg. And T was bewildered. How can this thing appear here? It must be that damnable mysterious person, Qin Jie bellowed. He doesn't dare to enter, so he's doing this to lure some illusionary snakes over. And T, the heck with the mysterious person. I am the actual mysterious person, all right? When the heck did I get my hands on this snake egg? Or is this a coincidence? Chen Feng looked at Wang Chun. Wang Chun nodded slightly. Indeed. Chen Feng was immediately relieved. Was this something done by Shen Yi since the snake egg had appeared? Hiss, a terrifying hiss. A huge snake radiating silvery light appeared within the sandstorm. Its huge eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at that snake egg before its gaze landed on the people in the cave. Throw this egg out to it, Entei urged. It's useless. Wang Chun paled. Since this snake has seen us, how could it let us off? Quick, finish it off. Only by finishing it off will we be able to survive this. Damn it. Entei cursed, wondering how something unforeseen like this had happened. Let's act together, Qin Jie sneered, a mere illusionary snake leader. That fellow really believes that it's enough to get rid of us? Entei, increase our vigilance. As soon as that mysterious person appears, kill him immediately. Work hard, Chen Feng encouraged. My gene reagents are all ready as well. That mysterious person must be observing us in the dark. As soon as he shows himself, I will shower him with my reagents. All right, Qin Jie laughed heartily. Come then. Bang! He took the lead and rushed toward that huge snake. Entei was ashen-faced. Assassinating Qin Jie? The current Qin Jie was at his highest state of vigilance. There was also that Chen Feng with the constantly flickering reagents in his hands, causing quite a fear in Entei's heart. Entei inhaled deeply. Seems like I can only get rid of this huge snake first. Bang! He followed behind Qin Jie. Chen Feng and Wang Chun exchanged glances, a tinge of a smile in their eyes. Initial plan success. Then, they could now concentrate on killing this huge snake. Hiss! The huge silvery snake rushed toward them crazily. If all the members of NT Squad were here, this huge peak E-class snake wouldn't be a problem. However, since there was only NT and Qin Jie here, it became somewhat troublesome to deal with. Bang! A flash of electricity. Ka! A crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Not good. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly as he pulled Wang Chun and evaded it quickly. Bang! The ground ruptured. Half the cave crumbled in a split second. It's landslide. Wang Chun's expression was unsightly. A high-level secret art. I did not expect this illusionary snake leader to be able to demonstrate this skill. If it's like this, I'm afraid. Hiss! A sharp hiss resounded. That huge snake started raging as it failed to catch NT and Qin Jie even after trying for a long time. The silver glow on the illusionary snake leader suddenly shone brightly before quickly turning into red color. Next, the dazzling red light flickered before the illusionary snake leader changed into a blue color. Purple, yellow, every single color change was extremely dazzling. What ability is this? Everyone stirred. With every change of color, they could also keenly feel a different concealed ability within the color that could be unleashed at any moment. Chen Feng had a ridiculous expression on his face. What the heck is this? An electric snake with marquee installed on it? As everyone was bewildered, the illusionary snake leader glowed with a final white radiance and subsequently disappeared right in front of everyone, disappearing without a trace. It had actually disappeared. 84, Chapter 84, First Fusion Reagent, Chapter 84, First Fusion Reagent Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Concealment. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force engulfed the area and the rocks around them started shaking. Entei tried attacking a few times but failed to land his attacks. Instead, he was nearly smashed away by that huge snake. How was one supposed to fight an enemy one couldn't see? Qin Jie, Entei bellowed. Understood. Qin Jie's eyes started glowing and his ears trembled unceasingly. Hiding? 2-star secret art? Sky Symphony. Qin Jie activated a special skill unique to him. Both his eyes were sharp as, one after another, rays of light interweaved before his eyes and countless ripples started interweaving around his ear. The whole world was seemingly laid bare before Qin Jie's eyes. In the air. A trace of abnormality flashed through the sandstorm. This was something a normal person would not be able to notice. However, its appearance could not escape Qin Jie's notice. There, Qin Jie pointed toward a certain spot. Bang! Entei immediately unleashed his attack. A bizarre thunder streaked toward it. Subsequently, accompanied by a sharp hiss, a huge body smashed onto the ground. The huge snake had shown itself. Next, leave it to me. Entei had a malevolent expression on his face. Bang! At this moment, his powerful combat power was fully displayed. Both Qin Jie's pupils swirled around as he constantly pointed out the weak point of the huge snake to Entei. Before Qin Jie, that initially unfathomably huge snake had nowhere to hide. Pooh! Pooh! One after another, scars were left on the huge snake's body. Hiss! A sorrowful hiss. The huge snake noticed what the issue was and started attacking Qin Jie. However, Qin Jie merely sneered at that. He might not have too great an attacking power, but his agility and speed, none here could compare to him. It's attacking Qin Jie, and T slightly paused his attacks. This was a good opportunity. Qin Jie's vigilance was too high. If he were to get rid of Qin Jie when Qin Jie was busy dodging that huge snake's attacks, however, just as this thought surfaced, T gave up on it after seeing that Chen Feng had suddenly taken out his Earth Dragon Gene reagent, eyeing the current battle that was in progress. This was not a suitable time for him to make his move, and T inhaled deeply. Scram! He bellowed. He instantly erupted with his maximum combat power. 2-star secret art. Bang! A terrifying attack was emitted from his hands. The illusionary snake leader that was staring at Qin Jie was momentarily careless and got itself pierced through by Entei and firmly stabbed onto the ground. It started lashing its body around frantically. Bang! Bang! The huge body was lashing around frantically. The mountainous area around it started crumbling bit by bit. However, the illusionary snake leader still failed to break free. Its blood flowed unceasingly until it finally stopped moving. The illusionary snake leader was dead. It was extremely strong. However, it still couldn't contend against a genetic squad that was much powerful than it. As for those bizarre abilities possessed by the normal illusionary snakes they encountered the day before, those were ultimately something that only had a small probability of appearing. It's dead. Chen Feng's heart was ablaze. This was the best material for the illusionary snake reagent. Enter my tent to start the production. Wang Chun's complexion also recovered somewhat, regaining its original healthy color. All right, Chen Feng nodded. Only half the cave remained after it had crumbled. Entei and Qin Jie blasted a small entrance from rubble. Next, Chen Feng and Wang Chun hid into the newly created cave, which was much safer than the previous cave. Qin Jie and Entei also entered the cave. You two guard here, Wang Chun said. Don't worry, Entei said solemnly. Now, he couldn't sit tight anymore. Chen Feng and Wang Chun were both going inside to study the illusionary snake's scale. This was a good opportunity. He only needed to look for an opportunity to get rid of Qin Jie. Next, he could pretend that he himself was missing as well before proceeding to lure other illusionary snakes over to waste Chen Feng's trump card. And as long as both Wang Chun and Chen Feng were dealt with, he could go and get Wang Yu's reward. After that, leaving far away, soon. Entei was excited. However, at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly exited the tent. I can't get distracted during gene production, Chen Feng said solemnly, hence we will be depending on the protection of the both of you. It's very probable for that mysterious person to appear now. Qin Jie, since your detection ability is the strongest, you can hold on to this thing first. Chen Feng passed the Aurora reagent to Qin Jie. As soon as that mysterious person appears, toss this Earth Dragon Gene reagent at him. I assure you that he will definitely be damaged to the extent that even his mother wouldn't recognize his face anymore. All right. Qin Jie was excited. This was the terrifying reagent with the power of a peak D-class warrior. With this, our safety will be in your hands then. Chen Feng patted his shoulder before entering the tent. Qin Jie's eyes were resolute. Don't worry. Both his eyes were as sharp. He proceeded to fully activate his detection ability, not giving the mysterious person any chances to ambush them. That Earth Dragon Gene reagent was clasped tightly in his hands, ready to be used at any time. Beside him stood An Ti with a ridiculous expression on his face. Why would things be this way? How good an opportunity was this? He clearly could have easily gotten rid of Qin Jie. Why the heck did this Chen Feng deliver such a powerful trump card into Qin Jie's hands at this time? Was he sick? This was the wilderness. After giving the item to Qin Jie, wasn't he scared that Qin Jie would fall out with him instead and end up getting rid of them? He couldn't understand this at all. As far as he was concerned, this action of passing one's strongest trump card to others was something that was done by one who was mentally retarded and had suffered brain damage on top of it. Furthermore, with this, Chen Feng had also spoiled his plan. Killing Qin Jie? How was he supposed to kill Qin Jie now? Qin Jie's vigilance was too high. As soon as he felt something abnormal and used that Earth Dragon reagent, he and Entei would die together. Damn it! Entei was feeling hateful. As he thought of how Chen Feng kept spoiling his plans, he even started to suspect that Chen Feng had actually seen through him. However, when he thought that the opponent was merely a producer, it's about time for me to alter my plan. Entei inhaled deeply. He looked at Qin Jie before shaking his head and quietly sent out a message. Currently, within the tent, Chen Feng and Wang Chun were communicating through their screen. "Where's Shen Yi?" Chen Feng asked. "Dead." Wang Chun shook his head. In order to lure that illusionary snake leader here, she used some extreme methods. Ultimately, she failed to avoid the danger. "When can she appear again?" Chen Feng asked. "Have to wait for her to recover." Wang Chun sighed. "Although, theoretically, she can revive without limit, every time she dies she will be greatly affected. If possible, I truly do not wish such torment upon her." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "Then, let us begin." Wang Chun's eyes were sharp as electric. "All right." Chen Feng picked up a piece of scale. "Rise." Chen Feng picked up a piece of scale. There were not many materials remaining. Initially, Wang Chun was still somewhat worried that Chen Feng would fail too many times. After all, Chen Feng had yet to successfully produce one so far. However, from the time Chen Feng picked the scale up till when he finally stopped, he only spent 30 seconds before passing the item to him. An illusionary snake scale gene reagent completed. "Take it." Chen Feng passed it to Wang Chun. Wang Chun was still maintaining a stupefied expression on his face as he blankly accepted the item Chen Feng handed to him. He looked at Chen Feng, an unbelievable expression on his face. Just like that, and it was completed? This production speed was too terrifying, right? It wouldn't be a fake, right? He consumed the illusionary snake scale reagent. Bang! A gush of terrifying force instantly erupted within his body. "It's real!" Wang Chun was stirred. Not only was it real, it was even more powerful than what was described in the books. Wang Chun started digesting the energy within his body quickly. "It's starting." Chen Feng inhaled deeply. As far as he was concerned, Wang Chun's gene reagent was only some practicing material for him. The reagent that was truly troublesome and time-consuming was the illusionary snake fusion reagent that he was about to produce. He took his incubator liquid out. In accordance to the instructions in the books, Chen Feng blended the whole illusionary snake into the incubator liquid as he started the production process. Only after this could he truly get started with the production. Gene reaction. Gene fusion. Luck aura, activate. Bang. His luck value started dropping rapidly. Chen Feng followed the instructions of the books and, with great care, started the fusion and reaction process. Despite being careful and following the instructions, he could still feel that extremely unstable energy. He had a feeling that this gene reagent would explode at any moment. Steady. You must steady up. Chen Feng fully activated his luck aura. Without gene search, he skipped the first step. However, the second and third steps were even more complicated. Chen Feng inhaled before entering his hyperdimensional mode. Gene production, begin. Bang. The lights before his eyes shattered as he entered his hyperdimensional mode. Brandishing both his hands, he started perfecting everything that could be improved. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, his luck value was dropping rapidly. Finally, when 200 points of luck value had been used, the gene reaction and collision stopped and regained its tranquility. Gene production, complete. Have I succeeded? Chen Feng carefully looked at the liquid before his eyes. Gene scan. Mutated illusionary snake. Gene type. Fusion reagent. Fusion requirements. E-class and 100 points of spirit. Core gene. 50 points of spirit. 50 points of agility. 50 points of physique. 50 points of strength. Gene ability. Myriad illusions. Triggering the illusionary snake gene within one's body with spiritual energy. Releasing attacks with illusionary snake gene as the core. The attacks contain uncertainty. Hence, a fusion of other genetic abilities is required. 885, Chapter 85, Shenwei Chapter 85, Shenwei Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenesh Success. Chen Feng was stirred. Mutated. It really mutated. As per the data he had seen, a normal illusionary snake gene would increase spirit by 10 to 20 points, ability by 5 to 10 points, and physique by 5 to 10 points. However, now that it had mutated, everything changed. It was a straight flush of 50 points, greatly increasing all the basic attributes. Despite this, what Chen Feng placed utmost importance on was still the main ability of this gene, Myriad Illusions. Myriad Illusions, after reading it twice, Chen Feng blanked. This was because behind the description of Myriad Illusions, there was this particular sentence, a fusion of other genetic abilities is required. What does this mean? Chen Feng did not understand. However, what he felt regretful was the fact that no further details were provided in the data of this gene. Illusionary snake gene was already a rare gene in itself. Hence, a mutated version of this gene was something that was supposedly something almost impossible to appear. The gene scanner was not omnipotent. It could only be used as a source of reference, and the information provided from the scan was also somewhat vague in nature. To get a more detailed information, Chen Feng needed to go about it himself. Fusion with other abilities is required. Chen Feng's gaze flickered. At the same time, a soft sound could be heard. Wang Chun completed his breakthrough. A gush of powerful force congregated around Wang Chun. Chen Feng could clearly feel that the current Wang Chun had become much powerful than previously. Wang Chun exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. You increased your power? Chen Feng was somewhat amazed. Illusionary snake scale was a very ordinary 2-star E-class reagent. The description of this gene was also extremely simple, extracting a part of the illusionary snake gene. Initially, Chen Feng believed that Wang Chun was only using this illusionary snake scale to stabilize his current power. However, he never expected it to be able to increase one's power. Wang Chun was overwhelmed with emotion. It's a huge improvement. How's that possible? Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. Wang Chun smiled before telling the truth. The core of my ability originally involves concretizing everything in that book. Although I had broken through long ago, I did not have sufficient genes related to concretization. The illusionary snake has an all-embracing gene and, coincidentally, has that portion of concretization-related genes that I lacked. So that's the case. Chen Feng suddenly understood. Wang Chun's goal was actually concretization-related genes. That book was clearly Wang Chun's main gene. As long as he continued upgrading his concretization-related genes, he would be able to summon everything in that book and grasp a more powerful strength in his hands. This was the path Wang Chun walked. Then, it's my turn to walk my path then. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Gulp. He gulped the illusionary snake gene down. Bang! A terrifying power started bubbling within Chen Feng's body. Endless power dispersed from the fusion reagent and flooded every single nook of Chen Feng's body, causing Chen Feng intense pain. However, for the Chen Feng that had experienced the gene strengthening process previously, this didn't feel too terrible. Gene fusion began. Opposite Chen Feng, Wang Chun had a stupefied expression on his face. Gene fusion? Chen Feng was only starting his gene fusion now? He had always believed that, since Chen Feng had long broken through into E-class, he would have fused with a powerful support-type gene ability long ago, granting him such powerful gene production capabilities. However, he was only starting his fusion now. Wait, not only that. The gene fusion reagent that Chen Feng produced seemed to be something produced for himself. Wang Chun blanked. He felt like his logic was being harshly challenged. Increasing gene attributes was much easier than gene production. Hence, a lot of people were still stuck at the junior production level even though they had already broken through to E-class. As for high-level producers, their spiritual energy was definitely extremely powerful. If one's spiritual energy was insufficient, one would not even meet the lowest requirement needed to start producing genes. Hence, he had never seen someone like Chen Feng who had a heaven-defying gene production capability. One who could even produce 4-star E-class genes before even fusing with an E-class genetic ability. Producing one's own gene fusion reagent? This was simply unbelievable. Shit. Wang Chun rubbed his head and could only accept reality after a long time. Currently, Chen Feng had also reached the final stage of his breakthrough. All the illusionary snake genes had perfectly combined with his body, becoming a part of him. Gene fusion complete. Chen Feng, E-class genetic warrior spirit, 200 genetic ability, wind blade, myriad illusion, finally, E-class. Chen Feng was excited. A wisp of spiritual energy drifted around his hands, seemingly existing yet seemingly non-existing. Chen Feng could distinctly feel the surging energy within his body that was on the verge of eruption. This was the true power of an E-class warrior. Chen Feng flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A small wind blade appeared in his hands. As his spiritual energy had increased greatly, Chen Feng's current control of his wind blades was extremely nimble as well. Even the speed of his continuous wind blade release was faster than in the past. Previously, he could release 10 wind blades per second. Would the amount be higher now? He looked forward to it. As for the myriad illusions, the energy in Chen Feng's hands flickered. However, he ultimately did not dare to actually use this ability. If you really use that ability, my tent is a gone case, Wang Chun said somewhat grudgingly. Chen Feng scratched his head. Let's go. Now, it's about time we have an honest talk with our squad leader An Te. Wang Chun's eyes flickered with coldness. And Te dared to betray him, causing Shen Yi to die 2 times and enter deep sleep due to serious injury. He had to pay for this. Yeah, Chen Feng smiled. He also wanted to see exactly how powerful he was now that he had just broken through. Whoosh! Both of them exited the tent. Nearby, and Te and Qinjie were still standing on guard. Production completed? Qinjie was happy. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Well done. Qinjie laughed heartily. That mysterious person did not dare to come out at all. Whoosh, a chilling cold glint flickered. Be careful. Chen Feng and Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. NT? No, it was not NT at all. Currently, NT was around 2 or 3 meters away from Qinjie. Hence, Chen Feng and Wang Chun were not worried that he would abruptly make his move. However, none expected that the one who had made a move was actually Qinjie's shadow. That black shadow acted abruptly and pierced Qinjie's chest with its black hand. Pooh! The pitch-black hand squashed Qinjie's heart. Hee! A gloomy and cold laughter traveled over. Qinjie's eyes widened unbelievably. He wanted to trigger the explosion of the gene reagent in his hands. However, the sneer of that shadow traveled to his ears. Your spiritual energy has been blocked by me. What can you use to trigger the explosion? Bang! Qinjie fell on the ground, indignant even in his death. He was dead. Chen Feng and Wang Chun stared at the shadow in front of them. Hum. That shadow transformed into a youth with an evil aura on his face. Tieska, the genetic warriors nowadays are truly weak. The youth played with the gene reagent in his hands and smiled faintly. This is that so-called Earth Dragon gene reagent. Hiha, however good this gene reagent is, one needs to have a chance to actually use it right. Who are you? Chen Feng asked with a deep sound. Me? Just call me Shadow. The youth shrugged and looked at Ante as he smiled. Ante, after not meeting for quite a while, you are now trashy to such an extent? It has nothing to do with you. Ante glanced at him coldly before looking at Wang Chun and Chen Feng. Now, you can both die. No nonsense was spoken. Only an endless amount of coldness and detachment could be felt. Since the one with the highest vigilance, Xinjie, was dead, and furthermore, this idiotic Chen Feng had even handed over his strongest trump card, he could easily deal with these remaining two. Bang! Chen Feng abruptly tossed out a bottle of mutated Thundersnake gene reagent. However, Ante dodged it easily. The reason this mutated Thundersnake gene reagent was worth 1 million was due to its usage requirements being so low. F-class was sufficient to use it. In a circle where everyone was at F-class with the occasional E-class, a Thundersnake gene with the power of peak E-class was simply akin to a weapon of mass destruction. However, facing Ain-T, it was simply useless. Die, Ain-T charged forth. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. As he was about to unleash his new ability, suddenly, a terrifying silhouette rushed forth from behind him. Bang! An explosion of bright light. The ground crumbled as well. A silhouette had blocked N-T's attack with brute force. Who? N-T suddenly looked over. The smoke and dust settled. Before Chen Feng appeared a tall young lady in a miniskirt that was perfectly showing off her beautiful spotless white legs. In her hands was a broken saber with flame burning on it. Master of the Flaming Crystal Palace, Shen Wei, the young lady answered coldly. Whoosh! The broken saber was pointed toward Ante. Was it you who killed my younger sister? The young lady looked at Ante coldly, radiating killing intent. 86 Chapter 86, The First Performance of Myriad Illusions. Chapter 86, The First Performance of Myriad Illusions. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Flaming Crystal Palace. Ante was totally confused. Why had he never heard of this organization? And what was with this awkward name? Were they joking? However, from his opponent's serious expression, they did not seem to be faking it. Shen Wei, Shen Yi's elder sister? Ante frowned. Seems like things are getting troublesome. Deal with him, Wang Chun said indifferently. Bang! Shen Wei immediately unleashed her power. A single slash of hers tore the ground apart. A terrifying crack started extending along the ground. Peak E-class. Ante's expression changed greatly as he put his all into avoiding this ability. Damn it, his forehead was full of sweat. This young lady called Shen Wei actually possessed such powerful combat power. That extreme attack power was something he couldn't defend against at all. Bang, bang, step by step, Ante was pushed back, continuous slash. With the broken saber in her hands together with endless killing intent, each of Shen Wei's attacks was fatal. Ante's nerves were stretched to the limit, afraid that he would be killed in a single slash by Shen Wei the moment he got careless. Shadow, until when do you plan to continue watching the show? Ante cursed. Ayayaya, are you talking to me? Shadow started digging in his ear. Earlier you said that I can only do one single thing and am not supposed to get involved in anything else. See, I am behaving myself over here. I will give you 30%, Ante said hatefully. Shadow spread his hands. 50%. Impossible. A cold glint flickered in Ante's eyes. I have been working hard for so many days. You want me to work for free? You are only here to make up the numbers. 40%. Accept it, or so be it. All right. Beaming, Shadow accepted. He knew that if he were to continue dragging this forth, he might get more. However, 40% was sufficient. Ante was the one who had planned all of this and worked hard until now. He only needed to participate in a single combat to get a share of 40%. That was simply too profitable. Bang. With a flash of the broken saber, Shen Wei had pushed Ante back once again. However, she had still failed to kill him. Go, Wang Chun said decisively. We can't defeat them both. There might still be a chance for us if we let Shen Wei take us and escape here. He could clearly see that this shadow person was very strong. It would probably be too hard for Shen Yi alone to contend with both of them. There's no need for that. Chen Feng suddenly smiled as he said, You can just deal with N-T. This guy, leave him to me. Wang Chun widened his eyes. He knew that Chen Feng had increased his strength. However, he was someone who had only recently fused with his E-class gene, while his opponent was someone at the peak of E-class. Furthermore, he was only a producer. Brother, don't play around. Wang Chun pulled Chen Feng. Now is not the time to let emotions affect one's decisions. Chen Feng, did he look like someone so stupid? At this moment, a dark shadow flickered into existence and started descending upon them with an intense killing intent. Ante, hold on first, Shadow said calmly. I will kill these two kids first to avoid anything unexpected happening. All right. Nt clenched his teeth. You better be fast. Don't worry, Shadow sneered. It's only two beginner E-class kids. Shadow raised his hands. A pitch-black phantom appeared before Chen Feng. Shadow pointed at Chen Feng, and the phantom turned into a black flash before rushing toward Chen Feng. This was a full power attack from a peak E-class warrior. Die. Shadow was calm as water. However, at this very moment, bang! A dazzling radiance. 20 wind blades suddenly appeared around Chen Feng and surrounded him. Every single one of the ice-cold blades was filled to the brim with dense killing intent. The 20 wind blades smashed toward the phantom, defeating it with mere quantity alone. What cursed ability is this? Shadow's heart jolted. Windblade? So many of them? I have never heard of such an ability. However, was this Chen Feng's trump card? If it was only this, Shadow waved his hands and 30 shadows that were exactly the same as him appeared. You can block one of them. How about 30 of them? I refuse to believe that you can block all of them. Bang. The shadows all charged at Chen Feng, one shadow after another, each filled with killing intent. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Chen Feng merely waved his hand at this. Bang! An endless amount of wind blades were instantly unleashed. 20, 40, 60, every single one of the shadows was flooded by wind blades. Shadow's mouth was wide open for a long time. What on earth is this? Wang Chun, to the side, also had a stupefied expression on his face. Is Chen Feng really a gene producer? Very good. Shadow inhaled deeply. He knew that this man called Chen Feng before him was definitely qualified to be an opponent of his. Then, let us have a proper battle then. Shadow's gaze was cold. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, phantoms appeared again. This time, however, Shadow did not get them to charge at Chen Feng individually. Instead, he got the phantoms to overlap together before launching the attack toward Chen Feng. Shadow attack. Whoosh. An extremely strong power instantly erupted. Go. Chen Feng pointed at the air. 20 wind blades bombarded the shadow attack. However, there was no effect. The overlap of several tens of phantoms had unleashed a horrifying power. Chen Feng could clearly see that even the afterimages left behind by these phantoms were emitting a shocking power. This attack was something the wind blades couldn't block. Indeed, Chen Feng did not find this surprising. The shadow attack was obviously not some basic attacks. Instead, this was some high-level battle technique comprehended by his opponent. Normal wind blades would be useless against it, regardless of the amount. If that was the case, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. After truly entering E-class, he'd had a lot of improvements. His spiritual energy had an all-around improvement. The speed he released his wind blades had increased by 1-fold, and the amount of wind blades that could be created with 1 point of luck value had increased from 10 to 20. However, the true improvement he gained was actually myriad illusions. Myriad illusions, activate. Chen Feng instinctively activated it. However, there was no reaction whatsoever from it. No reaction? How was this possible? Chen Feng's heart jolted. You can't be holding me down during a crucial moment. Is it because my pose was wrong? Chen Feng activated his luck value and tried once again, yet nothing happened this time as well. Something wasn't right. Chen Feng's heart jolted violently. Currently, the shadow attack had reached him. Damn it. What was the problem? Chen Feng forced himself to calm down and re-examine this Myriad Illusions ability. Myriad Illusions was definitely something similar to Windblade, where he only needed to activate it to use it. This was the information he had previously gotten online. However, it seemed like his Myriad Illusions was a mutated version. Indeed, mutated, a vague idea formed in Chen Feng's head. A mutated Myriad Illusions was different from its ordinary version, as it needed to fuse with other genetic abilities. Fuse, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Windblade? As he thought of this, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng activated Windblade and Myriad Illusions at the same time. Bang! An astonishing attack was unleashed in an instant. Whoosh! The first Windblade appeared. No, it couldn't even be called a Windblade anymore. Although it still contained the power of wind within, this Windblade's color had turned from blue to red. Furthermore, around it were dense flames. This was a burning Windblade. Bang! The burning Windblade collided with the shadow attack. A terrifying energy erupted at the instant of the collision. That incomparably powerful shadow attack stopped instantly. It had been stopped forcefully by the power released by the burning Windblade. An extremely strong power. 2-star secret art, Shadow contemplated. A combination of wind and fire into a 2-star wind and fire secret art? Truly powerful indeed. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's level is still too low. Not sufficient to cause me any trouble. Whoosh. The shadow attack erupted in power once again. The appearance of the burning Windblade had merely caused it to pause momentarily. However, at this very moment, the second Windblade appeared. This time, it was yellow in color. Bang! A yellow-colored Windblade was unleashed. The Windblade whistled forth while emitting a sandstorm from it. The originally blue Windblade had, for unknown reasons, become filled to the brim with a thick earth aura. The originally purely energy-type attack of Windblade had mysteriously become an unsophisticated physical attack that, along with the dense sand and soil in it, ferociously smashed upon the shadow attack. Bang! The Windblade instantly crumbled. However, the shadow attack was once again stopped here. This time, the shadow felt even more uncomfortable. The yellow-colored wind blade had erupted with a bizarre power, covering its whole body with sand and soil. The originally perfectly overlapped shadow felt incredibly uncomfortable now. Shadow was somewhat stupefied. What ability was this? Another 2-star secret art, Wind and Earth? This Chen Feng was only at E-class, so he could only have fused with 2 genes. At the very most, he could only have a single 2-star secret art. What on earth was happening here? At this time, the third wind blade was unleashed. This time, it was a deep blue color. Whoosh! A watery wind blade charged toward the shadow. Poof! The wind blade descended. A terrifying power blossomed from it, enveloping the shadow with a huge amount of water. The shadow attack was once again submerged. He had yet to clear off the sand and soil earlier and was now submerged in water instead. The super powerful shadow attack formed through overlapping a countless amount of phantoms was now a mudman. Moving became even harder. Whoosh! The fourth wind blade was unleashed. The color of this wind blade was even more bizarre. It was transparent. Pa-G. A bizarre sound resounded. The wind blade collided with the shadow attack. Instead of shattering, it instead turned into a transparent liquid that stuck onto the body of the shadow. The shadow attack's movement was now even more sluggish than before. That feeling was like some weird mucus. Shadow's expression looked extremely unsightly at this point. However, this was just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, green-colored wind blade, black-colored wind blades with all sorts of colors were spammed onto the shadow. Now, Shadow was already thoroughly stupefied. It was not like he had not experienced any bitter battles before. He had experienced many battles where he was threading the line of death. However, he was sure that the current battle was the most disgusting battle he had gotten himself into. Too disgusting. 20 attacks. Water and fire appeared 3 times respectively. The remaining 14 times were all random and ridiculous attacks. The shadow attack that was initially a high-speed attack was now stuck on the same spot. What fucking ability was this? Shadow had a dazed expression on his face. A87 Chapter 87, Blood Shadow Chapter 87, Blood Shadow Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. At the same time, the Chen Feng opposite him had an odd expression on his face as well. This, what could he say? Myriad illusions, something that could only fuse with other abilities. This seemed like a bad thing, since this meant that the Myriad Illusions ability had lost its original function as a standalone ability. However, what amazed Chen Feng was that, after fusion, it could generate secret arts. What did this entail? Regardless of what gene it was, it would be able to be fused with Myriad Illusions. Regardless of what secret art it was, it would have a 1-star increase in its rating. Worthy of being the illusionary snake leader. Worthy of being a mutated gene. Chen Feng was overwhelmed with emotions, too strong. This gene that he had improved and mutated couldn't be more suitable for him. His effort in painstakingly coming all the way here was not in vain. And the biggest surprise for him was the true combat power of Myriad Illusions. For example, when it was fused with wind blades. Every time a wind blade was used, 1 point of luck value was enough for him to continuously release wind blades for a full second. At his current level, he would be able to release 20 wind blades per second. As for Myriad Illusions, Chen Feng did not dare to try. Although Wind Blade and Myriad Illusions could be used in tandem with Luck Aura, the consumption of luck value would also increase as a result. Hence, Chen Feng would prioritize using Luck Aura on Wind Blades. The result of this test of his was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there was no need for the probability of Myriad Illusions to be triggered when he was using this method. Mere regular activation of Myriad Illusions and Wind Blades were already sufficient to unleash an astonishing power. The succession of wind blades he released that caused Shadow to be vomiting blood in anger had only used up 1 luck value. This is too perfect. Chen Feng hadn't had enough with this. Too powerful. At this time. Bang! A loud sound. The rocky grounds around them started trembling. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the loud sound and saw that Ante, who had still been showing off his prowess a moment ago, was currently in ragged clothing, cutting an extremely sorry figure as he looked at Shen Wei. In front of him was a 1-meter-deep gorge. Too terrifying. Ante was horrified. Shadow, are you fucking done yet? Soon, Shadow said impatiently. Troublesome. He had to finish this as soon as possible. Shadow's heart palpitated. Shen Wei's prowess was giving him an ominous feeling. He suddenly realized that his choice of coming here with Entei this time was quite a bad choice. However, since he was already here, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Shadow waved his hand. Shatter. That shadow attack that was beaten into submission by Chen Feng dissolved instantly. You are very strong, Shadow said, word by word. However, it's about time this ends. Bang! A terrifying power started blossoming around Shadow, and it was at this moment that something astonishing happened. Below Chen Feng's foot, the shadow that had always been with him had suddenly moved. Chen Feng, who was already prepared for everything, retreated instantly. However, beyond his expectations, the shadow did not attack him. Instead, it rapidly separated itself from Chen Feng and moved to Shadow. The same thing happened to Wang Chun, Ante, Shen Wei. Every single shadow that one could see gathered beside Shadow. Fuse! Shadow's expression was solemn. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. All shadows, including his own shadow, fused at this very moment. The power of blood blossomed. 5 shadows instantly transformed into a blood shadow. I originally didn't want to use this skill. Shadow's voice became hoarse and his entire body shriveled. After going through the transformation, the blood shadow before him had turned into a blood-colored person that looked like him. In the shadow's hand was even a broken saber. Whoosh! The blood shadow took a step forth as a terrifying power bubbled around him. Chen Feng stirred. This power, go. Shadow pointed at Chen Feng and sneered. It has fused with the power of every single one of you here. It is much more powerful than everyone here. The fused body it has is the body of a true expert. Now, be devoured by my blood shadow. Bang! The blood shadow unleashed its power. At the same time, the broken saber within his hands was emitting a terrifying power as well. Fusing everyone's power? Damn it. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. Such a heaven-defying ability exists? No. As he looked at the pale complexion of Shadow, Chen Feng knew that the energy exhaustion for the activation of this ability was huge. The stronger the blood shadow was, the more Shadow needed to exhaust. Furthermore, he was sure that Shadow would only be able to persevere for a few seconds at most. However, regretfully, a normal opponent would not be able to survive for more than a few seconds against this ability either. What joke was this? The blood shadow was something that had fused with everyone's power, including Chen Feng's. What's happening exactly? Chen Feng stirred. He was too clear on how powerful the myriad illusionary windblade combination of both his skills was. However, at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly had a weird expression on his face. Windblade, he suddenly remembered that at its core, only a single windblade would be released each time. Myriad illusions was something that would grow in strength in tandem with Windblade. The more powerful the Windblade was, the more powerful the myriad illusions would be. Only when the amount of Windblade was sufficiently high would myriad illusions be able to display its true power. All of that was something that the Blood Shadow couldn't accomplish, as it did not have luck value. If that was the case, Chen Feng suddenly laughed. Myriad illusionary Windblade was once again released from his hand as multicolored Windblades started flooding the Blood Shadow and totally enveloping it, unleashing an astonishing power in the process. You think only you knows how to do this? Shadow's voice was hoarse as he ordered the Blood Shadow to activate the same ability. Whoosh! A chilling blue-colored Windblade shot out. Shadow was totally confused. That was it? How come that was all? Once again, he activated the Windblade ability. Whoosh! A fiery Windblade shot out. Shadow was somewhat stupefied. Once again, that was it? Chen Feng was able to unleash 20 Windblades per second. As for him, 1 per second, this kind of speed, they were totally not in the same league. Damn it. Is it due to him being more well-practiced at this ability? Shadow's expression was unsightly. Blood Shadow was not an omnipotent existence. Despite it being able to possess the abilities of everyone here, becoming extremely powerful, it was only able to gain the opponent's abilities, not their skills and experiences with those abilities. D-Class. When I reach D-Class, I have to fuse with an ability capable of absorbing my opponent's skills, Shadow vowed inwardly. He believed that Blood Shadow would truly be undefeated at that time. Now, the Blood Shadow that was merely a 3-star secret art was way too weak. Paji. One again, this familiar sound resounded. Shadow's expression suddenly became unsightly. He raised his head. Indeed, without realizing, under the endless bizarre Windblades, the Blood Shadow that possessed terrifying combat power was stuck just like the previous Shadow. On its body was water, earth, and mucus. Feck this shit, Shadow couldn't help but curse. Bang. The Blood Shadow started emitting a terrifying power around it. That force of power shook unceasingly. Possessing all the abilities of Entei and Shen Wei, it was much more powerful. However now, it was stuck at the same spot, unable to move a step forward. Truly sorrowful. Damn it. Shadow clenched both his fists. He knew that as long as he could use an even stronger power to shake all the mucus, water, and earth off the Blood Shadow's body, it would be sufficient. However, what caused him to feel depressed was the fact that the Blood Shadow itself was not a physical body in the first place. If he were to shake off the mucus, water, and earth like that, the Blood Shadow would dissipate as well. He couldn't even fight against this. This Chen Feng that appeared to be a mere initial E-class warrior, this junior producer, was totally a terrifying guy. Ah, a sorrowful cry. Shadow looked toward the cry and saw that under Shen Wei's attack, Entei was running away, cutting a sorry figure. Shadow, be faster, Entei bellowed. He was engaged in a battle with Shen Wei and couldn't even take care of himself. Hence, he couldn't split his attention to view other battles. As such, he did not understand the reason that Shadow had yet to deal with Wang Chun and Chen Feng. I will give you 50%. That should do it, right? Entei was anxious. Come faster. 50%, Shadow smiled bitterly. Could that 50% deal with this problem he was facing? He looked at the Blood Shadow that was sluggishly raising its broken saber like a crippled person in front of Chen Feng. Then he looked at the Entei that was being chased by Shen Wei. Shadow inhaled deeply. Chen Feng, you forced me. Shadow waved his hand and dispersed the blood shadow. Chen Feng was solemn. He still has another trump card? He had even used his 2-star secret art trump card. Could it be a virus? Chen Feng concentrated his gaze. The indistinct shadows around Shadow started flickering. The wind blade in Chen Feng's hands were trigger ready. And then Shadow was engulfed by darkness and subsequently disappeared without a trace. The fuck? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. This guy? Escaped? 88. Chapter 88, I won't fight him. Chapter 88, I won't fight him. Translator. Lemoston editor. Tennis Shadow fleeing caused Chen Feng to not know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected that this peak E-class genetic warrior would decisively flee when he saw that the battle was not looking favorable for him, directly abandoning Entei here. Entei opened his eyes wide and shouted miserably, Shadow! He never expected that Shadow would actually abandon him and flee. I saved your life before, Entei bellowed. However, there was no response whatsoever. Didn't you have an extremely good relationship with Qin Jie and your squad members as well? Chen Feng sneered. If it was Qin Jie and the rest, at least they wouldn't abandon their teammates no matter what, even if they had some conflict with you. This is the choice you made yourself, Chen Feng said coldly. Why, Entei was dazed. Bang. The descent of Shen Wei's attack had cut off any remaining hopes Entei had. Different from a genetic warrior's ability, Shen Wei did not have any ability at all. All her attacks were extremely rough and simple, to slash and slash and slash without end. Entei, who was at the peak of E-class, was simply slashed to death by Shen Wei. From this, Shen Wei's prowess was quite apparent. Even death is not enough to pay for your sins. Shen Wei arrogantly sheathed her broken saber, kicking off a small storm with her saber aura as she did this. Due to this, the skirt she was wearing, which was already extremely short, rose slightly, appearing even shorter. Chen Feng, Shen Feng, Shen Feng, Shen Fen, Shen Wei, Arjen, Shen Wang, Shen had yet to recover from his shock. Chen Feng and Shadow's battle ended just like that? The fuck, are you kidding me? Shadow was extremely powerful. He was even slightly more powerful than Entei. Even with that, Chen Feng was still able to beat him until he ran within minutes. Instead, it was Shen Wei who had spent a longer time in battle. Chen Feng was actually this strong? Wang Chun was shocked. He was too clear on how strong Shen Wei was. Peak E-class. Genuinely at the peak. One could say that there were very few people in E-class capable of defeating Shen Wei. However, Chen Feng, who had just stepped into E-class, seemed to have reached this stage. He had really looked down upon this genius? Wang Chun smiled bitterly. He did not give up on the gene prepared to him by the Wang family and picked this gene merely because he was a nerd. It was also due to the strength of the female characters in the Crystal Palace. To be honest, deep inside, he was somewhat arrogant. Now, however, all his arrogance crumbled before Chen Feng. What was more vexing was the fact that Chen Feng was also a formidable gene producer. Having a profession that would require all of one's energy yet still possessing such formidable combat power. Or perhaps this was due to Chen Feng's genetic ability coincidentally being the ability that had a suppressive effect against that Shadow's ability. That was what Wang Chun thought. Shen Wei. Wang Chun looked at the young lady. If you were to battle Chen Feng, how confident are you of obtaining a victory? I won't fight him, Shen Wei said coldly. Wang Chun couldn't understand. Why? Shen Wei glared at him. Too gross. Wang Chun, Shen Feng, shouldn't they stop using this term? Shen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have guessed that all these wind blades being unleashed together would cause such circumstances to appear? Even the illusionary snake leader probably wouldn't have been able to guess that this would happen. Chen Feng could only spread his hand as a response. At this instant, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Wang Chun's face. In his hand, the semi-illusionary comic hovered mid-air. It flickered with a colorful glow. Whoosh! A slim silhouette turned into light particles and shot out of the book, transforming back into her physical body while she was in mid-air and landed in Shen Wei's embrace. Sister! Shen Yi hugged Shen Wei. A smiling expression appeared on Shen Wei's face. You recovered. Hee, of course. Shen Yi was excited. Sister, you are finally out here. I have missed you to death. If this rubbish master of ours was somewhat stronger, all our sisters would have been out a long time ago, Shen Wei said coldly. Sister, Shen Yi purred. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Could he be blamed for this? Brother, fortune and misfortune are truly interdependent of each other. Chen Feng patted Wang Chun's shoulder, taking joy in his plight. The battle was over. Chen Feng looked around him. The whole cave had crumbled down, sandstorms were everywhere, the ground was in a mess with piles of crushed rocks everywhere, and a single shattered empty eggshell lay there. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Empty eggshells? Chen Feng went over to take a look. Wasn't this the snake egg used by Shen Yi to lure the huge snake here? He remembered that this egg was incomparably hard and couldn't be broken no matter what. Shen Yi noticed this as well. Sigh, why is this thing broken? Shen Wei picked up a piece of the eggshell and slashed at it with her broken saber. That piece of eggshell was undamaged after being slashed. This thing is extremely hard. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary illusionary snake. Judging from the way it cracked, this seemed to be something that happened naturally. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Naturally cracking? In other words, within this egg might be an even more powerful illusionary snake, despite it just being a newborn. We need to leave immediately, Wang Chun said decisively. How strong was Shen Wei? Yet she was unable to even break the fragment of the eggshell? This unknown snake egg might have mutated and might be even more powerful. In other words, at the moment of its birth, it was already the king of this area. Leave, quickly. Wang Chun felt his lips go dry. If it's really the birth of a snake king, this place will be surrounded by all the illusionary snakes here. We will die regardless of how strong we are. Go. Chen Feng instantly wised up as well. How many illusionary snakes were there in the desolate rocky grounds? Nobody knew. The reason they barely encountered any illusionary snakes was because the snakes couldn't be bothered to show themselves. If all the snakes were to come out, they would not be able to leave here alive at all. They left quickly. Naturally, before leaving, Chen Feng did not forget to pick up all the eggshells. They were all treasures. The area was still engulfed by sandstorms as usual. Despite the fact that the sky-covering sandstorms were even denser compared to when they came, without having to worry about getting assassinated, their speed was faster than before instead. However, oddly, they did not meet a single illusionary snake on their way. Not even one. All the illusionary snakes of the desolate rocky grounds seemed to have disappeared. Chen Feng and the rest were able to travel smoothly, leaving the cave and reaching the entrance of the desolate rocky grounds without meeting a single snake. It seems like I guessed correctly, Wang Chun said in a low voice. All the illusionary snakes went to that cave. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have probably gotten ourselves surrounded. Chen Feng nodded slightly and looked behind him. Snake King, eh? Or is it one of those who went through an extremely powerful mutation? With the appearance of this thing here, it seems like the desolate rocky grounds will undergo a great change hereafter. Let's go, Chen Feng said. They left quickly. Despite leaving the desolate rocky grounds, they still had to maintain their vigilance. Only after they reached the end of this 5-kilometer journey and reached the Genetic Union's camp would they be truly safe. However, when they had only traveled half the distance... Wait. Shen Yi abruptly stopped everyone and cautiously looked in front of them. There's someone there. What? Everyone's heart jolted. Huh! The broken saber in Shen Wei's hand ignited. Not far away, a thin silhouette walked out from behind a rock. Interesting, I was actually discovered? A familiar voice traveled to them. That person raised his head and showed a face full of scars. Long time no see, my dear adorable students. Xie Kongzhong, Chen Feng's pupils constricted. That's right, Xie Kongzhong. Chen Feng had never expected the person to suddenly appear here would actually be the teacher in charge of the high school class he was in. The very Xie Kongzhong that had abandoned all his students and escaped during the Dragon's Passing Mountain incident. He was actually alive. Footnotes. 1. A Chinese term that basically means that a good thing might lead to bad thing, while a bad thing might lead to a good thing. In the current context in this chapter, Chen Feng is talking about how lucky Wang Chun is to have all this beautiful comic book girls at his side, yet at the same time, it's quite unlucky that Shen Wei is this cold. 89, Chapter 89, Comfortable Chapter 89, Comfortable Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Wang Family, Gold City. Countless people were in a solemn silence. The elders of the Wang family were all waiting there. At the center of them all was Wang Yue, who was kneeling with a respectful expression on his face. Before him was an old man with a faint smile on his face. Not bad. The old man nodded slightly. Quite a good innate talent with acceptable genes. You are qualified to accept my teachings. As he said that, he raised his forefinger and tapped Wang Yue's forehead with it. Condense. As that finger landed on Wang Yue's forehead, it started glowing. On Wang Yue's head, between his eyebrows, a dot of light glowed abruptly. Akin to a white plum blossom, the glow started rotating unceasingly, radiating a terrifying power. Bang! The seemingly endless radiance cracked. Wang Yu felt like his spirit had been brightly lit up, while his mind felt unprecedentedly clear. A gush of formidable power was working within his body, constantly unlocking his hidden potential. His spiritual energy grew at a crazy pace. After a long time, when the radiance finally shrunk back into a tiny white dot and their surroundings returned to normal, Wang Yue opened his eyes. Within his eyes, an additional grandeur that wasn't there before could now be seen. Many thanks, Senior. Wang Yue was grateful. Wang Yue had spent a large amount of resources in order to invite this great master here in order to give him a stronger potential and a better future. From the moment he fused with that gene, he seemed to have soared up to the skies with a single leap. In the not-too-distant future of the current era, Wang Yue would definitely occupy an important position. Senior, please. The elders of Wang family invited the great master to get seated and started their discussion on proper business. On the other hand, Wang Yue followed his father into a room to talk. You are still having someone monitor Wang Chun? Wang Tianhao's expression was solemn. Wang Yue nodded his head. He was the Wang family's previous choice. As long as he remains alive, they will not give me their heart and soul. They might still have a sliver of hope remaining that, if I were to be crippled in the future, they might still be able to continue supporting Wang Chun. Wan Chihi, only when he dies will those old fools of the Wang family give up on that hope. Only then will they know that their only choice is me. I am the only one capable of leading the Wang family out of Gold City and growing it to a new height, Wang Yue said coldly. Do less of such things in the future. Wang Tianhao glared at him. With your potential and future, you should be seeing the bigger picture. Someone from a place like Gold City is no longer qualified to have your attention. What you should do now is to concentrate on improving yourself and becoming stronger. To challenge the true experts of this world. A human needs to look upward. Don't keep paying attention to those who are destined to be stepped on below your feet. As for Wang Chun and Chen Feng, Wang Tianhao sneered. Just leave them to me. He was aware that this son of his was good in every aspect. His only weakness was being too narrow-minded. If Wang Chun was not dealt with, he would not be able to rest or eat in peace. There was also that Chen Feng, reach D class as soon as possible, understand? Wang Tianhao said strictly. Wang Yue nodded. Understood. He believed that his father would be able to perfectly handle this thing for him. Chen Feng, he had originally planned to personally defeat Chen Feng. Unfortunately, from the moment he fused with that gene, he knew that Chen Feng was no longer qualified to be his opponent. He, Wang Yue, was destined to soar up to the skies with a single leap. After sneering, Wang Yue walked toward the training room. The Wang family had prepared everything for him in advance. Everything else was unrelated to him. The only thing he needed to do was to transform the potential he had into actual strength, becoming a true expert. D class, here I come. Wang Yu was filled with expectations. Currently, at the desolate rocky grounds, Chen Feng and his group were cautiously looking at the ch51 that had suddenly appeared. This guy who escaped previously had actually appeared now. What are you here for? Chen Feng said coldly. To kill someone, ch51 said calmly. Wang Chun sneered. The Wang family sent you here? I am now a wanted person. They gave me a very good job. ch51 had a malevolent expression on his face as he rubbed the scars on his face. Hehe, it was truly hard to escape from Dragon's Passing Mountain. However, I survived. Both of you need to die. ch51 was filled with killing intent. Both of them had to die? Wang Chun and Chen Feng instinctively looked at each other. Wang family indeed. Your family is so messy? Chen Feng looked at Wang Chun. One just needs to get used to it. Wang Chun felt somewhat helpless as well. All those positions, such as director of a large company, chairman of a large organization, heir of a large family, as long as it was a position with power, there would be a lot of people fighting over it. This was the cruel reality. ch51, D-class genetic warrior, Chen Feng said in a low voice. One of his genetic abilities is Fiery Dragon. The remaining two abilities are unknown. D-class, Wang Chun was somewhat anxious. Bang, a fireball lit up. In ch51's hand was a fireball that was ready for action after fully condensing. As he brandished his fingers, it turned into a huge fiery dragon that streaked toward them. Slash, Shen Wei made her move. The broken saber in her hand slashed downward. Bang, slashed into two pieces with a single slash. The fiery dragon was cut in two by Shen Wei. However, after passing through Shen Wei, the flame converged mid-air and turned back into its original appearance, unaffected by Shen Wei's slash at all. This was a flame possessing the power of a D-class warrior. Be careful. Wang Chun's expression changed slightly. Flame, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Bang. A train of multicolored wind blades were unleashed and smashed into the flame. What followed was an explosion of light as all sorts of energy erupted and dispersed the fiery dragon forcefully. Huh! The burning hot wind brushed past the both of them. Too dangerous. Wang Chun wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. D-class was indeed different. It has actually been blocked? ch51 was very surprised. He was very clear on Chen Feng's strength. Even if he was E-class now, he was still someone who was recently promoted. He never expected Chen Feng to be capable of blocking his attack. Did I judge wrongly in the past? ch51 was astonished. At this instant, Shen Wei, Wang Chun screamed, freely attack, all right. Shen Wei acted decisively. ch51 was too strong. They definitely couldn't give him too many opportunities to attack. Chen Feng instantly erupted. Myriad illusionary wind blades. Bang. A succession of wind blades were let forth instantly. Chen Feng used the same method when he dealt with the Blood Shadow previously, to use the superior quantity of wind blades and to force ch51 to remain on the same spot. 20. 40. Every single burst of his wind blades was more violent than the previous. Water, earth, mucus, all of them erupted forth. Paji, ch51's body became sluggish. Unlimited slash. The flame on Shen Wei's broken saber burned furiously. Whoosh! From the broken saber, a chain of fiery slashes descended, layering onto each other before erupting at the same instance and, filled with endless killing intent, attacking toward ch51. Bang! A terrifying explosion of flame. Almost all of Shen Wei's unlimited slashes landed on ch51. Was he hit? Chen Feng couldn't resist and looked toward the collision point. The flame gradually disappeared. When Chen Feng saw the situation there, he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. ch51 was safe and sound. Not only that, on his body was a yellow-colored scale armor that had automatically obstructed all of Chen Feng's attack. Even Shen Wei's attacks were blocked. Stone scale? Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. It was actually this ability. Stone Scale, a type of defensive ability that worked by petrifying one's own body. It was extremely formidable. When used by a person with Xie Kengzhang's current strength, any attack below D class was useless against it. In other words, regardless of how many people you got, regardless of how many attacks you unleashed, as long as your attacks did not reach D class, it would all be pointless. In simpler terms, it was an unbreakable defense. This kind of ability wasn't particularly powerful, as it was extremely weak against an opponent of the same class. However, when facing an opponent that was from a lower class, it was simply an existence akin to a bug, comfortable, Xie Kengzhang said with a voice that almost sounded like a moan. All the fire around him started hovering. All the fire released by Shen Wei was actually being absorbed by him into his body to replenish his energy. This is, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. Flame absorption. He actually fused with this kind of gene. Wang Chun had an unsightly expression on his face. Due to the popularity of fire-type genes, fire-type defensive genes were also extremely popular. Flame absorption was one such gene. It was a type of defensive genetic ability. Its only function was to absorb fire. Despite it only being able to absorb part of the flame and unable to fully absorb all flames or grant immunity to flames, however, all fire-type genetic abilities would be greatly weakened before this genetic ability. However, Chen Feng suddenly looked at Xie Kengzhang's face. No wonder a D-class genetic warrior like him was so miserable at Dragon's Passing Mountain. The power contained within the sea dragon blood essence was seawater, something with a natural repressive effect on his ability. First, fire-type gene, fiery dragon. Second, general gene, stone scale. Third, defensive gene, fire absorption. Naturally, such a gene setup was something that would only be picked by an ordinary genetic warrior without many resources, who could only make his choice after reaching each stage. Unfortunately, his ability was the perfect ability to suppress Wang Chun's ability. Chen Feng looked at the burning flame on Shen Wei's broken saber. This time, it was getting troublesome. 90 Chapter 90 3-Star Secret Art Chapter 90 3-Star Secret Art Translator Lemostan Editor Tenish Bang. Once again, Shen Wei's slash descended. A comfortable expression appeared on Xie Kengzhang's face. No effect. Every single one of Shen Wei's attacks had no effect on him. Only this much? Xie Kengzhang had a malevolent expression on his face. Then you all can go and die now. Shen Wei sneered. My attack might have no effect on you. However, your fiery dragon might not necessarily have much effect either. Xie Kengzhang sneered. Is that so? Yellow stones started covering his right hand. He started emitting flame. When the stones on him were ignited, an astonishing thing happened. Every single piece of the stone started turning a bright red color at a scary speed. The red-hot flame started boiling, while on Xie Kengzhang's right hand, the stones separated from him, turning into lumps of boiling lava that rolled around. The air around him became hot and warped. Bang! Xie Kengzhang punched. The lava burst forth, heading toward Shen Wei. Slash! Once again, Shen Wei unleashed her power. Her broken saber collided with the lava at midair. Bang! With a single slash, the lava crumbled. Bang! Despite defending with her saber, Shen Wei was still flung away. She retreated for several tens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood before she finally stabilized herself. The hand that was holding the broken saber was trembling. Due to the limitations of Wang Chun's current strength, the power she could currently display was too little. A D-class warrior was simply too powerful. With her strength at peak E-class, it was already the limit for her to be able to block a 2-star secret art. Xie Kengzhang looked at Chen Feng. The next will be you. Bang! 2-star secret art. Lava was once again unleashed. The boiling lava that was a fusion product of flame and stone, the boiling lava boulder, pierced the air as it shot forth toward Chen Feng, akin to a meteorite on Doomsday. A whining sound could be heard as it shot forth. The lava boulder this time was even larger than the previous attack. Xie Kengzhang said softly. Bang! The lava boulder abruptly sped up. This 2-star secret art that was formed with D-class power burst forth once again. Chen Feng looked at it silently. He inhaled deeply. Indeed, it had come to this. Xie Kengzhang was much stronger than Shadow. Normal obstruction methods were totally unable to slow him down. This lava boulder was also a thoroughly pure attack. If one wanted to defeat him, one could only face him with brute force. If that's the case. Come. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. He wanted to take a good look at how strong he really was now. He also wanted to take a good look at what kind of power could be displayed when the power of myriad illusions was fully unleashed. Chen Feng raised his hand. Luck Aura, activate. Myriad illusionary windblade was once again unleashed. However, this time, there was not only unlimited windblades. This was the first time that Chen Feng had used the Luck Aura on myriad illusions. This time, he decided to use Luck Aura on both myriad illusions and windblades at the same time. Whoosh! His luck value started declining rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, at the same time. Chen Feng felt a gush of intriguing power start flowing around in his body. At this instant, the unlimited windblades in his hands started radiating with an astonishing power. Was this really all right? Chen Feng was not sure. Xie Kengzhang was too strong. At least for Chen Feng, he was too strong. D-class signified that his lowest attack would be at 1,000 units. The attack power of his 2-star secret art was definitely higher. As for Chen Feng, he only had 200 points of spiritual energy. He did not have anything to increase the attack power of his wind blades either. A normal wind blade only had 200 units of attack power. The only thing he could count on now was myriad illusions. How powerful would myriad illusions be after getting fully supported by luck aura? He did not know. Whoosh! An azure-colored wind blade instantly shot out. It was a clump of blue-colored mist. No, to be more accurate, it was a clump of bizarre icy mist. With an astonishing chillness, it charged toward the lava boulder. Ci, a bizarre noise resounded. A portion of the flame on the lava boulder actually disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, one after another, wind blades shot forth. 7 or 8 icy mists enveloped the lava boulder. One after another, wind blades smashed onto the lava boulder, extinguishing the flame on it and turning it into an ice cube. That's right. That lava boulder that was still boiling a short while ago had now turned into a chunk of ice. Whoosh! Another wind blade shot forth and smashed this chunk of ice apart. Bang! The frozen lava boulder was smashed apart and blossomed into countless black powder mid-air. Lava boulder exterminated. How is that possible? Jie Kengzhong widened his eyes. This was a lava boulder with D-class power. How was it possible for it to be destroyed by a beginner E-class warrior like Chen Feng? However, he did not have time to be shocked as the remaining 10 icy mists swept toward him. His expression changed immediately. At this point, it was already too late to form another lava boulder. Hence, he started shooting a series of fiery dragons out of his hand. Bang! Bang! One after another, loud sounds of explosion. The collusion of the fiery dragons and icy mists gave rise to an endless white mist that drifted around in midair, making the area appear like a scene out of paradise. Wang Chun had a dazed expression on his face. Ice? What freaking ability was it this time? However, as he looked at the shiny flame and icy mist, he suddenly felt like laughing, as the scene before him was akin to a fire-breathing dragon fighting it out with a large fire extinguisher. Was there anything funnier than this? See! The white mist finally disappeared. Chen Feng's icy mist wind blade stopped at this moment as well. After calculating, he found that he would use around 5 points of luck value per second. The unlimited wind blades would only exhaust 1 point out of the 5, with the remaining being all exhausted by myriad illusions. Suppressive effect on his ability. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. What was the crux of the lava boulder? Its high temperature. When its temperature decreased, its power would decrease greatly. This was also the reason why Chen Feng's final wind blade was able to smash it apart. Under the effect of luck aura, regardless of what ability his opponent had, myriad illusions would be able to pick the suitable genes from the several tens of thousands type of genes contained within the illusionary snake gene set he had and use the chosen genes to suppress his opponent's ability. Ability suppression. Under such circumstances, myriad illusionary wind blade would be able to display a much more astonishing power. So this was the real power of myriad illusions. Chen Feng was excited. At this time, the white mist had gradually disappeared. Xie Kengzhong's originally frail-looking silhouette slowly appeared. On his face, a wound could be clearly seen. That was a wound left behind by a blue-colored wind blade earlier. Very good. Xie Kengzhong touched the wound on his face and laughed malevolently as he said, I did not expect to get injured by my own student. Interesting. You are challenging my bottom line. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Bottom line, this guy still had a trump card. Xie Kengzhong only had 3 genes. Chen Feng guessed that he should have a 2-2-star secret art at the very least. However, as for 3 stars, he was not sure if these 3 abilities of Xie Kengzhong would be able to be fused into a 3-star secret art. Even if there was, could Xie Kengzhong afford to buy the formula for this secret art? Do you know why I learnt flame absorption? Xie Kengzhong said suddenly. Because flame absorption, fire type ability, petrification type ability, these 3 abilities are able to form a 3-star secret art. Chen Feng's heart jolted ferociously. However, I couldn't afford it, Xie Kengzhong muttered. I haven't improved myself for way too long due to this. Furthermore, that dragon's passing mountain incident destroyed everything I have. However, it's fine. A short while ago, someone sent it to me, along with the request to kill the both of you. Whoosh! Chen Feng's and Wang Chun's expressions changed greatly. Wang Yue, it was indeed him. Damn it, Chen Feng's expression was unsightly. Myriad illusionary windblade was very strong. However, there was still a limit to its prowess. Chen Feng's foundation was too low. Could he really defeat a Xie Kengzhong that possessed a 3-star secret art? He had no idea. Ka! Xie Kengzhong's body started emitting cracking sounds. One after another, clumps of flame burst out of his body. Akin to a boiling kettle, the flame couldn't be restrained and started spurting out of every single hole on Xie Kengzhong's body. Nose, ears, mouth, The temperature rose. What damnable ability is this? Chen Feng's heart jolted violently and he pulled Wang Chun and the rest as they retreated. Bang! Bang! Endless power bubbled out of Jia Kongzhong's body. His whole body transformed into stone, and his size started growing. When his height reached 3 meters, the boiling flame fused with the stones on his body, turning into clumps of scalding lava. One after another, fiery red lava swirled around, joining all the lava boulders together. This is, Chen Feng and the rest inhaled a mouthful of cold air. That was because, currently, not a trace of Jia Kongzhong's original appearance could be seen. What stood before them was a 3-meter-high lava monster, a terrifying life form formed of red-hot lava. 91, Chapter 91, Lava Giant Chapter 91, Lava Giant Translator, Limostan Editor, Tennish Lava Giant. Chen Feng suddenly recalled the legend surrounding this 3-star secret art. This was a secret art that could be formed by a combination of genes from the categories of flame absorption, fire, and petrification. During its initial creation, it was only a 2-star secret art where only 2 genetic abilities were required for it. It was also a forbidden secret art. The reason for that was simple. In order to use it, only fire and petrification-related abilities, a sufficient skill level and sufficient control of one's spiritual energy were required. This meant that one only needed to be E-class to transform into a lava giant to display an astonishing power, which was more than enough for a genetic warrior to skip levels to battle someone of a higher class than them. However, those who learnt this ability had all died within a short period of time. The reason was equally simple: self-harm. Lava would not only harm others, the harm it dealt the user was even bigger. Hence, this secret art was subsequently classified as a forbidden ability and remained so until someone modified it into a 3-star secret art. Matching it with an additional genetic ability related to flame absorption, it was able to counteract the self-harm effect, and with that, this ability once again surfaced in the real world, upgraded from a 2-star secret art into a 3-star secret art. Although the skill was now harder to learn since an additional genetic ability was required, making it a skill only accessible to those in D-class due to the strength that a D-class possessed, the lava giant had also become even more powerful compared to the previous version. And when Jia Kongzhong used this skill, Howl, Jia Kongzhong's body was enveloped by boundless flames. Regardless of how strong it is, lava is still lava in the end. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Icy Mist Windblade. Without hesitation, Chen Feng started shooting out icy mists once again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, icy cold wind blades shot out. She. The chain of icy mists smashed into the lava loudly. A small chunk of the boiling lava froze. However, in an instant, some lava flowed through it, and the frozen area started burning once again as the lava recovered. Due to all the lava that was flowing around, a perfect circulation had actually formed on the lava boulders. Icy mist no longer had any effect. The only way it would work was if it was able to erase all the lava in a single instant. Let's give it a try then. Chen Feng looked at his remaining luck value. It was more than enough. Bang! A huge amount of icy mist wind blades were instantly unleashed. However, just as Chen Feng started his attack, Jia Kongzhong roared and shot a fiery dragon out of his hand, easily countering Chen Feng's wind blades. This was the very moment Chen Feng started having an ominous feeling. The lava was no longer the same as the earlier immobile lava that he was able to extinguish easily. What he faced currently was a mobile lava giant. Furthermore, it was even capable of shooting out flames, a monster with a formidable counter-attacking ability. What should he do now? Chen Feng was anxious. Jia Kongzhong was too strong. He was already a D-class warrior. After improving himself, he had now reached a terrifying level of strength. Chen Feng guessed that his main attribute would be at least 2,000 points. As for Chen Feng, only 200. They were totally not in the same league. Shen Wei? Chen Feng looked at the pale face of the young lady and could only shake his head. Similar to him, Wang Chun was also someone who had only entered E-class recently. Regardless of how powerful Shen Wei was, she was still in E-class. This was simply a hopeless situation. Damn it! Wang Chun had an unsightly expression on his face. If I was given more time, a mere D-class, he was indignant as well. Both he and Chen Feng were extremely powerful existences among those in the same class as them, strong enough to be able to be arrogant. However, their current opponent was actually a D-class genetic warrior possessing a 3-star secret art. This already exceeded the scope of what they could handle. Even if they could skip levels to battle someone of a higher class, they would still not be able to shorten their gap with their current opponent. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Am I going to die now? Chen Feng was also making his final attempt. Myriad illusionary wind blade. Whoosh! The strongest wind blades he could muster were once again unleashed. If there was such possibility, even if it was an odd of 1 in a billion, as long as an ability capable of erasing Jia Kongzhong's ability existed, it would definitely appear now. However, nothing. When Chen Feng unleashed his wind blades, what appeared was still those icy mists. This meant that, among the several tens of thousands of types of genes contained in illusionary snakes, those genes that Chen Feng was able to activate currently did not include an ability capable of killing Jia Kongzhong. The icy mist wind blades were still the optimal choice. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Is it due to me being too weak? He was certain that hidden within the genes of an illusionary snake, there were definitely a number of powerful genetic abilities. However, it seemed like due to him being too weak, he was unable to activate these genes at all. Those several tens of thousands of genes seemed to be closely linked with his spiritual energy. Only when he increased his spirit attribute would he be able to activate those genes. "Let's end this," Xie Kongzhong said malevolently. Bang! He punched the ground. Bang! The earth crumbled. The earth cracked and started spreading as lava bubbled out of it. A terrifying power was clearly displayed at this instant. Chen Feng and the rest could not even react to the changes in time before the intense heat reached their feet. Feng. Chen Feng felt a tinge of sweetness in his throat. Damn it. They could perhaps try to resist Xie Kongzhong's attack. However, out of their expectations, Xie Kongzhong had never intended to attack with a common method. Instead, he chose to attack through the ground underneath them by planting his flame energy into the ground and exploding it upward. Unless they were not standing on the ground at all, they would not be able to guard against this. Chen Feng turned around and saw that Wang Chun and the rest were injured as well. This time, it was getting truly dangerous. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Damn it. He had sent a distress signal over to the Wang family a long time ago. However, it was akin to throwing a stone into the sea. He wasn't even sure if anyone had even received his distress signal. Seemed like he was going to die for real this time. Sorry to have involved you in this, Wang Chun said to Chen Feng. Ah, Chen Feng shook his head. Involve? It was probably the very fact that the both of them were here together that had attracted Wang Yu to make this move. Furthermore, he was the one who made the mistake this time. Previously, he had given the Aurora reagent to Qin Jie to play safe. That move of him had achieved good results. Granted, he was surprised by Shadow's appearance and him killing Qin Jie. However, even then, Chen Feng was still not particularly worried. He had guessed that Shadow would activate that Aurora reagent on him due to him thinking that this was a reagent able to display the power of a peak D-class attack. As long as Shadow used it against Chen Feng, trying to trigger an explosion using it, Chen Feng would be able to immediately retrieve it back, simple and direct. However, he did not expect that Shadow would actually escape. He had escaped with the Aurora reagent. When he saw that things were getting bad, he would rather give up on Entei instead of using the Earth Dragon Gene reagent he perceived as something priceless. This far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. Where was the basic trust between fellow humans? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. If I knew this, I would have produced more of it. This was his mistake. Howl, a heart-wrenching howl by Xie Kongzhong. Am I going to die now? Chen Feng clenched his teeth as he looked at the large amount of luck value he had left. This was the biggest result of his 1 month's worth of preparation. He refused to believe that with this much luck value remaining, he couldn't even survive this. Bang! Xie Kongzhong started raging again. Bang! Bang! Everywhere he passed, the temperature rose greatly. One punch of his was enough to shatter the earth. Unable to resist, unable to block, unable to defeat. The current Xie Kongzhong was akin to an unrivaled war god. He did not even need to get near Chen Feng as he only needed to spam his flame attacks on the ground. Chen Feng and the rest could not resist his attacks at all. Bang! Bang! The weakest Shen Yi died. Shen Yi, Shen Wei raged. Unlimited slash. She erupted once again with a terrifying power and slashed toward Xie Kongzhong. However, facing the current Xie Kongzhong that was akin to a giant, her attacks were useless. Bang! With a punch, Shen Wei died. Only this much, Xie Kongzhong said. The current him was akin to a demon from hell. Scalding lava flowed around him. Every single clump of lava represented the unending and formidable power he had. Icy Mist Windblade? Useless. Even if Chen Feng used up all his luck value, he would probably still fail to kill Xie Kongzhong. Howl. Once again, Xie Kongzhong started smashing the ground. Puh! Wang Chun started spurting blood. His gaze blurred as he struggled to stay conscious. Chen Feng felt a tinge of sweetness in his throat. However, he forcefully held the blood in. Xie Kongzhong's attack was truly too powerful. Chen Feng had to stop his attacks, or else all that would be left for them was death. What to do? Chen Feng's brain started working furiously. Icy Mist? Windblade? None work. To face his attack directly was even more unreliable. Then, he could only win through trickery. Although Luck Aura was able to choose the strongest ability or the ability that suppressed fire abilities, this was as much as it could accomplish. It was like an intelligent computer that would always make the optimal choice for the situation. However, the optimal choice might not be the most fitting choice. At times, a human touch was still required. Let me think. Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Myriad illusionary windblade, lava giant, all the information he had pertaining the lava giant flashed through his mind. Formidable, unrivaled, still powerful even among the D-class warriors. However, was it truly something without weak points? There were weak points. For example, the huge exhaustion of energy. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Huge exhaustion was true when compared to those among the same class. However, when facing someone at Chen Feng's class, Chen Feng's spiritual energy was only a fraction of his opponent's. Furthermore, after this skill was upgraded into a 3-star secret art from a 2-star secret art with the existence of the flame absorption ability, its weak point of having a high exhaustion rate had probably been fixed as well. Wait, from 2 stars to 3 stars? Chen Feng's eyes lit up abruptly. He was not certain if he had any flame absorption genes within him. However, he was certain that within him there were fire-type genes and petrification-type genes. If that was the case, could he use the lava giant ability as well? He had not learned this ability. However, could Luck Aura activate it? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Bang! Luck Aura fully activated. A ray of light blossomed within his hand. A fiery red-colored wind blade and a yellow-colored wind blade collided mid-air, fused, and changed into a small and exquisite mini version of Lava Giant. It appeared. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. Only 1 extra point of luck value was consumed on top of the original consumption. Evidently, the creation of this mini lava giant had once again increased Chen Feng's luck value consumption. However, currently, luck value exhaustion was simply the least of his concerns. He had saved it all up for 1 whole month, all of it for this moment. Go then. Chen Feng was stirred. 92. Chapter 92, Let's Create Midgets Together. Chapter 92, Let's Create Midgets Together. Translator, Lemast and Editor, Tenesh, Wanxie. His huge body with a height of 3 meters stood there, totally stupefied. He blankly stared at this 1-inch-high mini lava giant and thought, this thing here, how did it appear? What on earth is this? Wang Chun was startled awake as well. His first thought upon seeing that mini lava giant was to think that Xie Kangzhong had even brought a mini lava giant here as well, before subsequently seeing that, when Chen Feng casually waved his hand, 2 wind blades shot out and transformed into a midget. Wang Chun was stupefied as well. What on earth was going on here? At this moment, Chen Feng was still creating midgets in a serious manner. Whoosh, whoosh. A succession of wind blades shot out. With his luck aura fully activated, Chen Feng focused on choosing the ability to be affected by luck aura. One after another, lava midgets appeared. Shortly after, in front of Chen Feng, there were already 40 to 50 lava midgets that looked exactly the same. Go, Chen Feng pointed. Flash! The group of lava midgets swarmed Xie Kangzhong. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of midgets climbed up Xie Kangzhong's body. Some of them were hugging his arms, some hugging his thighs, and some were seated on his head, while the rest were sprawled all over his body. Scram! Xie Kangzhong raged. He lashed his arms around furiously. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Those midgets that looked the same had wound around him unwaveringly. Regardless of how much he lashed around, he was not able to throw them off. Bang! Terrifying flames flared up on his body. These midgets did not have any flame absorption abilities, hence they were badly damaged when hit by the flame. However, since they were not formed of a human body with flesh and blood, they did not fear the damage dealt by the flame. Instead, after getting burned, these midgets appeared even more terrifying. Damn it! Xie Kangzhong was getting jittery. You are the one controlling them. He reacted quickly and sneered as he said, it doesn't matter, I can't hurt them, however, I can hurt you. As long as I kill you, they will naturally dissipate by themselves. Bang! Xie Kangzhong condensed the power of flame in his hands. However, at this moment, a group of midgets climbed onto his clenched fist and sucked in the power of flame on his hand. Xie Kangzhong's right fist that was originally filled with flame energy became an empty shelf. Bang! He punched the ground. The ground crumbled. The ground below Xie Kangzhong's foot shook and then, kacha! His right arm snapped. Without the protection of flame energy, this skill of his was not able to display any power at all. Wang Chun and Chen Feng in the distance were not affected at all. A Xie Kangzhong without his flame energy was akin to a tiger without fangs. Xie Kangzhong's killing intent rose. On his body, those midgets had sucked off too much flame energy from him and now appeared somewhat drunk as they swayed around, appearing extremely intoxicated. However, even now, they were still unwaveringly hanging onto his body, not willing to let go. Scram! Xie Kangzhong started grabbing toward the midgets on his body. At that, the drunk midgets started crawling to different parts of his body while swaying around. They moved around Xie Kangzhong's body nimbly, some having even climbed to his inner thigh. Damn it, Xie Kangzhong was furious. However, he couldn't do anything to them. He couldn't understand this. He was very strong, far stronger than Chen Feng and Wang Chun. However, why did a normal battle develop into the current situation? Whoosh, whoosh. After continuously shaking his body a few times, he gave up. If I can't shake them off, I will stop shaking. Even without the flame energy, I can still kill Chen Feng. By now, he had realized that the one who posed the most threat to him, the one capable of hurting him, was only Chen Feng, this ex-student of his. Bang. With large strides, he walked toward Chen Feng. These midgets of yours are truly somewhat powerful. However, they are totally unable to hurt me, Xie Kangzhong said coldly. A huge amount of spiritual energy is required to control a lava giant. I'm curious, a beginner E-class warrior like you, how long can you sustain the activation of this skill? Chen Feng sneered. Definitely longer than you. Bang. Xie Kangzhong punched toward Chen Feng. Losing his flame energy, what he could do now was only pure physical attacks. Although his main attribute was not the strength attribute, his strength, physique, and agility attributes were still comparatively high, and Chen Feng was totally not his match. Bang! Another punch. Chen Feng was almost sent flying by that punch. This won't do. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. The current Ch51 had lost his flame energy due to the midgets and was using his pure physical strength to force him and Wang Chun to death. What was depressing was that, even now, in his weakened state, Chen Feng still couldn't defeat him. The gap between them was too large. Exhaustion? They totally had no idea how long Ch51 could maintain this ability. What to do then? Chen Feng's brain started working rapidly. Lava midgets, this fusion process was, in actuality, totally different than the formation of the lava giant. After all, it was a combination of pure energy alone. If that was the case, were there other combinations for this? For example, icy mist and petrification? Or other abilities? I don't care anymore. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. He would find out if there really existed other combinations once he tried. Since he had the idea in his mind, he activated his luck aura and started trying out different combinations unceasingly. Whoosh, whoosh, wind blades shot out once again. Luck value dropped rapidly. Icy mist, petrification, no effect. Thunder, earth, no effect. Icy mist, water crystal. In front of Chen Feng, an azure-colored midget with ice crystals all over its body appeared. Apart from having a different color and ability, it appeared the same as a lava midget. Feasible. Chen Feng was immediately excited. Whoosh, whoosh, a huge volume of wind blades were once again spammed out. A succession of different energy combinations started appearing in a disorderly manner. Soon, one after another, midgets with bizarre colors climbed up Ch51's body. Ice Frost Midget formed from ice and frost mist, possessing extremely powerful temperature reduction and freezing abilities. Thunder Midget formed from seawater and thunder, possessing paralyzing abilities and an extremely powerful ability to conduct electricity. Armored Midget formed from stone and earth, possessing extremely powerful blocking and defensive abilities. Blue-colored, white-colored, yellow-colored. An alarmed expression appeared on Ch51's face. Flosh. All the midgets swarmed him. What damnable things are these? Ch51 was panicking. Scram, scram. Ch51 started shaking his body frantically. However, the lava giant was too big. Naturally, being big had its benefits. At least, when he faced Chen Feng and Wang Chun, he held the absolute superiority, able to easily catch up to them to deliver a world of hurt upon them. However, it has its disadvantages as well. All those holes on his body had become incomparably big as well, just nice enough for those midgets to crawl into. The thunder midgets crawled into his ears. The ice frost midgets crawled into his nostrils. The exploding midgets crawled into that specific hole at his lower body. Scram. Ch51 was horrified and started screaming. Bang, 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 bang. He started raining punches on his own body. Ah, he howled crazily. Fiery dragon. Raging flames. An endless amount of flame started rising up on his body. He wanted to destroy all the midgets. However, explode, Chen Feng spat out coldly. Bang. All the midgets exploded at the same instant. A terrifying force instantly erupted. At this instant, the secret arts formed by two different abilities displayed their terrifying power. A terrifying power engulfed the area. Ch51's body became bright like fireworks being set off. All sorts of colors blossomed from his body hidden within the radiance of the lights. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying force engulfed the area. Chen Feng and Wang Chun were directly flung away from the explosion. The ground shook. Countless mutated beasts in the vicinity were shocked by the explosion and started fleeing frantically. The extremely powerful energy contained within Ch51's body, combined with the power from the explosion of the countless midgets, had given birth to a shocking power. After a long time, when the radiance gradually faded, Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the spot where Ch51 was at. He was still standing there. He was no longer a lava giant. Instead, he had now returned to his original appearance. However, his body was already heavily damaged. All sorts of bizarre marks were left on his body. Ice frost, flame, poison. His eyes were wide opened as he stared at Chen Feng. Why? He asked with his somewhat hoarse voice. Bang. With a resounding bang, he fell on the ground. 93, Chapter 93, Really Dare to Act? Chapter 93, Really Dare to Act? Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenish Ch51 was dead. Wang Chun blanked as his mouth was left hanging, not recovering from his shock after even a long time. Ch51 might have been a normal D-class warrior, but a D-class warrior was still a D-class warrior. Furthermore, Ch51's strength was increased by at least 1-fold while he was transformed into a lava giant. Totally not something someone at their level was supposed to be able to deal with. However, he still ended up dying by Chen Feng's hands. As a lava giant, he was killed by a group of lava midgets. Furthermore, he died in an extremely inhumane condition. Instinctively, Wang Chun looked at Ch51's corpse and the leftovers from all sorts of ability on his body, especially that chrysanthemum one that was blasted apart. He trembled subconsciously. Too vicious. As a genius, Wang Chun believed that, in the future, he would become an expert as well. However, what he was more certain about was that, no matter what, he would not fight Chen Feng in the future. This guy was simply an abominable existence. Killing a D-class warrior right after he fused with his E-class gene. His existence was like one big scam. Now, when Chen Feng saw the collapse of ch51, he finally let out a breath of relief. Finally, it had ended. This had been too difficult on him. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. This person was even his class teacher. Chen Feng looked at the data on his screen. Only 50 points of luck value were left from the initial 500 points. The luck value he had saved for one whole month were nearly used up during this trip. This battle alone wasted 240 points of luck value. This was not some normal battle. Jia Kongzhong's death was not undue. In actuality, this was simply a battle where he got spammed to death by luck values. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. At this rate, no matter how much luck value he has, it wouldn't be enough. I'm still too weak, he mumbled. If he was stronger, he wouldn't have been so passive in this battle, and would not have needed to use such peculiar methods to obtain victory. However, he had also gotten a clear understanding of his current strength. Within E-class, he was not afraid of anyone. Myriad illusionary wind blade alone was sufficient for him to totally defeat a majority of people in this class. As for D-class, that would depend on fate and luck value. Are you all right? Wang Chun walked over to him. I'm fine. Chen Feng stretched his aching body. Let's go back first, Wang Chun said softly. It's too dangerous here. Understood. Chen Feng nodded slightly. The two of them did not dare to stay here for long and left immediately. However, when they had just started moving, a flash of light could be seen in the air as a silhouette streaked over to them from a distance. Chen Feng was immediately on alert. Who? It's someone from Wang family. Wang Chun finally let out a breath of relief. This should be someone who received my distress signal and came over to help. Chen Feng was somewhat relieved. That's good then. If another Xia Kongzhong came, he really couldn't do anything anymore. Not far from them, that silhouette stopped and hovered midair. Wang Chun was filled with expectations. However, when he saw that person, he became ashen-faced. Why is it you? Where is second uncle? Chen Feng, with his acute senses, felt an ominous feeling. Who is this? My sixth uncle, Wang Tianhao, Wang Chun said coldly. Wang Yu's father. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. What? Wang Yue's father, your second uncle is too old and has gone to rest. Wang Tianhao wiped the bloodstains on his hands and smiled. I'm here to bring you back. You killed him. Wang Chun's body trembled as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. You, father and son duo, finally decided to eliminate the dissidents? Hee, how is that possible? Wang Tianhao smiled as he said, You, kid, are too impetuous. Come, just follow sixth uncle and go back home. Wang Chun merely stared at him coldly. Sigh, this kid. The smile on Wang Tianhao's face vanished. Why can't you be more obedient? Wang Chun maintained his silence. You are Chen Feng. Wang Tianhao looked at Chen Feng and indifferently said, I did not expect that you could actually kill Xia Kongzhong. It seems like eliminating the both of you is the correct choice. In Gold City, someone so great is not allowed to exist, Wang Tianhao said slowly. Chen Feng did not respond. Instead, he was constantly scanning their surroundings with the corners of his eyes. The woods, bunker, since they were now out of the desolate rocky grounds, they might have an opportunity to leave here. Opportunity, Chen Feng was constantly looking for it. You can stop looking. Wang Tianhao smiled. Since I can appear here, I have definitely cleared our surroundings sufficiently. The both of you are really not bad. Unfortunately, you were both born at the wrong time. In this era, ultimately, only one man's name is allowed to shine brightly. Goodbye then. Wang Tianhao raised his hand. Bang! A terrifying radiance started gushing out of his hand. This is... Chen Feng's heart jolted ferociously. This was actually the death ray. It was over. Chen Feng's heart felt cold. This was an extremely powerful ray-type attack. This peculiar light ray possessed an energy concentration that was far denser than a laser, able to unleash an extremely shocking power in an instant. Bang! All his eyes could see was an expanse of white light. Endless light descended, submerging Chen Feng and Wang Chun within it. Windblade. Chen Feng instinctively counterattacked. However, the 20 wind blades he shot off evaporated before the ray of death and failed to affect it whatsoever. Wang Tianhao was far stronger than Xie Kongzhong. They stood no chance before him. Above C-class, Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He did not expect that, after killing Xie Kongzhong, this guy would appear instead. What was interesting was the fact that it was Wang Chun who had sent the distress signal. This was truly, Chen Feng sighed. Distress signal? He had sent a distress signal as well. However, will you really act? Chen Feng closed his eyes. Bang! Endless rays of light submerged everything. The whole world turned white. Calmly, Wang Tianhao finished unleashing his attack and retracted his hand. 2 E-class kids would pose no threat to him. However, he stopped his steps and stared unbelievably in front of him. Where the ray of light had attacked, a graceful silhouette had appeared suddenly. Quietly, she stood in front of Chen Feng, blocking off the entirety of the attack. The ray of light was split apart, shooting through both sides of the spot she stood on. Death ray had missed. Bang! The 2 mountains behind them were hit by the death ray, leaving huge holes in them. This was the power of death ray, incredibly frightening. However, Wang Tianhao's expression became extremely serious as he looked at that silhouette among the smoke and dust. Someone capable of blocking his attack was definitely not someone simple. Who is your distinguished self? Wang Tianhao solemnly said. This is the Wang family's personal affair. I hope you won't interfere with this. Currently, the aftershock of the attack ended while the smoke and dust gradually settled. An extremely familiar silhouette appeared in front of him. In front of her, that huge flaming sword was radiating with a bizarre glow. This was the sword that had severed the death ray earlier. Wang Tianhao's expression changed greatly. Yao Er. No matter what, he had never expected that the one who spoiled his plan and saved Chen Feng and Wang Chun was his own daughter, Wang Yao. She was here. Chen Feng raised his head. Before his eyes, Wang Yao was standing there silently, a sense of detachment on her delicate face. The huge flaming sword started hovering while the tiny skirt she was wearing fluttered around with the wind, leaking off a certain sense of unprecedented beauty. You want to spoil my plan? Wang Tianhao was angry. He could maintain his calm against everyone else. Except this daughter. He had no idea how had he ever provoked this daughter of his. This lunatic. Wang Tianhao held his fury. I won't get involved with your affairs. Hence, you won't get involved in my affairs as well. Is that fine? Scram, Wang Yao said calmly. Wang Yao, Wang Tianhao angrily said. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are my daughter. Don't be too excessive. There must be a limit to your wanton mischief. If you continue messing around, don't blame me for not holding my hand. Whoosh. The air trembled. The flaming sword that was hovering in front, Wang Yao suddenly erupted. You dare to act? Wang Tianhao laughed despite his anger. You are the same as your mom, a thankless wretch that can't be tamed. All right then, since that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. Puh! Blood splattered. Wang Tianhao stopped midway through his sentence. He stared at his daughter with an unbelievable expression on his face. Inadvertently, he looked into that pair of eyes that seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, and for the first time, he felt alarmed. And also, bone-piercing coldness. Footnotes: 1. Chrysanthemum Butthole. 94. Chapter 94. Favor of Words. Chapter 94. Favor of Words. Translator, Lemoston editor. Tennish time seemed to freeze. Blood splattered. Wang Tianhao stood there blankly, looking at his daughter with an unbelievable expression. In the sky, an arm soared up before falling down somewhere in the distance. How could this? He did not dare to believe that Wang Yao truly dared to make a move against him. One more thing he couldn't understand was how Wang Yao's strength had become so terrifying. Although this daughter of his had always acted mysteriously and had always been extremely strong, according to his estimation, at the very most, she should have only gotten into C-class recently. But now, one move. He had actually failed to even resist one move from Wang Yao. How was this possible? He almost collapsed. He couldn't accept the fact that Wang Yao dared to act against him. However, what he couldn't accept even more was the fact that Wang Yao's strength was so much higher than his, high enough to utterly crush him. Currently, Chen Feng and Wang Chun were also dazed, and remained so for a long time. This had them seen wrongly? Wang Yao / Wang Tianhao? Wang Chun slapped himself ferociously. The burning pain on his face assured him that what he saw was not a dream. Wang Yao had truly slashed Wang Tianhao. Why? Wang Chun had a stupefied expression on his face. He looked at Chen Feng before looking at Wang Yao. Could it be, in his brain, a melodramatic romance story that far exceeded the harem in his crystal comic had appeared? However, our fellow student Chen Feng was just as confused as he was. This script seemed to be developing in the wrong direction, right? In actuality, he was still somewhat anxious. He had asked for help the moment he saw Xie Kengzhang, at almost the exact same time that Wang Chun sent the distress signal. However, Wang Yao had never appeared, hence he was very worried. Afterward, when Wang Tianhao appeared, he had directly given up on his hope. What a joke. Although Wang Yao had agreed to grant him 3 favors, he couldn't really expect her to slash her biological father, right? Hence, he had almost given up. However, he did not expect that Wang Yao had really come and decisively and straightforwardly slashed Wang Tianhao. Truthfully, if it wasn't due to Wang Tianhao's reaction time being fast, his head would have changed its resting place by now. What damnable situation was this? Chen Feng suddenly recalled what Wang Yao had told him previously. At the time, he had thought it was merely something Wang Yao said to pacify his heart in order to get her hands on the sea dragon blood essence. However, now that he thought of it, she actually meant what she said. Wang Yao, surrounding her, was indeed a huge secret. Chen Feng looked at that petite silhouette standing in front of him. Suddenly, his heart ached somewhat. Having such a bad relationship with her family, what kind of past did she have? Chen Feng concentrated his gaze. Huh! The huge flaming sword flew back. Wang Yao coldly raised her head and looked at Wang Tianhao. Final warning, Scram. You. Wang Tianhao was angered to the point that he was shuddering all over. However, as he noticed the killing intent in Wang Yao's eyes, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Wang Yao had looked at him this way many times previously. He had thought that Wang Yao merely disliked him. He had never guessed that she would truly dare to kill him. The words of anger that he almost spurted out were forcefully swallowed back by him. He did not dare to say those words. He was afraid that he would really die here. That would truly be a joke. After clenching his teeth, he looked toward the arm in the distance. He did not dare to pick it up. Instead, he turned around and escaped, cutting a sorry figure. Wang Chun, a C-class warrior, could be considered an absolute expert in a place like Gold City. However, this expert here had been beaten like a dog with a single move. Wang Chun had known how cold this sister one of his was. However, he had never guessed that her strength was so valiant, frighteningly strong. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng 2 more times. Chen Feng nodded slightly. All right, whoosh. Wang Yao picked them up, one in each of her hands, and landed on a cloud. The cloud drifted. Shortly after, Wang Yao had sent them both to the camp. Contact me if there's anything, Wang Yao said to Chen Feng before turning around and leaving. Wait, Chen Feng said suddenly. You don't need to pointlessly take pity on me. Wang Yao raised her head. Those big eyes of hers appeared capable of seeing through one's inner thoughts. Chen Feng did not get the chance to ask what he wanted to ask, and he no longer dared to continue asking. Wang Yao, what have you actually experienced? Chen Feng sighed inwardly. I only wanted to ask. Chen Feng reorganized his words and said seriously, Wang Yao, do you plan to get involved in affairs regarding him? Wang Chun's ears moved slightly. Wang Yao, they were talking about a serious topic now. I have returned the favor of his words. Wang Yao was as cold as usual. The path he is currently threading is in actuality a dead end anyway. If you are interested in taking him away at an earlier date, I wouldn't mind. The favor of his words? In actuality, a dead end? Chen Feng's heart jolted ferociously. What did this mean? He looked at Wang Chun. Wang Chun looked confused as well. The both of them looked at each other, unable to understand what Wang Yao meant when she said these words. But there was one specific point from Wang Yao that they had understood clearly. Wang Yao would no longer get involved in any affairs pertaining to Wang Ye, even if he was killed. Chen Feng and Wang Chun exchanged glances, eager to give it a try. That fellow Wang Yue had over and over again tried to dispose of them. Was he really thinking that they were pushovers? It was still all right in the past with Wang Yao protecting him. Now, Wang family? Could the Wang family protect you? Chen Feng sneered. He looked at Wang Yao. This astonishingly beautiful young lady was as cold as always. Since you no longer care about Wang Yue, Chen Feng thought about it. Then my second favor would be to kill him while you're at it? Whoosh. A sluggish expression slightly appeared on Wang Yao's face. She turned around and looked at that teasing smile on Chen Feng's face before furiously glaring at him, snorting coldly, and disappearing before them. Heh. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at her departing figure. You are the awesome one. I won't even admire an elderly lady, only admiring you, too, Wang Chun praised Chen Feng. Able to steal Wang Yao, causing her to fight her father and kill her brother. This melodramatic plot is something that I can usually only see on soap operas. Chen Feng, this praise doesn't seem quite right? It's merely a transaction, Chen Feng explained. You don't have to explain. Wang Chun patted his shoulder. An awesome lifestyle needs not any explanations. He did not even feel like saying anything anymore. Gene producer? At the junior production level, Chen Feng was already able to insta-produce an illusionary snake scale, genetic warrior. Right after he entered E-class, Chen Feng was already able to kill off a D-class warrior like Xie Kangzhong. Background? When Chen Feng was framed, the deputy president of the Gene Production Association proved his innocence for him. That was not the end of it. Chen Feng had just stolen a Wang Yao that possessed a terrifying strength from the Wang family. For him, she would even slash her own father and renounce her own brother. These two backers were sufficient for Chen Feng to do whatever he wished. Now, even if someone were to tell him that Chen Feng was actually some lost prince of some ancient country, he would believe it. You aren't actually a descendant of some ancient country, right? Wang Chun had an expression of doubt on his face. Descendant your ass. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. You who owned the whole harem of the Crystal Comic should be the actual descendant, right? Wang Chun, the both of them rolled their eyes toward each other. However, quickly, Chen Feng thought of something and looked at Wang Chun. What do you plan to do in the future? Walk my own path, Wang Chun said indifferently. Leaving the Wang family was my original plan. Now that Wang Yue is clearing off dissidents in the family, it's also a good thing for me to leave this way. In the future, when I get the chance, I will cause Wang Yu some serious trouble. You must be careful when alone. Chen Feng gave it some thought. If there's anything, you can contact me. Don't worry. Wang Chun solemnly said, after experiencing all this, I will be even more careful. For Shen Yi and Shen Wei and their sisters, I will definitely become stronger. Chen Feng sighed. Why am I saying all this to the owner of the Crystal Palace like you? Seemed like he was the actual Lone Ranger, right? See you. Chen Feng waved his hand as he turned around and left. He took the Iron Cloud and returned to Gold City. Only when he saw the familiar lighting of the city did he feel like he had returned home. These 2 days felt like forever. Time to return to the urban district. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the monitored area in the distance. His wristband buzzed. Chen Feng opened it and saw that it was actually a message from Xu Fei. I broke through. Xu Fei had a refreshing expression on his face. Have you settled that illusionary snake matter of yours? If not, I can go over and give you a help. Broke through? D-class? Chen Feng's heart jolted. I settled it. Chen Feng smiled. However, coincidentally, I have a mission for you. If you dare to accept it, of course. What mission? Xu Fei was astonished. A mission they did not dare to accept existed? Chen Feng sneered. Sniping Wang Yue. Footnotes. One Wang Yao is Wang Chun's cousin to be precise. However, the Ra says sister as Chinese tend to refer to cousins as sister or brother at times. 2. A Chinese netspeak usually goes like, I won't even admire insert random characters, only admiring you. Basically, it meant someone exclaiming his heartfelt admiration toward someone. 95. Chapter 95. Failure. Chapter 95. Failure. Translator. Lemostan editor. Tenish what? Xu Fei's pupils constricted abruptly. Wang Yue? That guy from the Wang family? The most influential family in Gold City? The Wang family? Outsiders might not be clear about this, but the locals of Gold City would have heard of something regarding this family. They were the descendants of a powerful genetic warrior in the past. Although the family was now in decline, a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. The Wang family's power within Gold City was still extremely powerful. As for Wang Yue, he seemed to be the recently appointed heir of the Wang family. Scared? Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Xu Fei. How is that possible? Xu Fei sneered. Shortly after, however, somewhat embarrassed, he said, however, that little girl, I already told her about it, Chen Feng said indifferently. Xu Fei's eyes abruptly widened. Shit, told her about it? Dude, you are trying to kill her younger brother. Is it possible that this guy managed to get into a relationship with that girl? Xu Fei could only admire Chen Feng. 3 million as the fee for your hardships. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Xu Fei. You can claim the remaining expenses from me as well. I accept it. Xu Fei's eyes lit up. What a generous offer. Start by investigating his whereabouts first, Chen Feng said, and then look for an opportunity to make a move on him. Understood. Xu Fei left in excitement to prepare for this. Chen Feng smiled calmly. He was now rich and imposing. Even if he did not have any money, he could simply produce some gene reagents to make up for it. Since Wang Yu wanted to play the game of assassination with him, then he would play a nice game with Wang Yu. Let's see who would be the one getting assassinated this time. After arriving home, Chen Feng rested for a whole night. At the desolate rocky grounds, in order to maintain his vigilance and protect Qinjie from getting killed by Entei, Chen Feng had never rested and had accompanied Qinjie for one whole night. Subsequently, there was also the appearance of Shadow and his battle with Xie Kongzhang. Danger was lurking on every side. He almost couldn't hold on anymore. Thump. Chen Feng slumped onto his bed and entered a deep slumber. Early next morning, Chen Feng had recovered to his peak condition. I'm home. Chen Feng was relaxed and happy. His current condition, where he was full of vigor, was truly comfortable, especially now that his spirit attribute had reached 200 points. Every single bit of spiritual energy he had gave him a feeling that the world was more distinct. After having his breakfast, Chen Feng started concluding his results from this mission. First of all, he learned 2 formulas, Illusionary Snake Scale and Aurora. Out of these 2, the Illusionary Snake Scale formula was approaching saturation after countless counts of production and practice. This signified that if Chen Feng were to produce it a few more times, he would soon master this formula despite this formula being useless for him. As for Aurora, it was something that enabled Chen Feng to possess an extremely powerful trump card. Next, Chen Feng had fully stepped in the E-class. The perfect combination of myriad illusions and wind blades had also caused Chen Feng's combat power to increase greatly. These were the gains that Chen Feng was satisfied with. Next, he started concluding the things he was unsatisfied with. For example, the Aurora reagent being taken away by Shadow. This was the largest mistake Chen Feng made during this mission. Although the Aurora reagent being presented as Earth Dragon Gene reagent had scared his enemies several times with great effect, after it was taken away, Chen Feng's combat power was greatly affected, or else it wouldn't have been so hard for him to face Xie Kongzhang. This is my mistake, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Next time I must carry at least 2 Aurora reagents on me. Naturally, he couldn't help but maliciously think that, if Shadow really used this Earth Dragon Gene reagent as his trump card, when he used it, would he notice this unexpected surprise? His wristband buzzed. It's me. Xu Fei's image popped up. After a whole night of investigation, he had gotten results. The Wang family has been in turmoil recently. Seems like it was because the old man of the Wang family was dying. As for Wang Yue, Xu Fei looked at the investigation results. Recently, he has been increasing his strength furiously and is advancing rapidly. Not only that, the whole Wang family is helping him gather materials. Every single day, he will only produce genes and seclude himself in training. It is said that he is preparing for an event called Rookie Competition. Gene Rookie Competition? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, that Wang Yu fellow was also planning to join this event. He had always been stepped on by Chen Feng. However, now that he had obtained the support of the whole Wang family to rapidly improve, naturally, he was able to progress at a flying speed, especially in regards to gene production. Chen Feng frowned suddenly. He plans to keep staying in Wang family? No. Xu Fei shook his head. According to our investigations, Wang Yue has already mastered many basic formulas. Now, he seems to have changed his direction and started improving in regards to the production of rare formulas. Among these formulas is one that needs to be produced on the spot. We have gotten detailed information and are certain of the time and venue for that. 3 days later, Purplewoods Continent, Xu said calmly. Purplewoods Continent, Chen Feng contemplated. Purplewoods Continent was a place where beginner E-class mutated beasts were active in. Many different types of mutated beasts could be found there, forming a perfect ecosystem. Chen Feng was certain that Wang Yu would not go alone. Around how many people will be going? Xu smiled bitterly. 51? How many? Chen Feng thought he had heard wrongly. 51. Among them, 47 of them are E-class genetic warriors. There are also 3 beginner D-class genetic warriors and Wang Yu himself, 51 people in total, Xu said with a bitter smile. Chen Feng, 50? The fuck? Why don't you fly up into the skies while you're at it? Which freaking family will bring 50 people along when going out to temper oneself? He must be crazy. I suppose he must have sent too many assassins on others. Hence, he's now on guard, Xu speculated. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. On guard? Regardless of how on guard you are, I will still kill you this time. How many of them can your team deal with? Chen Feng asked solemnly. Either 3D class warriors or 3D E-class warriors. Xu had no hesitation. D-class warriors might sound terrifying. However, those E-class warriors might be even more troublesome to deal with. Mainly, it's due to their amount being too high and them having too many different abilities. No one truly knows what abilities they actually have. If they were scattered, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with all of them. However, when they are all gathered together, it is extremely dangerous. When quantity reached a certain amount, it might have a qualitative effect. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. That's enough. Your team only needed to deal with those 3 D-class warriors. Chen Feng thought about it. Let me think of the ways to deal with those E-class warriors. All right, Xu did not say anything unnecessary. The assassination plan against Wang Yu began quietly. 47 E-class warriors, Chen Feng entered deep contemplation. 47 E-class warriors. This combination strength is far above those D-class warriors. Furthermore, if they were allowed to freely unleash all their power, they might be able to display an unimaginable power. Hence, they must either be separated or controlled. Looking for outsiders? Chen Feng shook his head. Different from the Wang family, he was a lone ranger and was not able to get someone he was familiar with to do such things. He might even get counter-assassinated instead. As such, he had to be cautious when handling this. The perfect example was Wang Chun. Chen Feng did not plan to court disaster upon himself. Doing it myself? Chen Feng frowned. Using what? Lava midgets? The strongest power he had displayed so far was what he displayed against Xie Kangzheng. However, the so-called lava midgets were simply something he formed by casually combining 2 different abilities. In essence, those were still something he controlled with his spiritual energy. Both its might and strength were not sufficient. Furthermore, this skill consumed way too much luck value. In order to resist Xie Kangzheng, he had wasted 100 points of luck value. A crazy amount of luck value. Furthermore, such a usage was a one-off thing. Frankly, Xie Kangzheng had not been killed by him. Instead, he was spammed to death by luck values that were saved over a whole month. This type of victory was not something that could be duplicated. Not reliable. Chen Feng vetoed this option immediately. What if an Aurora reagent was used? Chen Feng pondered. Now that he was stronger and had fused with the illusionary snake gene, that was something worth trying. Chen Feng decided decisively. Let's first produce 1 set of Aurora reagent. Whoosh, luck aura activated. Chen Feng began his production skillfully. However, beyond his expectations, at the very beginning of the production, Chen Feng already had a feeling that something was wrong. Whoosh, light swirled around as his digitized mode collapsed. Production failed? Whoosh. Chen Feng had a stupefied expression on his face. Production failed? God knows how long it had been since he had tasted any failure. Especially a failure when luck aura was fully activated. Chen Feng opened his data window and started studying it in detail. No luck value was used. Did I forget to activate it? Chen Feng felt suspicious. Let's try again. Whoosh, luck aura activated. Once again, Chen Feng started gene production. Before he could even finish the first stage, he felt his digitized mode rocking before. Once again, it collapsed. Gene production failed. 96, Chapter 96, A Mystical Ability. Chapter 96, A Mystical Ability Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish What's the Situation? Chen Feng panicked. Failed? What was going on? Now, Chen Feng truly felt that something had happened. The luck values were not being used, Chen Feng pondered. What circumstances would cause the luck values to not be used? It was when the luck values were unable to complete the assigned task. When he had activated luck aura earlier, he was willing it to complete his production. However, if there was no possibility of the production being successful no matter what, the luck aura would not work. In other words, his current success rate was 0%. Is there a problem with the materials? Chen Feng guessed. Only when there was some problem with the materials would the production be total failure. After thinking for a bit, Chen Feng bought another set of materials from a different shop and started his production once again. However, he was speechless, as this time it still resulted in failure. It's not a problem with the materials. First stage, gene search, failed. Chen Feng frowned. Again. Once again, he started production. He had not mastered Aurora reagent formula, hence he had to rely on his luck values. Therefore, he was unable to objectively judge his production process. This time, he decided to use a formula that he had mastered. Thundersnake gene reagent. Whoosh. Chen Feng started production. This time, Chen Feng fully activated his spiritual energy. After entering the digitized mode, he was not in a hurry to start. Instead, he started patrolling the digitized world. It did not seem like there were any abnormalities. Is it a misconception? Chen Feng muttered. Gene search, begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He had long ago familiarized himself with the materials for the Thundersnake gene. Hence, he was able to easily search for the required genes in the digitized world. However, Chen Feng suddenly paused his gene search. A familiar gene had disappeared. That's right, disappeared. There is indeed a problem. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Slow. He forced the digitized world to reduce the speed it operated at. As the digitized world in itself was something formed by spiritual energy, he could exhaust his spiritual energy in order to affect the whole digitized world. The consumption rate when doing this was extremely high though. 1-fold slower, 2-fold slower, 3-fold slower. Chen Feng reduced the speed non-stop while his spiritual energy was being furiously exhausted. When his 200 points of spiritual energy was nearing the bottom, Chen Feng finally found an abnormality. Whoosh! A white light streaked past and a gene vanished immediately. There's something. Chen Feng's heart was solemn. Slower. Whoosh! The white light streaked past. Chen Feng fully concentrated his spiritual energy and was finally able to see how the white light looked. It was actually a small snake formed by lightning. Its body traveled back and forth like a sharp arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning streaked past. It traveled around the digitized world wantonly. Currently, it did not even realize that Chen Feng had noticed it. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was looking at it with a dazed expression. Only when his spiritual energy was fully exhausted and his digitized world collapsed did Chen Feng recover from his stupor with a stupefied expression on his face. Tiny lightning snake? Wait, what on earth was that? Chen Feng thought carefully. Although that tiny lightning snake was formed by light, having a good-looking appearance, however, it was essentially an illusionary snake with marquee installed on it. That's right, illusionary snake. Exactly the same as the illusionary snake leader Chen Feng had met previously. Could it be? Chen Feng abruptly thought of something and immediately looked for the eggshell he took from the desolate rocky grounds. With horror, he found that the eggshell had disappeared. How could this have happened? Chen Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. After that illusionary snake was born, it had never left. Instead, all along, it was hidden within the eggshell. When Chen Feng took the eggshell back, it had been brought back as well. Son of a BT. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. With that illusionary snake around, he was not able to produce any genes. Now, he had to get things clarified. Unable to wait for his spiritual energy to recover, Chen Feng directly bought several spirit recovering reagents. When his spiritual energy was recovered, he entered the digitized mode once again. This time, he directly reduced the speed and started observing it. In the digitized world, lightning flickered around. That miniature snake traveled back and forth happily. When it met a gene, it would devour it with a single bite before a comfortable expression was shown on its face. Chen Feng widened his eyes abruptly. Eating genes? Shit! He suddenly recalled the ancestors of illusionary snakes. That damnable gluttonous snake? That life form seemed to be something that had genes as their food. When eating other life forms, their main purpose was to get the genes in the bodies of the other life forms. This specific characteristic of this species had gradually disappeared with time. However, now, it seemed to have reappeared. Gene returned to its roots? No. This was not merely a gene returning to its roots. Instead, this was simply an evolution. This damnable tiny lightning snake had even stopped eating mutated beasts. Instead, it was now only eating genes. Only eating the genes that went through Chen Feng's extraction process in the digitized world. Soaring high after Chen Feng constructed the digitized world. In other words, Chen Feng finally understood that the genes he extracted from the blood essence using his spiritual energy and the gene world he formed using the digitized mode were all the food of this fellow? Damn, Chen Feng cursed inwardly. No wonder he had failed all his productions. This can't continue. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. This fellow had to be dealt with. It was extremely difficult to catch the tiny lightning snake. That was because, even when the digitized world was slowed to its limit, Chen Feng could only see it after great difficulty. In this state, if Chen Feng was to make his move, his speed would also be slowed to its limit, nearly not moving at all. Under normal circumstances, this fellow was uncatchable. However, this was only applied to an ordinary person. Chen Feng sneered. Once again, he recovered his spiritual energy and entered the digitized world. However, this time, Chen Feng did not reduce the speed. Instead, he directly activated Luck Aura. Whoosh, light streaked past. Chen Feng casually grabbed at the air with his right hand. In the digitized world, it could be clearly seen that a tiny lightning snake was grabbed by a huge hand. It had an ominous feeling and started escaping quickly. However, it was obstructed by one gene after another that just happened to pass by the area. The boundless foods that used to fascinate it were now things that were obstructing its path of escape. Whoosh! Chen Feng caught it easily. Ci. The tiny lightning snake flickered unceasingly, like a signal lost indication on a communication device. However, after trying a few times yet failing to get away, it could only give up. So this was the fellow? Chen Feng carefully observed this tiny snake. Couldn't be seen clearly. Different than ordinary illusionary snakes, this fellow seemed to be formed by light particles. It could even change its color and brightness at will. A marquee indeed. Chen Feng was too tired to even berate this thing. No wonder it couldn't be seen previously. When it hatched, this guy had assumed the same color as the eggshell, so it was not found at all. Or it might also be, in reality, its body was also formed of light particles? Chen Feng suddenly heard a whine. When he looked carefully, it was actually the tiny snake in his hand begging for forgiveness from him. It even had intelligence? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. You can understand my words? Chen Feng asked. This perfectly straight string of light in his hand suddenly bent down several times. Chen Feng, was this the snake nodding? Or body in the real world is also the same? Chen Feng asked. The string of light did not respond after a long time, probably unable to understand Chen Feng's meaning. Can't understand? Chen Feng was somewhat disappointed. Whoosh, whoosh, the light string shook its body unceasingly. What does this mean? Chen Feng was confused. The string of light seemed to be anxious now. A layer of faint light flickered on his body. Instantly, the whole digitized world was engulfed by the light. Chen Feng's digitized world collapsed instantly. Not good. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. This tiny lightning snake still had this move up its sleeve. At this moment of shock, Chen Feng had returned to the real world. However, the moment he lowered his head, he saw something that was totally unimaginable. That tiny lightning snake was actually still in his hand. The string of light slightly curved its body, nodding to Chen Feng, seemingly proud of its achievement. Chen Feng was shocked. Could it be he finally knew what the string of light meant? Main body. This was in actuality its main body. Different from Chen Feng that had constructed a digitized world and entered it using his spiritual body, the snake could enter the digitized world with its main body. It could actually travel between the spiritual world and real world with its main body. 97, Chapter 97, Blood Lesson Chapter 97, Blood Lesson Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenesh. What damnable ability was that? Chen Feng was shocked. The illusionary snake was originally a life form filled with mysteriousness. This gluttonous snake, whose gene returned to its roots and had even gone through an evolution, was simply an extremely inconceivable existence. This guy was a newborn. If it were to further develop like this, furthermore, this guy seemed to be able to change the color of its light as it wished. If it was to become well practiced with switching light colors and hiding itself in the surroundings, nobody could notice it. They might even treat it as a normal ray of light. Who could notice it? The more he thought of it, the more Chen Feng found this astonishing. This fellow here was simply an extremely dreadful product. How should he deal with it? Chen Feng was somewhat unable to make up his mind. Kill it? He couldn't bear to kill it. This was a mystical mutated beast that had never appeared in history. Furthermore, with its current form, whether it could be killed or not was a question in itself. Release it? Too troublesome. Releasing something that could at any time mature into something no one could detect that was also an extremely threatening existence in and of itself to society. That was simply a disaster in the making. Keeping it at his side? Chen Feng looked at it and sighed. He indeed wished to keep it with him. However, this guy, seemingly sensing Chen Feng's thought, that tiny lighting snake submissively sprawled out on Chen Feng's hand. An intense feeling of attachment was instantly transmitted into Chen Feng's brain. This guy, Chen Feng, was amazed. Despite the fact that the tiny snake couldn't speak, he was still able to clearly sense the mood of that tiny snake. This snake considered Chen Feng as its closet kin. Is it due to me bringing you back here? Chen Feng muttered. Oh well, since that's the case, I might as well keep it by my side. Even if it does not have any combat power, it is still good as a mascot. However, shortly after, Chen Feng was faced with an extremely headache-inducing problem. Gene production. Now, as soon as he started gene production, this tiny snake would go into his digitized world and start furiously devouring genes. If he did not let it eat, it would stay beside him, staring at him pitifully. This greatly affected Chen Feng's state of mind. This won't do. Chen Feng did not know whether he should laugh or cry. When that intense feeling of being wronged was transmitted to him, Chen Feng almost failed his production then and there. It was so even when Chen Feng was producing a formula that he had mastered. What about other formulas? This little guy was now affecting Chen Feng's normal production. As far as it was concerned, genes equaled food. Especially the genes extracted by Chen Feng within his digitized world. Are they really so delicious? Chen Feng looked at the tiny snake before him as it transmitted a joyous feeling to him. How about feeding this guy until it was full first? Chen Feng gave it a try, only to find that this guy would not be full regardless of how much it was fed. It could eat crazily all day long without stop. The concept of fullness was simply non-existent for it. Only later did Chen Feng recall that this guy's ancestors were those gluttonous snakes. Fine. Chen Feng felt his head aching. Gene food couldn't be full, Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Come over here. Chen Feng suppressed his excitement. Whoosh, light flickered as the tiny snake hovered before Chen Feng. Come. Chen Feng entered the digitized world. Don't move first. Tiny snake nodded obediently. Look. Chen Feng pointed at the genes he needed. This you can't eat. This also you can't eat. That can't be eaten. That also can't be eaten. No, this can't be eaten either. Chen Feng consecutively pointed at tens of genes before saying, Get it? The tiny snake tilted its head. Only after a long explanation from Chen Feng did it somewhat understood. Very good. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied. Apart from those I pointed out, the rest are all yours. Everything else is all yours, understand? Chen Feng was filled with expectation. This was a sudden idea he had. How many genes were contained in a single blood essence? Too many to be counted. How many did Chen Feng need? Just a very few of them. Rather than prohibiting this guy to eat genes, might as well taught it which to eat and which to not eat. The leftovers were all what he required. Let's try. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Whoosh! He entered digitized mode. He used Lumberbear gene for his first attempt. He did not restrict the tiny snake, allowing this string of light that couldn't be seen to travel around the digitized world as it pleased. In a mere few seconds, the tiny snake was done. The only things left in the whole digitized world were the genes Chen Feng required. He did not even need to select the genes. Instead, he only had to directly collect all the remaining genes. Success. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. When he looked at the tiny snake once again, he felt like he was looking at an invaluable treasure. This fellow had actually helped Chen Feng skip the first production stage, gene search. With this, I can save a lot of luck value. Chen Feng was excited. As he gets stronger, the consumption rate of luck value was getting extremely high as well. Chen Feng felt like his luck values were getting insufficient. The appearance of the tiny snake could be considered as some sort of relief to this problem he was facing. Whoosh! Light flickered. After enjoying itself with the meal, the tiny snake streaked around in excitement. Chen Feng sighed emotionally. This guy was indeed a luck bringer. It was able to travel between the spiritual world and real world as it wished. After thinking about it, Chen Feng tried to build a small room in his spiritual world. Next, the tiny snake actually entered the room. It could indeed travel between the illusionary and real world as it wished. A terrifying ability, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. However, this was fine too. Chen Feng did not need to prepare a spot for it to stay. As long as he used 1 point of spirit to maintain a small spiritual world, it could stay and sleep inside. Naturally, every single time Chen Feng started gene production, it seemed to be able to wake up immediately to rush into the digitized world and feast on the genes, simply the same as a cat that smelled food. Chen Feng found this funny. It's about time I give you a name. Chen Feng looked at the tiny snake in front of him. Currently, it looked like a thick ray of light. A red ray of light, flickering with a red glow. How about I call you Little Red? Whoosh! The red light instantly turned green. Little Green? Whoosh! The green light turned black. Chen Feng, I can't call you Little Black, right? Since you are a silhouette of light, I will just call you Xuanhuan normally. This should be acceptable, right? Chen Feng said seriously. The tiny snake finally agreed and excitedly streaked around the house. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Xiaoying, as he looked at the red light streaking around the house, it seemed like a nice name. Its speed was too fast. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't be seen. Only a flash could be seen. After dealing with Xiaoying, Chen Feng once again started gene production. This time, he was producing an Aurora reagent. With Xiaoying's assistance, he easily produced 2 sets. This time, there shouldn't be any mistakes, right? Chen Feng mumbled. Even after the Aurora reagent was prepared, Chen Feng was still not satisfied. Would this be sufficient to contend against 47 E-class warriors? He was unsure. It's best if I get someone to help. Chen Feng contemplated and suddenly looked at a certain name in his contact list and smiled instantly. You are investigating Wang Ye? Chen Feng asked suddenly. Wang Chun's expression changed slightly. Damn, how did you find out that I'm trying to set him up? Hee. Chen Feng smiled, not saying anything. What kind of person was Wang Chun? Now that this guy had suffered such losses, how could he not plot revenge? Even without guessing, Chen Feng could know that this Wang Chun guy was definitely secretly conducting his investigations. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Wang Chun. Are you interested in doing something big? Wang Chun narrowed his eyes. You are not scared of Wang family? Chen Feng sneered. As long as I remain in Gold City, he will not dare to lay his hands on me. In the wilderness, you can do as you wish. However, in Gold City? The current Chen Feng had a flourishing reputation in Gold City. If the Wang family dared to make a move on Chen Feng, the Gene Production Association would definitely deliver them death. All right. A cold glint flickered in Wang Chun's eyes. Initially, he had only planned to lay a vicious trap for Wang Yu. However, he did not expect that Chen Feng was actually planning something even more vicious. Although it was risky, if it was planned properly, he would join in. Since even Chen Feng was not afraid, what should he be afraid of? Outside Gold City was a vast world. There were too many places he could go. What could the Wang family be counted as? No matter what, for this incident, Wang Yue had to be taught a lesson, a bloody lesson. Footnotes. 1. Shao here means little, while Ying here means silhouette or figure. Both little silhouette and little figure sound incredibly awkward, so I decided to keep the pinyin Shao Ying as the name. 98 Chapter 98. Ambush Chapter 98. Ambush translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish Purplewoods Continent. This was an extremely beautiful place surrounded by oases. Normally, this was also a place where mutated beasts rampaged. Now though, all the mutated beasts seemed to have been killed at the same time, causing the place to reek of blood. Under the shade of a tree was Wang Yue, wearing a solemn expression. Around him were flickering lights that swirled around him. The materials before him floated as willed by his spiritual energy. One after another, materials disappeared as they were changed into a liquid form. Next, they fused with the recently produced blood essence, producing a brand new reagent. Done. A gratified expression appeared on Wang Yue's face. After 36 attempts at production, he had finally succeeded once. This rare formula was indeed worthy of being an E-class formula. Ha! Only by dealing with this formula would he be a true intermediate producer. Chen Feng, Wang Chun, merely clowns. Continue, Wang Yue said coldly. Capture the mutated beast and bring it here, the middle-aged man beside him said in a deep tone. Next, several E-class warriors carried a half-dead mutated beast to Wang Yu before killing it. Pooh! The mutated beast died. Wang Yu extracted the blood essence in a well-practiced manner and started his production. The genetic warriors before him left and started hunting mutated beasts again. Some of them were in charge of clearing the area and providing protection to Wang Yue. Some were responsible for supplying spirit recovery to Wang Yue. Some were responsible for making sure that their environment was comfortable so as to not affect Wang Yue's production, and some were responsible for carrying materials around for Wang Yue. Far away, as Chen Feng and his group saw this, they were speechless. No wonder he needed 50 peoples. Even spiritual energy recovery needed assistance? Truly, at this point, Chen Feng no longer knew what to say. Your Wang family is indeed wealthy, Chen Feng lamented. The only thing he could say was how the Wang family was rich and imposing, willing to part with these riches for Wang Yu. Screw that, Wang Chun said in disdain. Grandfather had retired from the leading position. Now that Wang Yue's group is the one wielding the power in the family, every single one of them is like some newly rich guy. Sooner or later, the fortunes of the Wang family will be squandered off by them. Light swirled before Monkey's eyes. Both his eyes were sharp as lightning, while the screen of light in front of him flickered unceasingly. Suddenly, the image broke off. What happened? Xu Fei asked in a low voice. We can't continue watching, Monkey replied. Inside, there are some fellows with extremely keen spiritual energy. If I continue monitoring them, there's a large probability of getting discovered. If so, let's just trail after them, Chen Feng said calmly. Ambush was also a form of art. They needed to trail after Wang Yue's group the whole time, avoid getting found out, and look for an opportunity to kill with a single strike. If they were to rashly charge up to Wang Yue's group, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. Now was still not the time. How's the preparation over there? Chen Feng suddenly asked. It's ready, Xu Fei laughed happily. Zhou Ling and the rest should have finished their job. Very good. Chen Feng's gaze was as sharp. Then, let's begin. All right. Several silhouettes quietly hid themselves within the woods. The wind blew past. Wang Yu failed the gene he was producing and was abruptly startled awake as he looked at his surroundings. What's the matter? His underlings asked. Nothing. Doubt appeared in Wang Yue's eyes before he shook his head. Tell those few people in charge of scouting to be more careful. Don't allow other mutated beasts to come here. Understood. His underlings relayed his command immediately. Layers of spiritual energy enveloped their surroundings as the monitoring became stricter. Only with this was Wang Yue relieved and once again started his production. 1 time, 2 times, after 30 times, he finally succeeded once again. Wang Yue frowned, somewhat slow. With this speed, whether or not he could become an intermediate-level producer before the rookie competition was a big question. Right at this moment, the excited voices of several of his underlings traveled over. Young Master Wang, we found a beast leader. Leader? Wang Yue's heart jolted. If a leader was killed for his production, even if he failed the production, he would also have quite a large improvement. After all, the genes contained within a leader far exceed normal beasts. The higher the difficulty, the higher the improvement. Bring it over here. Wang Yue was excited. Even if it was a leader, for this species, it would only be peak E-class. Under the protection of 3 D-class genetic warriors, he did not fear it at all. Understood. A D-class warrior easily killed that leader before bringing it back. This is a leader. Wang Yue was emotional. Nowadays, whatever he wanted to accomplish only needed a word from him and there would be someone carrying it out for him. He suddenly felt that, even without Wang Yao's assistance, he would still be able to get stronger. Wang Yue clenched his teeth as he thought inwardly, Sister, I am aware that you look down on me. However, in the future, I must have such high accomplishments that you can only look up to me. Puh! After extracting the genes from the leader's corpse, Wang Yue once again started his production. Around him were a group of people standing guard. At this moment, without anyone noticing, the nose of the mutated beasts in the vicinity wrinkled slightly before looking in their direction, and as they became somewhat irritable all of a sudden. Soon, a group of mutated beasts started charging in their direction. In the beginning, Wang Yue's group was not bothered about this at all. If the mutated beasts were to charge toward them, they only needed to kill those beasts. However, as the amount of mutated beasts increased, causing several deaths of E-class genetic warriors, they finally noticed that something was wrong. Howl. Waves of mutated beasts charged forth as if they were crazy. What's the matter? Everyone's expression changed slightly. No idea. Everyone was panicked. Why were the mutated beasts around here suddenly raging? At this time, a genetic warrior with an ability related to smell found that something was wrong. The mutated beast leader they had killed earlier was emitting a familiar smell from its corpse. There's some odd fragrance in its body, that guy reacted. It must have been injected with a reagent that attracts mutated beasts. Damn it. Everyone was startled awake. After the mutated beast leader's corpse was thrown away, the disturbance had indeed disappeared quickly. However, everyone's expression was unsightly. Why would a mutated beast leader's body be injected with such thing? Wang Yu thought of Entei. Since he couldn't contact Entei, could it be, investigate those on our side, Wang Yu said in a low voice. Some of those in our ranks might be problematic. Understood. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of the few D-class warriors. However, right at this moment, one after another, green and white rays of light streaked through the air, charging toward them from various directions. The few of them who possessed formidable strength were immediately startled awake. Enemy attack. A loud shout. Bang. They reacted quickly. Puh! Puh! The white rays of light streaking toward them were all erased. Those white lights shattered and disappeared in the air. With this, the few of them let out breaths of relief. Prepare for battle. Everyone was on high alert. However, right at this moment, the sky thundered. Everyone instinctively raised their head and their expression immediately changed greatly. They recalled a certain gene reagent that was extremely popular a short while ago. Could it be bang, bang, bang? Boundless lightning descended upon them. Everyone paled and put up defenses in horror. So when the white lights disappeared earlier, it was actually these damnable mutated thundersnake gene reagents being activated. Bang! The lightning bombarded them. The mutated thundersnake gene reagent was not considered a powerful reagent. However, its advantage was its surprise factor. After the lightning flashed through, out of the 47 E-class warriors of Wang Yu, only 20 remained. The remaining 27 of them were all dead. Damn it, Wang Yu furiously called for help. However, the signal had long been blocked. These things are mutated thundersnake gene reagents. After activation, they will disappear and attack from above. A cold glint flickered in Wang Yui's eyes. Bang! Once again, several bolts of lightning descended upon them. Unfortunately, after being discovered by Wang Yu, his people started defending in an orderly manner. As such, the lightning was no longer effective against them. Chen Feng, Wang Yui's face was shockingly cold. The moment he saw the amount of mutated thundersnake gene that was so huge it covered the skies, he knew who the enemy was. However, he had never expected that Chen Feng actually dared to make a move on him. How dare he? 99. Chapter 99, Green Skeleton Chapter 99, Green Skeleton Translator, Lamostan Editor, Tenesh Whoosh, Whoosh, Woof. As the few D-class genetic warriors surrounded them, Wang Yu felt like his heart had fallen into a deep abyss. He also found with astonishment that the last two ambushers to appear were Chen Feng and Wang Chun. Wang Yu clenched his teeth. It is indeed these two. Both sides exchanged glances. They were able to feel the killing intent in their opponents' gazes, which were sharp as blades. Chen Feng, if you kill me, my sister will not let you off, Wang Yue shouted. Hee hee. Chen Feng merely sneered before nodding slightly toward Xu Fei's group. Kill. Understood. Xu Fei laughed malevolently. Whoosh. The four-person squad once again made their move. Their current opponents were the 3 D-class genetic warriors. Bang. The battle began immediately. Xu Fei and his squad had just entered D-class, so their strength was not particularly formidable. However, their opponents, who were beginner D-class warriors as well, had one less person compared to their 4-man squad. Kill. The 3 sank into a predicament immediately. Kill them all. A E-class genetic warrior screeched. The group of E-class warriors prepared to make their move. However, with a sneer from Wang Chun, the Shen Yi siblings charged out and forcefully intercepted all the E-class warriors. Shen Wei sneered. Who gave you all permission to get involved? Bang. More than half of the ground there crumbled while flames started raging around the area. Against these masterminds that had caused her to die once and her sister to die twice, Shen Wei would not be courteous. Her terrifying unlimited slash was fully unleashed at this moment. Bang, bang. Endless sounds of miserable screams could be heard. Shen Wei's power was very peculiar. She was incapable of skipping class to challenge those in D class. However, due to her peculiar power and skills, she had an absolute reign at the peak of E class regardless of the amount of enemies she faced. Everyone from the Wang family's camp sunk into a bitter struggle. The ambush was a success on its first attempt. Chen Feng sneered as he looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu gulped. Chen Feng, if you kill me, the Wang family will not let you off. Is that so? Chen Feng merely smiled indifferently. From the moment the body's original owner was thrown into the sea to feed the sharks, everything was already set in stone. So far, nothing had happened due to Wang Yao's appearance, which forced Chen Feng to bury his killing intent in the bottom of his heart. Now, however, it was about time for this to be dealt with. Thumb! A wind blade appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Slash. The wind blade circled around before streaking toward Wang Yu. Don't kill me. Wang Yu retreated in horror. He did not want to die here. However, just as he was about to be hit by the wind blade, the middle-aged man beside him, who had always been responsible for replenishing his spiritual energy, raised his hand suddenly. Block. Astonishingly, when the wind blade hit his hand, a crisp sound could be heard. What is that? Chen Feng's heart jolted. You are Chen Feng? The middle-aged man looked at Chen Feng. Wang Tianhao mentioned you to me. He said that a person like you would definitely not be willing to be insulted like that and would certainly plot revenge. Hence, he had me conceal myself at Wang Yue's side to protect him. I originally thought he was simply being too worried over his son. Now, however, it seems like a person at a high position like him is able to see far indeed. The middle-aged man smiled. Bang! A terrifying power was emitted from his body. He was actually D-class. It's you. As Xu Fei noticed the change happening, he took a glance before the expression on his face abruptly changed slightly. Chen Feng, he is Jadebone Sun Jia. Possessing copper skin and iron bone, he is an extremely terrifying person. Attacks below D-class are definitely incapable of injuring him. Copper skin and iron bone? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. If we can't do it, let's retreat first, Wang Chun said in a low voice. The scariest thing during an ambush was for unforeseen circumstances to emerge. Wang Yue's assassination of Chen Feng had also failed due to various unexpected things happening. And now, when it was their turn to assassinate, Sun Jia's unexpected appearance was giving them an ominous feeling. Xu Fei's squad was unable to lend a hand as they were busy dealing with the D-class warriors. Who could deal with Sun Jia? Let me give it a try. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. His mission to kill Wang Yue today had to succeed. You? Sun Jia laughed involuntarily. A kid that had just entered E-class? Truly, however, before he even reacted, Chen Feng lashed out. Myriad illusionary windblade. The moment Chen Feng acted, he unleashed his strongest attack. Whoosh! A succession of bizarre windblades streaked toward Sun Jia. Those familiar movement-delaying abilities appeared once again. However, Sun Jia's body merely flickered with a yellow light as all of Chen Feng's attacks were blocked. Ding ding dang dang! The wind blades that filled the skies smashed onto the iron-like skin. Even when those blades of water and mucus landed on Sun Jia's body, they merely slid down. His whole body was wrapped in a copper skin that was also slippery, as if some lubricant had been wiped on it. All the wind blades were ineffective. This is your attack? Sun Jia laughed heartily. Wind blades with various properties? Interesting indeed. Unfortunately, they were ineffective against him. He was a defensive genetic warrior. In a situation where the power of the attacks did not even reach the minimum intensity required to break him, the attacks would be totally incapable of breaking through his defense. Chen Feng merely sneered. So this is what it meant by copper skin and iron bone. Then, things are much simpler. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold glint as he once again unleashed his wind blades. Furthermore, all except one property of the wind blades were given up. A succession of green-colored wind blades were immediately spammed toward Sun Jia. Pooh, pooh, the wind blades transformed into liquid. I told you, your attacks are ineffective against me. You think this kind of... Sun Jia sneered before he suddenly felt a piercing pain. He lowered his head and took a look, only to have his expression changing greatly when he did. The green liquids were actually corroding his body. Poison. These were actually poisonous liquids. Poison-type genes had a very strong corrosion effect with very specific uses. However, due to their unique nature and the difficulty to form a proper gene system using them, they had been rejected by society, causing the number of their users to be comparatively low. Hence, Sun Jia had never met an opponent using such genes. Now, however, he'd met one. This was the gene that absolutely suppressed his genes. Damn it. Sun Jia furiously urged his ability, attempting to throw off the liquid on his body. However, a hole was still left on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were now visible. Metal? Copper skin and iron bone? Attacks below D-class ineffective? Scram. Sun Jia felt his strength weakening. Damn it, these poisons were, in actuality, very slow. He only needed to take note of it and he would no longer be hit by it. However, he had been careless. This was only a single instance of carelessness. He believed that, as long as he threw off this damnable poisonous liquid, he would be able to kill Chen Feng. However, would Chen Feng give him this chance? Chen Feng sneered. Rise. Boundless wind blades circled around him. An instant eruption of green wind blades. 20 wind blades. 40 wind blades. 40 wind blades. 100 wind blades. The green-colored wind blades covered the skies as they engulfed Sun Jia. Since he found the chance to do so, he had to kill this Sun Jia immediately. Sun Jia was instantly flooded by the terrifying green-colored wind blades. One after another, miserable ear-piercing screams resounded. CI. The sound of corroding flesh could be heard without stop. Everyone else couldn't help themselves but to look at this scene in horror. Even Xu Fei's group, not far away, was also looking at Chen Feng with horror. What damnable ability was this? A catalysis reaction had actually been triggered? Chen Feng had a stupefied expression on his face as well. Even he himself had not expected that, after Sun Jia's body was turned into metal, it would react with poison, ultimately ending this way. One needed to know that these poisons would only corrode a small lump of meat even when it fell on a normal person's body. After all, it only possessed E-class power. From this, it could be seen that the suppressive effect provided by the chosen ability of myriad illusions was abnormal indeed. Finally, when the poison fell to the ground, when the miserable screams stopped, everyone turned around. No one could avoid inhaling a mouthful of cold air after seeing it. At the place where Sun Jie once stood, what was left was only a green-colored skeleton. On the ground were puddles of green-colored liquid, leaving only a green-colored skeleton there. That scene was too horrifying. Shit. Even those people that were fighting against Xu Fei's group stopped and looked at Chen Feng in horror, afraid that Chen Feng would suddenly do the same thing to them. Had it ended, Chen Feng ignored them. Instead, he was silently examining that green-colored skeleton calmly. A single coincidence, a single perfect suppressive effect, had taken away a D-class genetic warrior. That was reasonable and fair. However, a D-class genetic warrior only had this single gene. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating this, an even more terrifying scene appeared. That skeleton actually moved. Footnotes 1. When one advances their class, they will fuse with a new gene, obtaining a new gene ability. Forming a proper gene system here refers to the act of choosing genes that will complement each other well by either choosing abilities that works well together or abilities that can form a secret art out of it. Number 100, Chapter 100, Murderous Intent. Soaring the Skies, Chapter 100, Murderous Intent, Soaring the Skies. Translator, Lamostin Editor, Tenish. What damnable thing is this? Everyone was alarmed. Someone being alive with a severed hand or leg was understandable. Even a melodramatic scene where one whose chest was pierced used one's final breath to shout, "The murderer is," would be somewhat understandable. However, when one had freaking turned into a skeleton and was still able to move, this was now somewhat horrifying. Ka, crisp sounds traveled forth from the skeleton. Whoosh! The green skeleton looked at Chen Feng. In the empty eye sockets were two clumps of burning green flames. Jadebone Sun Jia, Xu Fei, inhaled a breath of cold air. So this is what Jadebone means. The three genes Sun Jia had were jade, iron, and copper. With jade as the core, copper skin and iron bones were formed, giving him an extremely powerful combat strength. The weak spirit recovery skill he had used on Wang Yu should simply be some small function of the jade gene he had. The true usage of his genes was to give him an extremely powerful combat strength. Bang! The green skeleton stomped on the burned ground. Bang! The ground started crumbling. Chen Feng and the rest staggered, nearly losing their footing from the shook. This thing, Chen Feng's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Feng, an ice-cold voice could be heard. Chen Feng abruptly raised his head to see that the green skeleton was actually vibrating the air to simulate a voice for himself. The tone of this simulated voice was very ice-cold and bizarre, though. "You need to die." Word by word, the green skeleton said this. Evidently, the current him still required a considerable effort to use this skill. Mere tricks. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Myriad illusionary windblade. Whoosh! Multicolored windblades erupted forth instantly. However, the scene of all the windblades smashing into the skeleton body was akin to an egg getting smashed onto rocks. They were totally ineffective, including the poisonous blades. I told you. Your attacks are ineffective against me, the green skeleton said with a deep tone. His strongest core was his jade bone, using jade as the core to create copper and iron and to give him an extremely formidable combat power. He believed that, as he continued breaking through and fusing with different genes, he would be able to ultimately alter every single one of his body parts, including his flesh, and become a true expert. However, he had yet to reach that point. Now, his flesh was instead the weakest part of him. When his flesh was corroded by Chen Feng, the intense pain roared in his mind. He felt worse being alive than dead. Hence, he had to let Chen Feng experience something similar as well. "I will devour you, eating you a single bite at a time to make you feel worse alive than dead." With the faint green light and the two bizarre flaming eye sockets that were staring at Chen Feng, the ice-cold tone of the green skeleton caused everyone on the spot to feel horrified. What kind of hatred did he feel toward Chen Feng, damn it? Xu Fei wanted to help Chen Feng, however, he was stopped by the subordinates of Wang Yu. The Shenwei siblings couldn't spare any help to him either. Currently, Chen Feng could only depend on himself. "Chen Feng, retreat," Xu Fei bellowed. The green skeleton sneered. Whoosh. Despite the extreme pain brought forth by the corrosion of his flesh, after losing his flesh, his body had become incomparably solid, while his speed had become incomparably fast and nimble. He had now surpassed Chen Feng in every aspect. A flash of a green silhouette. Nobody here could contend against him. Pooh! A green silhouette flashed past. Next, blood splattered out of Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Puh! Another flash of a green silhouette and Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung away. Whoosh, whoosh! The green silhouette flashed around without stop while bloody wounds were continuously left on Chen Feng's body. Wang Chun and the rest bellowed, Chen Feng, damn it, this was simply an act of torturing one to death. This green skeleton actually wanted to torture Chen Feng to death. Ha ha. A bizarre laughter resounded. The green skeleton was excited. Are you suffering? Can you feel the excitement? He behaved like a deranged person as he looked at Chen Feng with excitement. However, he blanked suddenly. That was because when he looked at Chen Feng, what he saw was a pair of calm eyes. There were no trace of fear in Chen Feng. You really think that I have no way to strike back against you? With a sharp gaze, Chen Feng suddenly said, No, I'm merely wondering something. Without flesh, how are you actually controlling yourself? Even if it's a genetic ability, I was wondering what is the medium of connection between this genetic ability and your main body. Now, I finally understand. Chen Feng smiled. Cheap trickeries, the green skeleton sneered. Ah, Chen Feng did not mind the sneer. Let's end this. Chen Feng lightly raised his hand and aimed at the green skeleton. Regardless of how strong the skeleton body was, regardless of how strong he would become in the future, at his current stage, what Sun Jie used to control the skeleton body could only be spiritual energy. If so, it would be easy to deal with. Bang! A burst of undulation started appearing in the air in front of Chen Feng. Endless transparent wind blades appeared instantly before him. A succession of transparent wind blades erupted forth. Due to their speed being too fast, they instantly fused together, becoming a formidable gush of airflow. Transparent wind blade, attribute, spiritual energy. Every single blade was a spiritual attack. Bang! The green skeleton was instantly engulfed by a spiritual storm. Scram! The green skeleton bellowed. Chen Feng, you think you can kill me with this? He roared at Chen Feng. This is indeed the weakness of my skeleton body. However, regardless of how weak my spiritual energy is, I am not a mere E-class like you can act against. My spiritual energy is much higher than yours, the green skeleton roared. Chen Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. Is that so? Bang! Once again, the green skeleton was engulfed by a spiritual storm. To compete in terms of spirit exhaustion rate, regardless of how strong your spiritual energy is, under the endless wind blades, you still need to get on your knees. If his opponent was a true D-class spirit-type warrior, Chen Feng would have turned around and fled immediately. However, he was simply someone using spiritual energy to maintain his consciousness's connection with the green skeleton. Whoosh! The green skeleton raged immediately. He wanted to control his body to go and kill Chen Feng. Only by killing him would this spiritual storm stop. However, he merely stepped forth once before stopping. Under the never-ending spiritual storm attack by Chen Feng, he could not spare any spiritual energy to control the skeleton to step forth. Instead, he could only use all his spiritual energy to resist against Chen Feng. One wave of the storm, two waves of the storm, number. A miserable scream. Finally, when that endless storm stopped, the green skeleton was already lying on the ground to never stand up again, Sun Jie, dead. You actually won? Wang Yu looked at Chen Feng with a blank expression on his face, forgetting that he should be scared. He actually won? Defeating this terrifying green skeleton? How is that possible? Wang Yu couldn't understand this. Chen Feng was one who did not have any resources or background. This guy who was a weakling destined to be stepped on by him after graduation, how had him become so strong? Then, next, it's you? Chen Feng turned around and looked at Wang Yue, bubbling with killing intent. Whoosh! Wang Yue quivered in fear before he was startled awake and recalled that Chen Feng wanted to kill him. Chen Feng. Wang Yue was thinking quickly as he recalled all the actions of Chen Feng so far. I will give you 10 million. In the future, I will definitely not create any trouble for you. Our grudges shall end here. How about that? Ah. Chen Feng raised his hand. It wasn't enough? Wang Yue became vicious and said with clenched teeth, Chen Feng, we are both gene producers. I don't know why your combat power is so strong. However, I am definitely better than you in regards of gene production. I will become an intermediate gene producer soon. You don't want to compete against me during the gene rookie competition. Wang Yue remembered that this was something Chen Feng cared deeply about. However, what he did not know was that the current Chen Feng was no longer the Chen Feng he knew in the past. Every single thing Wang Yue understood about Chen Feng was wrong. A wind blade formed. The wind blade on Chen Feng's hand was ready to be fired. What do you actually want? Wang Yue collapsed. Threats and bribe were not working. A challenge to compete was not working either. This Chen Feng was simply unmoved by force or persuasion. What would Chen Feng require in order to let him off? I want you to die. Chen Feng sneered. This guy had brought trouble to him over and over again. Had he really believed that Chen Feng was someone easy to bully? The moment Chen Feng got ambushed at the desolate rocky grounds, he knew that Wang Yue had to die. Bang! Bright wind blades erupted instantly. Chen Feng's killing intent was bubbling. No, Wang Yu trembled and almost peed his pants. I'm finished. This was the only thought he currently had in his mind. However, at this very moment, on his forehead, a plum blossom appeared and started rotating furiously. It flickered with a bizarre light and smashed the wind blades away. Young one, can you give me face and let him off? An old voice traveled out of the plum blossom, akin to a voice from across the horizon. This ability, the heart of Zhufei and the rest jolted. This must be an extremely terrifying expert. They had never expected Wang Yue to have this kind of person looking after him. Instinctively, everyone looked at Chen Feng only to see him sneering. He was evidently not bothered with that voice as once again, myriad illusionary wind blades started shooting out of his hand. Bang! Wind blades erupted. Protecting Wang Yue? Screw you. I insist on killing him. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. He wanted to see, since the owner of the voice that came out of the flower had acted like such an important person, was he truly able to protect Wang Yue?